quick fix, found in bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a mobile bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic?
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, meaning how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start reclaiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. It is time to go. It is time to go, guys. It is debate night. Well, we have a lot of debate nights. But tonight, you get to call people out, bring them up, challenge them, and then beat them about the head with your verbal judo or whatever. Anyway. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is great to see all the lovely people in the chat, especially Ben. Ben is the loveliest of lovelies out there. Everyone give a hand to Curtis Lowe. CL. I just figured out what CL means. Curtis Lowe. Yeah. That was very funny. Anyway, It's going to be a great show tonight. I am positive. I am. I've had a long ass day, and it started at like 5. Well, actually, it started at like 4 a.m. Managed to get another hour of sleep to 5 a.m. And you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Ah, man, what a day! What a day! It's been great though. It's been great though. I had a lot of ideas about the debate show tonight. I had a lot of um, we talked a little bit about it last night, and I spent some time trying to figure it out. While I was out and about today, and just trying really to articulate um, the what I really wanted to say. And um, Ben, I don't know what you're talking about that you've been debating I don't understand. Are you debating, or what's up? I don't know. Anyway, with Fortress, I'm not really sure what Fortress is. TikTok. Yeah, TikTok. TikTok is it's TikTok. I mean, kind of cringe. TikTok is. Hey, Kissy Cat, how are you? Good to see you back. Kissy Cat had a rough night last night. There was a lot of people kind of not really picking on her, but having a little fun at her expense. And I appreciate that you're back, Kissy Cat, and glad to see you. Excellent to see you, actually. So yeah, what's up, Pan Chuchin? How you doing? I guess I should go through who all's here. So let's see. We have Beth was first in the chat tonight. That was awesome. And then Stephen Akari came in. He was quite active. Agrillipus came in to the chat. Said some things. Calvin Collage is in the chat. He is always a good part of the show, even though he's on the opposite side. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind somebody being on the opposite side. Lindsay Smith is in the chat. Good to see you. The Steel Man has made it back, probably because he just can't get enough of the beatings, the beatdown that happens here involving him. But that's okay. Some people are just glutton for punishment. It just is. Serene, good to see you in the chat. Wow, I'm a lot of really cool people up in the house, and of course Ben is back. Whether we want him to be or not, he's here. He's been over on TikTok apparently. Says he's wrecking people's worldviews. I don't know. Maybe he is. Yeah. Still though, CL stands for Curtis Lowe. I'm 100% convinced. Chairman of the board has gone out for a gallon of milk. He'll be right back. Heard that before, haven't we? I mean, not me personally. Kissy Cat is in the house. Panchuchin is in the house. Peace Dynamic. Peace Dynamo. Peace Dynamo, sorry. Good to see you in the chat. Yes, people are assholes. That is accurate, Kissy Cat. I have a clip. For that. Stand by.
True, you are a good woman. And again, you may be the Antichrist.
You may be the Antichrist. Wolfpack, what's up? Yeah, Panchuchin, Tombstone. You might be the Antichrist. You might be. I don't know. It is a great flick, Beth Mayhew. It is a great flick. So we're going to try something a little different tonight. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I don't really care one way or the other, to be honest with you. I'm just here for the fish. Actually, I'm here to warp each and every mind in my own image. I got a clip for that too. Warping young minds, my own image.
I am everywhere. I am inside each and every single one of you. You just look in, and I will be there, waving out at you, naked, wearing only a cock ring.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way it is. Pump Up the Volume is one of the greatest licks ever. The fact that you know that is awesome. Yes. That's right. Anyway. So we're doing something a little bit different tonight. We got a different menu for the debate, for the throwdown, for the hoedown, for the blood sport event of the night. Your parents were not squares? All right, sure, buddy, sure. All right, so here's our menu for the night. I gotta resize a little bit here, but at any rate, so basically, there's a buy-in. Nobody rides for free. Sorry, it's the way it is. I can't help it. I talked to my union. My union rep said that I got to charge you. I'm sorry. It's the way it is. But anybody can pay for that. Okay, so it doesn't have to be the candidate themselves. The chat can pay to have somebody come up and debate. The chat can also patch up, right? You like 4 or 5 people. However, it's only $10 for you to onboard and become a candidate and become, be a part of the show. Next up, we have the initiate a 1v1 debate. Now, we're going to go on a more or less a schedule tonight, but if you absolutely want to see specific people debate, or if you're a bunch of instigators and there's somebody in the chat that's too chicken to come up to debate without a bunch of harassment from the chat, and you finally get them up here, you can pay for them to debate the person of your choice for that 1v1. And that's going to be a lot of fun. To assign the debate prompt, if you want to control the debate prompt, if you don't like the prompt that I proposed, if you don't like the prompt that the people are debating, you may change it. That will cost you a whopping $40. It's cheap, but it's okay. It's okay. Change the operator screen name is $2. $2. If you want to time someone out, it's $1 per minute. If you want to extend the debate, that's $5 per minute. And I don't know why I put it on there twice. I do apologize for that. We'll just slide that right down. There you go. So that's what it is. It's super easy, simple, easy to remember. I am brutal. I have to be brutal because I want to stay on a schedule. I don't really want to be here at 6 a.m. in the morning. I've got other shit to do. I got a life to live. I got businesses to run. I got money to make. And, it's a game show. It isn't an all-night adventure. So if you would like, and by the way, no pay, no play, unless I have personally invited you up. Or someone has paid your way. If you click the link, I'm not putting you up. I'm just not gonna. All right, so time to throw down on this hoedown. Let me. I got to get the. I'm gonna throw the link out in the chat right now. This is the link to come up. By the way, you may pay using the Streamlabs link as a super chat. You may Cash App me. I actually prefer that. That is in the description. There's any way you want to pay, you may pay. Except with seashells. I don't accept seashells unless they're really expensive seashells. At any rate, so there it is. And then I gotta hit the. I'm going to pin this. Whoops, wrong button. That's odd. Still not letting me do what I want to do. Oh well, sorry. Oh, maybe I have to be in my moderator mode. Huh. Yeah, all right, whatever. It's fine. So there is the there's a link if you want to come up. We're going to start it. We're just going to dive right in. I'm going to go ahead and knock that down. If anybody needs to see that later, and I will be throwing it up here and there randomly, but for right now, I'm just going to throw that down. All right. So, what are the topics? Well, I have a whole list. They're in the Discord. Along with, we can just make that shit up. This is not a prepared. This is not a prepared deal. This is fucking funny. Hold on, I got to get. I'm on the wrong screen. Stand by. This fucking. I love this shit. I gotta say, I like Calvin's style. I probably don't agree with Calvin on much, but I like his style. He says, "Do you accept Donald Trump cryptocurrency?" Nah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't do crypto, so probably not. But somebody else might. You can patch it up out there and make your deals. Wheeling and dealing. Which, you have some IOUs. All right, that's cool. The topics are over in the Discord. They are not the only topics, and I may make shit up. Where's Anson at? Anson says he's running behind. He'll be up in 20. We're going to bullshit for another 20 minutes anyway. So he will be, so it'll be fine. He's running a little late. He probably stopped by the ex-wife for a little pickle tickle and then a run, which is fine because he's a grown ass man, can do what he wants. All right, where the fuck did I put those debate topics? All right, so there's a tab in the Discord called debate topics, and there's a shit ton of them. A lot of them are currently about AI, but we're also there are others that we will make up on the spot. You didn't know I changed the name? The name of what? The name of the channel? I didn't change the name of the channel. I just created this show on this channel. Anson will debate women. Do I accept beads? No, I'm only part Indian. I'm only part Indian. Just what I get that. I get the kids' birthday things. Right. Yeah. Look, and by the way, feel free to tell the chat, hey, put me up there, coach. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I went back and forth about this, by the way. Let me tell you how this all happened. The reason that this all happened is because, first, the money is less important to me than having a good show. And last night when Cleaner and I were discussing it, and Anson was, I forget who all was on, but we had a decent panel of people discussing it. I was kind of like, I don't know, maybe, I'll do it. And so we're going to try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at some point, I don't really want the chat to be I mean, I want the chat to donate, obviously. And I want them to extend it. I want them to declare topics. I want them to do all of those things. But mostly, I want a really good show, and I want people that want to be up here. I want people that are willing to put a little skin in the game. Now, do remember that the more people that you bring up, and the more, well, I mean, obviously, I think we're capping it at like 10 or 12, but the more people that donate to your cause, the more you stand to win at the end of the night. And Beth, even though the night that Beth won, there wasn't the till was not that great, unfortunately. It's just the way it works out. Some nights it's good, some nights are less. Whatever. It is what it is. I still actually I threw in a few extra bucks just for the effort, right? Because I appreciate everyone coming up. So yeah, it'd be great to get some people up. Still was fun, right? Yeah, absolutely, it's fun. And it is a good time. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to see what we can. You did not complain. I'm simply using that as an example, Beth. Beth did not complain, not even a little bit. So. Huh. Well, I hope you look like a striking young man for prom. That's important stuff. I think Anson literally put 100 debate prompts in, or 150, maybe. I don't know. He put in a lot of damn debate prompts. Okay, all right. Well, while we're waiting for people to decide whether they want to come up, people want to sponsor other people, whatever the case may be. While we're waiting on this sort of thing to happen, I don't know. Let's talk about some cool stuff. And I'm waiting on Anson, and Ticky Tack isn't around either. I think Ticky Tack is running behind as well. I could pay you to come up. Why would I do that, Steelman? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Bay Prom Court. Okay, all right. That makes more sense than the way I read that the first time. That makes way more sense than what I read the first time. Anyway. EOD 696 coming in hot. That's funny. That's awesome. Quit being a communist. I am super tired. So the all right, so I finished the show last night. Kind of went to bed. I woke up at 4:00 in the morning to the sound of my 4-year-old screaming his head off. It's a great way to wake up. So I, throw the covers off, open the door. He's standing in the hallway, just screaming his head off. He's really mad. And then, and so my wife, is there as well. So she she takes him back to bed, and she actually stays with him. And he woke up again around 4:00 now, or 5:00. I actually heard them get up, but I didn't think that he was up that long. I was pretty groggy. But somewhere around 5:00, they got up again, and he was just, he's puking, and he was running a little bit of a temperature. And so I got up at 6:30, and I had to leave. Whoa. 2 bills.
Chairman of the board donated $200. Super chat. Let's get some folks the link and get it started with some debates. I'll select them.
You're going to select the people or the debates, Anson? I'll select the people. I'll select the people. How about that? Is that cool, Anson? Let me know. In the meantime, I'll finish my story. So I leave at 6:30. I have to drive an hour and a half away to my Airbnb, and because the guys that have checked in are supposed to be checking out, and they are supposed to leave at 9, so I can clean it and get it ready for the people that are coming in at noon. They don't leave until 11. So my wife doesn't call me, nothing. So I leave. I'm getting ready to leave at noon, and I'm on the. I'm trying to get ready to. Where did that go? There it is. I'm getting ready to go at noon, and I call my son, and I say at 10 o'clock I call my son. I say, hey, I need you to tell mom to that you guys, if I haven't called you, you need to leave by noon to get to the range at 1:45, and I'm going to go directly from here to the range. He says, yeah, okay. My longest intro. It's not the longest, but it's definitely correct. Chairman of the board, I need to know, man. You'll select the debates. I'll select the debaters. All right. All hands on deck. Beth Mayhew report. Jess White report. Steelman report. That's let's see. That's good. Let me see who else. Dynamo, are you up for it? You can come up if you want to come up. Who else is in here that is good? Throw your hat in the ring if you would like to come up. Aircraft Sparky, come on up, buddy. EOD, you can come up. Let's make it happen, captains. My name tag is in the way. Okay, Dynamo, that's cool. I would have sworn with a name like Peace Dynamo that would have been a dude. My bad. You need to go to the store. All right, we'll warm up while you're there. All right. Anyway, so my son does not tell my wife that. My wife, because my 4-year-old's been puking all morning, takes him to the urgent care. I leave at noon, and I'm thinking I'm going directly to the range, which for me is an hour and 45 minutes away. I'm barely going to get there in time. I think they've already left. I call, nobody's left. So now I have to go and pick my son up. I literally had to get my coordinate with my wife to bring my son to meet me at a gas station. So, and then she had to turn around and go back and take care of our other kid. She's had a hell of a day. Also dealing with her parents. Her mom. I think I've mentioned this before. Her mom is really hard for her to deal with, and so she's had a hell of a day. And so it's just been a long day for me. And I've not had enough sleep. I'm running on a lot of caffeine. I can hear you. Ish. Can hear you ish.
There we go. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah. Come on up. I can hear you a little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit. That's better.
A little better now?
Yeah. You probably need an actual microphone. So
I stole my son's Chromebook.
there you
doing
go.
the rest.
My son steals my desk. My son takes over my desk. I don't know why. He has 3 other places to do his homework. But for whatever reason, I will catch him at my desk all the time. So, and then I have to ask him, well, what did he take? Like, what knife, what gun, whatever it is. The link is in the mod chat. I will once again post the link for everyone right here in the chat. Do that again. Enter. There you go.
My clippers with me tonight. He's my good luck charm.
Aircraft Sparky back up in the house. How you doing, Aircraft Sparky?
Man, I'm doing well. How about yourself? It's been a minute.
It has been a minute. I've seen you around, but generically, either I'm too busy to come on to wherever on the show that you're on, or I have other things to do and you're not there.
Well, honestly, I'm not really doing a lot right now.
I know you're not.
I was working on doing some entertainment focus things. However, new ideas have come up, and the world needs an actual debate show, and so I'm going to start one of those soon. And not a debate panel show, because debate panels are boring and gay and useless, and they do absolutely nothing. So I have decided that I will start something along the lines of a modern day debate minus all of the ridiculous flat earth crap. And we will actually have legitimate debates with legitimate people and not a bunch of retards yelling at each other constantly.
Stand by. Well, there's a lot of people kind of going down that are trying to do kind of the same thing. While I wish you luck, I don't. I'm not really sure where you're gonna, where that's gonna go. Before I forget, go for Papa Palpatine. The prompts are whatever I say they are.
I thought Anson was picking.
Yeah, he can pick the debates.
Yeah,
but he's gonna do a horrible. I mean, you guys want me to pick? I promise you do. Anyway, hey, that's a cool husky. My husky's awesome too.
This is Alaska. It's my baby.
It's beautiful.
He wants to be pet, but he doesn't want to look at me. If I stop, he's going to yell at me.
Yeah, he wants to. My husky's a female, and she absolutely wants to be petted all the time. So, but Sparky, back to what we're talking about. There are a lot of different people trying to do what modern day debate has had some success doing, and James, and I've talked to James several times because I'm trying to help him with DebateCon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
James hasn't found a debater yet that he's not willing to not abuse. So I think it'll be a nice change of pace to actually have someone who will treat the debaters' actual integrity and not just screw them over constantly. Or
I'm not really sure that he's. I mean, I've heard Rob's complaint, but I don't know that he's actually screwing people over.
More than Rob. It's nothing personal. I've talked with James. James seems like a nice and reasonable person, but he really kind of harmed his channel when the majority of his stuff is flat Earth and Islam versus.
Well, and that's what we're. I'll give me 1 second. I'll talk about that. Actually, tonight, below me, the topics of the debate are chosen by the person who paid money to choose them just a few moments ago. So, so he'll and we'll work that out here in a few minutes when he gets here, because I know that he's driving home right now. So.
Man paid some money, so capitalism.
And he'll be judging tonight, I'm 90% sure. I don't think he has any interest in debating tonight. So we'll find out. James's staff does suck. I've told him that. So here's where we're at with the debate con, and this is why, you know, and I actually I meant to reach back out with James. There are a couple of issues with debate con. I gave him a lot of ideas, and he took the ideas, and as far as I know, he's implemented several of them. But there's a couple of things that he's really kind of like I probably would have already solved. But he, you know, he's just kind of, you know, just hasn't acknowledged. Below me, I always answer if I see it. I don't always see it, and people get mad about that. Yeah, so you know, we'll find out. We'll find out what's going on here in just a few minutes. It's a new format for me because that we're trying out. We're going to see how it works. I think it's going to work really great. I think it is. I think it's going to be awesome. But anyway, back to the modern day debate thing. My issue is, so I told him you need to do it in Nashville. It's just a much better city to do the debate in. He's like, yeah,
a good forum.
And they did a bunch of he did like 3 or 4. I did a survey. He did like 3 surveys across several media outlets. Fabian Liberty is not here. It is actually chairman of the board. What's up, Anson?
Hey, Grid, how you doing, man?
Dude, you sound wiped. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just I'm well rested. This is what it sounds like when I'm not
okay.
Not insane from lack of sleep.
Yeah, Glenn Lawrence is another one of our judges, and he just appeared, and he can come on up here in a second too. You would like the debate, but I prefer having some time to prepare on the topic beforehand. I don't want to have zero. So this is below me. That's an interesting point, and now I'm going to get distracted. I'm sorry, Aircraft Sparky, that I keep interrupting.
You're fine. You're fine.
This is a Bloodsport debate panel. The format, if you don't know, I guess I should have covered this earlier. The format is harsh. You're not going to like it. You get 1 minute to make an opening statement. Your opponent gets 1 minute to make their opening statement, which is basically stating their position. You get 5 minutes to debate back and forth, and then it's over unless it gets extended, and then you're judged on your performance. So you gotta be brutal.
You got to be flexible, and you got to be kind of informed on everything.
You got to kind of have some, you know, kind of have something going on up there. You know what I mean? So yes, but now below me, while I do not typically, I moderate debates, and I have hosted them on my channel before. I don't do like formal big time debate. Now I've been asked to moderate debates, and I would be willing to do that and set those up. But we have other channels that do that kind of stuff. So,
and I have somehow proven that you don't necessarily have to know what the hell you're arguing about, as long as you can argue it well enough.
All right. Where was I with Sparky? Okay, so I suggested Nashville. I gave a bunch of different locations, the reason why I felt locations would work. And James said, okay, I'm going to put my team on it. And I'm like, okay. Well, that's all debate is below me. Debates are not about facts at all. It's about being able to make your argument. As a matter of fact, I very frequently remind people that it's only about the argument. Somebody could be absolutely wrong, but if they make the better argument, they could win.
Yes, a convincing argument is actually the backbone of debate. It doesn't have to be semantically or even factually correct. It just has to be convincing.
Now, one of the ways to undermine somebody, like if Sparky and I were debating, and we were debating, say, alcoholism, and he said, "Well, it's proof that if you weigh X amount, or you have X amount of body mass, or I don't know how that works, but then you can drink more than somebody that is much, weighs much less than you, and that's why alcohol affects them more, and that's why." I can drink as much as I want, but somebody else can't drink as much as they want. And then I say, prove it. Where's your facts on that? Where's your statistics? And then what he should say is, I can't prove anything. This is a debate. This is blood sport. You're just either going to have to dispute my claim with a more accurate claim, because I'm not going to accept any statistic you give me. I don't have any time to vet it, right? I mean, this is facts are important, but rhetoric, tactics, and being able to actually make a good argument.
Yeah,
is
hey,
far more important.
Steelman, you need to get up here, man. I see you in the chat. You need to get up here and debate too, bro.
He said he had to eat something or something. I guess we caught everybody literally in the middle of dinner.
Well, I my entire day was messed up because I ended up sleeping in the middle of the day for no reason, which I never do. So I got behind on everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, Steelman, come on, finish your soy burger and get up here, bro.
All right. So anyway, the Steelman just joined. Yeah, get that mop put away, okay? Put that mop back in the closet. All right. So when we're talking about it's EOD.
Hey.
So Sparky, so the deal with modern day debate is that they put somebody on it and they still haven't secured a site. I'm not saying I absolutely could have, but I would have made more progress on it because I'm here. I could literally go there and talk to people and all that. And James has his methods. And I don't care. This isn't. I'm not making any money off of this shit. I don't care if I would love DebateCon to be big, like big, but yeah, whatever. I'm not. I don't. It doesn't have to be big for me.
I would like to see DebateCon to be successful, but successful in a way that makes sense. My biggest complaint about modern day debate is the fact that they debate irrelevant shit on the majority, things that are uninteresting.
Yeah, like flat Earth. It's 150th flat Earth debate. Like, give me a fucking break, dude.
I don't want to hear another Islam versus Christianity again, where they
and I think that's a mistake
in the world to debate.
I think that's a mistake that James is making. James literally told me that there are two categories that they have the most views of, and that is the religious debates and the flat Earth and moon landing debates, the hoax debates. Those two categories have more views and more earn them more money than any other debate.
No, I understand.
Which is insane.
That's what draws a lot. But the problem is, he's picking stuff that him and his team, which is a bunch of godless atheists, that they find interesting and they find funny. Flat Earth is a funny thing.
Well, James is not a godless atheist.
Well,
so when you say godless atheist, I'm guessing you just mean someone who's not a rape apologist, right?
I don't know what you
Isn't
mean
that
by
right?
that,
What
but
the
I
fuck
mean,
does that mean?
By the way,
put it together, buddy.
You can't.
Is that a puzzle?
You've got to be really.
I mean,
guys,
Islam, maybe.
Guys, stand by.
What?
You can't.
Oh, your favorite favorite hobby, shifting the blame, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about, my guy.
You've got to duck.
The dude heard a religion and now he's suddenly spurring.
Have you heard of TOS?
I'm listening to
I'm
Grid.
gonna
Be
fucking
quiet.
mute everybody if you don't listen to me. You cannot say the word grape.
Oh, we say grape. I forgot. That's.
Please be aware of
atheists,
TOS.
when atheists, we say grape.
I will bounce you faster than a basketball in a parking lot. Okay.
No, I understand.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Be very well aware of what I mean. I'm not very tolerant in that one aspect. Man, I tolerate a lot of crap. Steelman will tell you. I would listen to him jabber on for fucking hours. But
yeah, and now you're gonna fucking charge to listen to me jabber.
That's right. I gotta get something out.
Let's get some super stickers in the chat. Let's get this party started. We got a bunch of us that are giving our time up here. Let's get Grid something out of this, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are getting to watch a couple gorgeous dogs and stuff. I mean, come on now.
He will not leave me alone. I'm trying to get him to go lay down. He's not going to.
And who's
that dog's like, I want to walk, and I want to walk now.
I have a dog and a cat that are both fighting over me here, so
yeah.
I quit.
Hey, what's up, Bob Almighty? You're welcome to throw $10 down and come up and debate your cheap eggs and peace in Ukraine. I actually would really love to have someone tonight debate whether peace in the Ukraine is even possible.
And whether people still eat eggs anymore in the first place.
I eat eggs. When average debate enjoy, if I get a minute and we aren't too late, check DMs grid. Oh, I can check that right now. What's up? What's up?
Tyler's all right. He's on a red.
Yeah, hey, Tyler, the ADE, the average debate enjoyer. You and your guest are welcome to pop up on the panel. I'm not saying that you're a debate. I mean, you guys could be like, you guys can just come up and chat. The rest of these guys will beat each other up.
Let's get another couple
Tyler
of atheists up here.
Tyler
too.
will get dirty.
We can have a good conversation too.
Tyler will get dirty. He's a filthy atheist, and he is center left.
I beat Tyler in the most polite debate on interventionism versus non-interventionism.
Oh, come on. If he's an atheist, he needs to get up here and debate. I want to hear from an atheist. That's pretty cool. Get up here and debate. What are you waiting for?
How many atheists can we fit on one panel? Steelman, are you atheist?
One is too many.
Actually, I'm a Gnostic.
Agnostic. Prove it to me. That's your
so I'm not an agnostic. I'm actually a Gnostic. I've personally had direct experience with God, and I've personally had God reveal himself to me.
So, like the Egyptians,
I'm involved.
Steelman, we could talk about that. I'm a cognitive Gnostic. I believe that we gain firsthand knowledge and experience of principles without necessarily those leading to theology.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing with you. I'm laughing at you.
Bob Almighty. Hold on. You don't debate MAGAs. They deny facts.
Thank you.
Wait, what? What kind of moron makes that sort of debate? Hey, it's ADE.
Hey, what's up, dog?
What's up, man? What's up?
What's up, Tyler?
Bringing one more. We're bringing in Big Papa Buckaroo as well.
Oh, okay. My African queen. Let's go.
If you guys want a real left winger to debate against instead of some.
I don't know who the hell that is.
She is actually really awesome.
We like her.
I'll vouch for her.
Oh, good, another woman.
Well, I was betting on Tyler to get too fucking stoned to actually make an argument.
Oh, wait, you said
I quit
left
smoking
winger.
last week.
Are we? So we're doing politics tonight then?
No, actually, we can do whatever. Anson Knowles said that he will choose the debates, and he is paid for that right, for at least the first few for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know where my other judges went. I saw Glenn Lawrence in the chat.
So Grid, why do you choose Glenn as a judge? I mean, like last week when he judged, he gives no criteria. He just seems like he's just judging off of his emotions or whimsical basis, and this is one of the
he's judging based off of logical conclusions. He's one of the few people that has actually said, I absolutely do not agree with your position, but you made the better argument.
So okay.
I like Glenn as a judge.
Well, okay, then
we don't always need all that feedback, do we? I mean, it's just taking up more time that we could be duking it out with each other and having fun.
Let's just say I'll concede to all of that. I think in the end, I ultimately think that this judging can appear to be arbitrary at times.
Steelman, hang on. I got to fry somebody in chat. Bob Almighty, are you an idiot? Do you have functional brain cells, sir? Because you assume hold on, stand by. I can fix this. I can what the camera? Because yeah.
I'm pretty sure he is MAGA.
Let me fix this for you.
How many people do you have in terms of room in your panel grid? Is it?
I think I can do 15 people at one time. Let's find out. Cool. Let's find out. So first of all, I don't have a problem with MAGA. I don't have a problem with being called MAGA. I've never really considered myself MAGA, but I mean, in the I believe everything Trump says thing. But I do believe that we all should have reelected that motherfucker.
He believes everything Trump says and supports everything he does.
I do?
From what I've seen. And from what we've talked about.
I don't know.
That's a bold assertion.
It's a bold claim.
Yeah, and as you know, I've claimed that you were part of his cult. You're one of his members.
That's all right.
But anyway,
hold on.
Bob Almighty. Topic on the MAGA iceberg.
Yeah, guys.
If I don't know anything about MAGA, what's the first thing you guys teach me about MAGA?
The first thing is when Grid is talking, don't talk, Steelman. That's the main rule.
He hasn't gotten that one yet. Bob Almighty, you are welcome to join this panel. Pay the $10 admission fee. Come up here and run your moneymaker, just like everybody else. All right. Otherwise, just keep sniping away from chat like an ineffectual child that you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's all introduce ourselves. I am the host, Grid One Motorsports, and I give no fucks. Beth, go ahead. We'll go round robin. Go ahead.
What are you asking me for?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I was half here. I was thinking about something Steelman said that I wanted to friggin' argue with him about. Hi, I'm Beth, 41 from New York. I don't do anything else. I don't have a channel.
Okay. Aircraft Sparky.
Yes. Some people know me as Aircraft Sparky, but these days I like to go by Jason. That's my actual name, my Christian name. The one my mother gave me. I am an American nationalist, constitutional populist. I do entertainment stuff. I like to do comedy, music, things like that. I use a little bit of common sense when I talk about some things, and of course, I like to use some of my opinions to help guide me and others. But I mean, that's about it in a nutshell, and just looking forward to get into it.
Awesome. Excellent. Anson Knowles is one of our judges. He is the chairman of the board, which we actually promoted to Baron of the board last week because he's a monarchist. A chairman can't exist in monarchy, so therefore,
yeah, they can. The king can decree the creation of corporations, and those will have chairman.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
He is one of our judges, and he will be deciding your fates. Speaking of judges, you know who would make a great stand-in judge for Glenn Lawrence?
Non-fun.
No. I was thinking Tyler ADE, but we'll see when he gets back. We'll see. He may want to play. I don't know. We'll find out. Anson Knowles has a channel called Chairman of the Board, and it's a good channel. All right. Next up is the Steel Man, who has gone off camp. There he is. He's back.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. You know, I my philosophies are fringe. I tend not to appeal to the masses and bandwagon, which is why you probably won't see me here for very long.
He basically just said, "I'm gonna lose." That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny.
You want me to go?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
All right, I'm EOD696. Catch me on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. MAGA all the way, baby. Make McCarthyism great again. Let's fuck up some lefties. Let's go. All right.
All right. Next, a duck who spells well. What's up,
Hey,
Doug?
what's going on, everyone? What's going on, Grid? Good to see you again. So y'all might have caught me going toe-to-toe with Grid on Sarah the Raging Tomatoes channel. I have a YouTube channel I'm not promoting, but I am a huge nerd. So I'm into philosophy, political philosophy, sociology, all these kinds of stuff. Maybe non-fawn when he grows up. Cool guy. Anyways, always great to steel man arguments, take a position, that kind of stuff, and excited to get to know everyone today.
All right. Tyler, the ADE.
I'm Tyler, average debate enjoyer. I'm slightly to the right of a Clinton Democrat. I guess I'm taking nuanced takes more in today's day and age, but
that makes you freaking far right by most people's standards.
I know, right? But
He's
right
a lefty.
now, what I'm trying to do is, if you watch Rob Noir and a lot of other people, they think that all left-wingers online are disingenuous liars that won't ever tell you the truth unless you force them to. The whole process of, it's not happening. Okay, it is happening, but it's a good thing, and it's only a little bit over here, so you can ignore it. Okay, it is widespread, but so what? Kind of thing. I don't do any of that shit. So if you want a left winger that's going to bite the bullet, talk to me. I got a Discord full of other honest lefties. One of them I brought with me.
I'm gonna say that Tyler, you the debate that you and I had, you took that drubbing remarkably well.
I had a great fucking time. That's all I'm here for. I don't care.
I've never seen anybody get beat down and be so happy about it. I've just never seen that before.
Hey, it's up. If anyone wants to watch it, you can watch it to come to your own conclusions.
I
did only get a 28%.
There's only one conclusion.
I got 28% in the chat, so I can't fight you on the results.
All right. Go for Palpatine. Fuck. Go for Papa Palpatine. What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Not much. I'm just happy to be here. The link was in the chat, and I was like, okay, fine. Let me try my hand at this. I'm an absolute fucking MAGA chud, but I'm also an objectivist, which means I am an atheist. So, you got one. Somebody said they wanted another atheist, so here I am. But yeah, no, total rand atheist.
Nobody's perfect.
Objectivist. That's pretty much where I come at everything from. I almost never do live debates like that. Almost never. I never do live debates like this. So I thought, why the hell not? I'll try my hand at it. I'm probably going to suck at it. We'll see what happens.
Ugh. A Randian. Ugh.
Good to have you, bro. We're gonna beat for sure.
I knew somebody was going to say that or ugh whenever I said I was into Rand. So that usually happens to me.
I mean, lots of people were in her, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I also expected to the first the first like criticism someone was going to throw at Rand was call her a whore because you people are fucking predictable.
All right, you're sparking our attention now.
We'll get there. Okay. Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
No, but it's a
Big
hell of a
Papa
lot.
I'm gonna be honest. Is there?
Yeah,
do you
it
have
is
a
a
short
lot. It is a
version?
lot. You could just call me Buckaroo.
Okay. Buckaroo. Buckaroo Banzai.
Yes, actually, yes, precisely. I'm a pretty radical lefty. That being said, I care about people. So I care about listening to anybody, no matter what side of the spectrum they're on. It matters to what is policy, if not something meant to make our lives better or to benefit us in some way. Like,
thank God, one rational person on the panel.
So, so yeah, that's where I stand. And thank you,
Shots fired,
Tyler, for bringing me, and thank you to Grid for allowing me to be here.
Could you, while we're moving on a little bit, could you check your mic settings? You were going in and out quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Non-Fawn, welcome to the show, my man.
Yeah.
This is Non-Fawn's first appearance on my show, by the way.
Hey, I joined your regular show one time, I think, but yeah.
Didn't you? I don't remember that, but maybe I don't know. I mean, I've done a lot of shows, so
it was very impactful. Evidently,
yeah.
He doesn't remember.
So, guys, any other contestant that comes up now, Anson's payment has run. He's
well. If somebody like I Killed Earl down in the chat wants to get up here.
Oh yeah, all right. So I'll have to run it. It'll have to be run by me, but this is the end of the freebies, with the possible exception of I Killed Earl. And Non-Fon, go ahead, take it away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, but go ahead.
I was just talking to you. What do you need me to talk about?
Introduce yourself. Who are
Oh,
you?
I'm Non-Fon. I'm a neoliberal dog streamer. Okay. I focus on a decent amount of econ stuff, and I am here to shill for neoliberalism.
Neoliberalism. All right, cool.
So Joe Biden fan. Gotcha.
All right. This is going to be fun. This is going to be great. All right, so I asked for lefties, and I got lefties. Jess White can join just as soon as she's done with her mom stuff, but pretty soon we got to get you up here. All right. So we're going to have just a little bit of chitter chat back and forth. In the meantime, chat, please, if you would, if you want to select the first debate, chat, you got to pay for that. Otherwise, I select it. Anson gets to select the topics. Okay. And by the way, I'm not nice.
Put the moves up, Grid, so they can remember.
Yeah. I'll do that again. Hang on, stand by. I'm not the right screen. So neoliberalism, Non-Fon. Throw that up there. What's up with that?
I don't get a lot of meaning out of the term. People, get more meaning from that identity than I do. When by neoliberalism, essentially that just mean I'm left of center. I voted for Kamala Harris. I like the welfare state. I like, the Federal Reserve. But generally speaking, I'm going to be relatively market oriented. There's going to be things like a wealth tax that I'm going to disagree with the ultra far left, but the, more left-wing people than me on.
The commies. Just call them commies.
Well, there are, the commies I obviously disagree with, but there are even people like Bernie, AOC. I would vote for Bernie or AOC, over Trump like any day. But there are more nuanced things I disagree with them on. So by neoliberal, I basically just mean, I like free markets, but I do, I like some amount of redistribution.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I fully comprehend why you would say you'd vote for Bernie. Like, I'm not even going to argue with that. I get it. Why on God's green earth would you ever willingly vote for AOC? And here's the thing. I'm not even just saying that because
pretty daft.
Because I don't like democratic socialists, and that's what she is. She literally said to herself, she's literally called herself a member of the DSA. So I don't know if she's ever literally been a card carrying member of the DSA, but
yes, she is.
But
she actually is.
Oh, okay. Well, that just makes my point for me. But not just that. Why would you willingly vote for AOC, considering how patently stupid she is? She is not a smart woman. Every single public statement she's ever made was written for her by someone on her staff or her boyfriend.
That's rude.
She cannot keep
also a lot of politicians have speechwriters. Every single president has a team of speechwriters.
I don't think she had a speechwriter, and she was talking about the tippy top of the tax bracket. You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't.
No, you don't have to be at the tippy top of the tax bracket.
Have you watched her when she does her live things on video?
I mean, she's just a dumb person.
I mean, I guess personally, I personally haven't seen what you guys are talking about. I've seen her be pretty relatively competent at answering the questions that people have for her that actually apply to the topic at hand. Somebody can seem dumb, but if they present to have a competent understanding of a situation, it doesn't matter to me what they seem like, because to me, RFK Jr. might seem one way unless I'm actually giving him the time of day that any individual deserves when you're trying to understand what they're saying.
Okay.
Whether she seems dumb doesn't matter.
Okay. Going to a 10,000
news conferences. It's not that hard to prep for those.
No,
you have a pretty good general idea of what they're going to ask.
Going to a $10,000 a plate dinner in a custom-made white dress with the words "Eat the Rich" on it is a patently stupid thing to do that only a moron would think is a good idea.
This is coming from the objectivist. This is coming.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know if I agree. I think
learned from Ayn Rand.
Yeah, I also
I mean,
think
the
like
other thing
something
is the
like
policies that she's actually produced and tried to put towards Congress, like the Green New Deal and the wealth tax that you said you didn't support non-farm, even though you said you would vote for AOC. That's why I
Over
bring up the
Trump.
tippy top, is because she used that exact term in an interview to describe her tax plan. Was that we're only going to tax the tippy top of wealth earners.
Well,
Right?
well, look.
Her,
So
her
hold on,
basic
hold on.
understanding is fundamentally at like a high school level. I mean, she should
well,
go back
do
to
you think she
bartending.
just
She's not a great
described it
politician at all.
inappropriately, or do
She's
you
a
no,
petulant
look. I
child.
don't think it's at all.
Misunderstanding.
So I may disagree with AOC, on the merits of a wealth tax, but I don't disagree fundamentally that we should be taxing the wealthy more than the poor people and middle class.
Wealthy already tax more than the poor people in the middle class.
I understand. I agree with you there. I understand they already pay more. I would just there's
It's not
just reform
enough,
for
damn
taxes
it.
I would make that would probably make it more progressive. But
That makes sense, non-fun. I mean,
look, I don't think
according to their
going,
need, right?
Well, not necessarily, but look, I don't think going to a
Is that
rally and
finance,
tax the
Chairman?
rich dress is a insane thing to do. I think
Eat
I think
the
that's
rich.
an
It said
intelligent.
eat the
That
rich.
political
rich,
economy.
whatever.
I mean,
Great
I guess
job.
I just
Great
don't
job.
care that much about
Great
what
job,
her dress said if it didn't
Look.
like produce policy. I don't know if her
No. I'm
dress
saying it's a
wrote
stupid thing
a
to
single
do.
bill. I don't think her dress did anything except put her in
No, the
like,
dress
other
isn't
Do you know where the
people's
phrase
minds,
"eat
like,
the rich" comes from? It comes from
I do, but I'm just
the Maoist
saying,
communist
like,
revolution
it
in China,
does not produce
when people were
policy
forced to
that
cannibalism in
affects
order to
people.
survive.
And neither does she. She hasn't
You guys-
authored or co-authored a single piece of legislation that's ever passed.
Okay, real quick though, you guys are making non-farm. He said he's a neoliberal. He's more like Reagan's in terms of his economic beliefs than he is AOC. Well, I'm just saying,
No,
by
he's
comparison
not.
between
No, he's
AOC
not.
and Reagan,
Accurate.
you
really
He's
isn't.
accurate
what
representation,
you
though.
guys
It
hold
sounds
on.
like he's
What you
part
guys
of the
are pitching
communism.
him into is neo-Keynesianism, which I am more of a fan of. That
Well,
would be
I'm not
the
trying to
government
pitch it.
subsidies and these things like that. That's more my
Keynesian.
stance.
I'm not trying to say that non-farm believes anything. I'm attacking AOC. I'm not attacking.
Yeah.
AOC.
He and I have had this argument
you're
20
very
times.
stupidly. You're very. Listen for 1 second. Listen, you're very stupidly attacking AOC. AOC represents people on a very broad variety of issues, and not only that, she's in the House representing not just people of New York, but she's representing national legislation packages that are going to be about national security. Have some respect when you're talking about senators instead of electing the shill.
Not even a senator.
She's not a
folks that
senator, dude.
stand there and
She's a
do nothing.
representative. And by the
A
way,
rep. I said House.
All right,
Okay,
guys,
Teddy,
calm down,
Teddy,
calm down.
You're right.
so I
right,
would like to say
ladies
one
and
thing in
gentlemen,
defense of AOC.
ladies and gentlemen, this is fun. This is great. However, we actually have to do a debate show, so let's do that.
Word.
I unfortunately I only have one judge right now, and that is Anson. I can
Agripulopoulos is.
Tyler could.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Tyler can be.
I'm too nice.
A debate judge because he's pretty. He's pretty much sees both sides. I'm hoping Ticky Tack can come back and be. He'll be on in a minute. If you can judge from chat, Ticky Tack, that'd be cool too. But you can pop up whatever you want to do. It's cool, and that gives us 3 judges. Who is picking the first? Since the chat doesn't seem to want to pay to see specific blood, Anson, are you picking the debates or the debaters?
I'll do a little bit of both, I guess, since the chat's not stepping up. Damn you, chat! Y'all need to step up and pay something here. Come on now, what the hell, chat? Where are you at? I mean, come on.
It is a game show. These guys they're trying to earn money here, guys.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I haven't seen your son. They're expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly just want to see non-fawn because I'm a huge non-fawn fan, and since he's the only real diehard commie in the chat, I'll put him against Papa Palpatine, who's the
You can just call me Palpatine. That'd be fine.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that means that you got to go back to the back. And you judges also go to the back too, by the way. I don't leave the judges up. Whoa, why is my
All right, I'll see you in the back, Beth.
Yep, we'll see you guys. You guys will be back soon enough. Chairman, you gotta go. He's gotta go. Beth, you have to go. And then it's just Why did that not work? It's supposed to work. There we go. Just you two. All right. So the rules of the game are you each get 1 minute, which I actually need to pull up my clock. You get 1 minute to state your position. Did Anson give me the debate per se, or are we just talking economics? Hang on, let me bring Anson back because he was Anson. What was the debate topic for
Well,
these?
I didn't select a topic. I just wanted to see two polar opposites debate one another, especially.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, the dynamics.
Gotcha. Okay, so who's so what would you guys like to debate about? I know Non-Fon would love to debate tariffs. His favorite thing in the world.
I mean, I'll do my best. I mean,
Is there something else that you would like to debate?
I'm down for anything, really. Like I said, I'm just trying my hand at this. I can debate tariffs because I assume you're anti the Trump tariffs because I am pro the tariffs.
Yeah, I'm anti most tariffs, but yeah, especially Trump.
How about why don't you guys do? Let me take you out of both of your comfort zones. Oh no, Anson one's political. Because I was going to go with something else. Okay, all right. Man, I really don't. All right, whatever. We can do tariffs. It's fine. All right.
Heard one over here. I don't want to do tariffs.
I've heard. I can probably make Non-Fon's tariff argument better than he can at this point. I'm just saying.
Well, I've never even heard of him, so it's just like, and that's
Oh
not a
yeah. Well,
shot
this
at-
will be
that's not a shot
good
at him.
for you.
So you know,
Anson, go to the back. All right, you get 1 minute. State your position each side. At the end of the minute, I'm going to give you a warning at 10 seconds. If you're lucky, I'll remember to do that. And then you have to end once both of you had your 1 minute. Then you get 5 minutes on the clock, unless somebody extends it. Which chat, you should be extending this one. It's going to be good. It's going to be a lot of information. All right, ready? Non-Fon, you go first. Tell me when you're ready to start.
All right, I'm ready.
Good, go.
Okay, I mean, I think on the broadest level, there are benefits when it comes to trade. There are benefits from exchange, there are benefits from specialization, and there are benefits from economies of scale. I think, those are reasons why trade is on the macro level beneficial, and tariffs obviously restrict a country's ability to benefit from trade in those ways. I think the goals of Trump tariffs are seemingly, they're contradictory all the time. Like sometimes he's saying he wants to raise a fuck ton of revenue. Sometimes he's saying he wants to bring manufacturing back. Sometimes they're negotiation tools. If one of those things are true for at least any individual tariff, the other two kind of have to be false. For example, if a tariff raises a lot of revenue, that implies people are continuing to buy foreign goods and not actually buying domestic goods to bring manufacturing back. And I think people kind of just broadly exaggerate the extent to which manufacturing is responsible for, or trade is responsible for the decline in manufacturing employment. And I think there's a big opportunity cost to trying to bring manufacturing back. I'm good. That's my, yep.
All right. All right. So, whoops. Yep. You ready?
Yep.
Go with it.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. I'm kidding, of course. No, I literally agree with the exact opposite. I think that Trump laid out all three of these, all three of the things you said, that they're negotiating tools, they're going to bolster manufacturing, and they're going to generate revenue. And I think they're going to do all three. I don't think I have time to go into all three, but I can specifically go into the negotiation tools, because over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a bunch of our allies and some of our enemy nations all willing to come to the table. They all flinched. He said, I'm going to tariff all of you. And then they all flinched. I just covered this morning on my own podcast that China is coming to the table to renegotiate our trade deal with them. And I don't, same thing. Israel took their tariffs off of our imports going into their country. Same thing. Like, it's
10 seconds.
I yield the balance of my time.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna hopefully everybody followed that, because you guys can speak really fast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Debate.
Right. So I don't deny that Trump has said that all three of those goals are what he's trying to do. My issue is that those goals are contradictory, right? Like a tariff does not raise any revenue if it never gets implemented and it's never used for negotiation. Certainly, it can't be a long-term source of revenue that's going to replace income tax if they're only in place for a short amount of time while we try to negotiate with China or negotiate with Canada.
Well, sure, but like they have like the other thing, they bring back manufacturing. What is it? Kia and what's the other Korean car manufacturer? Kia and
well, I'm not sure,
like
but like I understand there may
Hyundai.
be there
Well,
may
no,
be
they've already committed to building new factories in the United States, and this came after the tariffs were announced.
Sure, so I'm sure that there are specific companies that have invested in the U.S. because of the tariffs. That's not super surprising to me because tariffs shift resources from unprotected sectors towards protected sectors. You just have to. I would just ask you to acknowledge that there is a cost to unprotected sectors. But secondly, we have to think about things in aggregate, right? So some manufacturers were helped by tariffs. Some manufacturers are also probably hurt because, for example, we're tariffing all the intermediate goods that they import to produce their products. That's why if you look at surveys from the New York Fed, the Philadelphia Fed, and Dallas Fed, all of them show that these manufacturers expect to be hurt by tariffs. They do not expect to be helped by them.
Well, I mean, we kind of like, at least from the MAGA perspective, we kind of already knew that this was going to hurt in the short term. Like nobody, like when the stock market dipped after the tariffs were signed in, after the tariff EO was signed into law. Like we all knew that was coming. Like we all knew that it was going to hurt the stock market a little bit. We all knew that like it was going to hurt a little bit. Like this reminds me of like Ron Paul's economic plan for his 2012 presidential campaign. He laid out this huge, like massive cuts to everything and huge like reduction in taxes, income taxes, all these things. And a bunch of economists said that like, oh no, this is going to destroy the economy. It's going to ruin a bunch of lives. It's going to hurt jobs, all this stuff. And Ron Paul was like, yeah. He just told the truth. He's like,
so
yes, in the short term, it was going to hurt, but in the long term, it would, the economy would bounce back. And I would argue that
absolutely willing to engage with the point that this is a short-term pain for long-term gain. But one, we wouldn't expect, these manufacturers to, these surveys are going like 6 months out. I understand that it might not be long-term in your definition, but look, we would, if this was to be a long-term gain, we would at least expect some signs of these manufacturing companies where, their stocks would be going up because there would be investors saying, 2 years from now, this stock is going to be at a really good place because manufacturing has been brought back and these companies are successful now. But again, from a basic model will show you that like it's quite plausible, it's logical that when you tariff intermediate goods that these companies use to make their products, they will be hurt by that. They will be harmed by that. And short-term pain never goes away. Even if they buy domestic products, those are going to be more expensive than the products that are made overseas, right? But I think like literally, everywhere that you look, protectionism has absolutely failed to deliver on its promises. Look at studies from Spain. Spain had tariffs for 20 years. They just kept Spain poor for 20 years. Argentina fell out of the ranks of being one of the rich nations because because of the fact that they had these tariffs. The IMF did a study over a 50-year period, and it found, guess what? Tariffs reduce employment. They reduce output. They decrease wages. They do these horrible, horrible things. There absolutely is no utopia on the other side of this. On the other side of this dip, it's pain. It's short-term pain for more pain later. I would ask, is there any evidence that you have, like a paper or like a model that would suggest that this is going to be some great long-term gain?
1 minute.
Well, I asked that, like, if tariffs are so bad, how come every other country in the world uses them? Now, granted, you'll say that a lot of those countries have. Hold on. We'll say that all these other countries they're worse off than us economically, which fine. But fine. Here's two things. If Trump's idea for tariffs was so bad, how come the economy under him in his first term was so good, and how come whenever Biden took office, he did not get rid of any of Trump's tariffs?
So notice how there was no actual engagement there. He simply just deflected to another point, which is, if tariffs are so bad, why do other countries have them? There's an entire subfield of economics called public choice economics, which tries to calculate.
No, I
like,
gave
why
you
do
something.
countries-
I told you
why do
Trump's first
countries-
term, he
why
used
do
tariffs
countries-
and
I
the
will-
economy was
I will
fine.
respond to that as well in a second. But that's still not engagement with my actual point. You have no evidence. You're just citing, well, the economy was good under Trump the first term. Causal inference. That's not good causal inference, bro. That's not how causality works.
You didn't give me any evidence. I literally told you a period in time where tariffs were in place and the economy was better.
I cited 3.
You gave me
papers at you,
hypothetical
buddy.
models,
But-
dog. I gave you a real world
Regardless.
fucking example.
That is time. Stand by while I bring everyone else back up.
Good job. I
This was a
probably
good
lost.
one. This was good. That is everybody. Of course, it's not really arranged the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. All right. Are the judges ready to render an opinion? Where's my
Yeah,
judge?
if you could hear me all right.
I can hear you.
All right, sweet. So I think this particular topic is difficult because I think from both sides, you were talking past each other because I don't even think both of you even agree on what exactly is better for the country when it comes to the objective behind tariffs. So pretty much, I would say it's more of a critique on Papa Palpatine because he really didn't substantiate like what is the overall goal behind the tariffs as to what we want to see as an objective, and has kind of accepted Non-Fon's claim as to what is objectively better, which is look at the metrics, bro. And I feel like Non-Fon had a better control over the entire argument as well, even though he was filibustering a lot. So I'm going to have to get my vote to Non-Fon as the winner.
Yeah, that was actually really hard for me because I dislike Non-Fon so much. But I counted up, and Palpatine, you had a really good opening argument, and you started really, really strong by basically calling his entire argument bullshit, which is a really good power, it's a really good power move in a blood sport debate, right? And then you actually went into an argument. Non-Fon made a very reasonable argument, and he effectively retorted several times with pointing out your inconsistencies, Palpatine. He did, however, make one mistake. That was really the only mistake between the two of y'all, which was conceding the entire point that you were making, which is that it's a negotiation tool by agreeing that there's short-term pain for long-term gain using the strategy that Trump is using, which is the entire force of your argument, Palpatine. But based on the point scoring alone, Non-Fon really only won by 1 point. And you were really close to losing it again by conceding again, Non-Fon. So Non-Fon, you won.
And Tyler, do you have any? I mean,
I got
2 votes is enough to win. But
So Senator Palpatine, it's not about losing; it's about understanding why, if you did lose, and growing from it. So your opening again, Chairman said a lot of things I agree with. Is you had the stronger opening of the two. The thing is, Non-Fon with his contradiction argument, you never addressed it. You just doubled down on the statements that Trump made that backed your point and ignored all the other ones. He is right. You cannot have tariffs long term doing X and then also have tariffs short term doing Y. That's self-contradictory. I just didn't hear a proper addressing for that. Also, when Non-Fon was talking about the cost of goods going up, what you needed to counter with there was it's an equation. Cost of goods go up, yes, but if wages go up at a higher rate, it doesn't matter. It will cause inflation, but it does even out, and that was an argument we saw under Biden as well. I will say Non-Fon had a fantastic debate partner on this topic, probably a dozen times, me, so I think he is just a little bit more prepared, even though I hate his argument here. I have to give it to him because he just hit more of your points better than you hit his.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, by the end of it, I knew I was like, okay, I got cooked.
You didn't get cooked. You did fine.
Yeah,
you just got to focus a little better.
Look, Non-Fon has made this debate every night for the past 3 months.
Yeah,
he's not good at it. He sucks at life.
I generally talk to people who agree with me about it, so I almost never have to debate it.
Wait, we need a move for this judge to recuse himself if he was partners with this guy.
No, I'm pro
debated against him.
Yeah, I'm pro tariff.
People said they hated me.
He debated against
me. All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
I just debated against him horribly.
Who are you to say that someone needs to be removed still, man? You ain't got no authority.
Yeah, it's my.
Well, I would motion
Um,
for the democracy to move.
Palpatine, say your final words, man, and it was great to have you. If somebody revives you, pays some money for you to come back up, you're welcome to. You're good. You know, this isn't really your format, and it shows, but you could be good at it. You came out with a strong open. I'm going to give my critique. You did have the strong opening. You let him go way too long in the middle. You should have said, "Hey,
Yeah.
stop! You can't prove any of that nonsense."
I'm too polite. I'm too nice.
Yeah, you just have to be a little bit more into it. But you did well. You're
Thank
certainly certainly welcome to come back if someone revives you. If not, hey man, you had fun, right?
Oh yeah, this was fun.
All right, hang out in the chat and we'll and heckle non-fawn the rest of the night. That
will do.
All right.
That Cam the King's doing TOS stuff in the chat again.
Is he
Ray.
really?
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of it. But I mean,
Yeah,
it
send me
was
that.
directed at non-fawn this time.
Yeah, send
It was,
me
it
that
was,
one.
it was pretty hilarious though. But
It's pretty hilarious, but okay. Yeah, send it to me. What we got here? All right. Hang on. I gotta find him on my list. I thought he was Palpatine. You can leave, or I can.
Oh yeah, I can go. I'll take it. I know where I'm not wanted. No, thanks. I'll stick around.
Yeah, stick around. Heckle from the sidelines. That's the best thing.
Will do.
All right.
Take it easy.
Cam, stop with the TOS stuff. If in fact you are doing TOS stuff, please stop doing that. It is my show, after all. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you guys. Who's next? Throw your money down. In the meantime, let's chat, shall we? Non-Fun, what do you think about the fact that manufacturing says manufacturing? Now, I'm not talking about stocks specifically, but manufacturing seems to be increasing. I believe the last report I read a couple of days, a week ago, I guess, was about 35% increase in manufacturing in the United States. Plus, in Q1, the Treasury reports that we spent $2 billion less than anticipated, and they're already saying that we're going to spend 53, I believe, billion less in Q2, which is great.
Do I have to be 18 to listen to this Trump cucking?
True.
I don't know. I don't know what he was saying, but anyway, I'm just curious where you're at on that. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what metric you're citing specifically for the 35% increase in manufacturing, but I would say in aggregate, there are reasons to believe that manufacturing employment and maybe even output would be harmed, even if some manufacturers in certain sectors are helped by it. But like it could, I can imagine a world in which these tariffs help manufacturing in the long term. I think it's unlikely, but I could imagine that.
Well, I think that we can't have long-term tariffs. I think it's a bad idea. I mean, let me rephrase. We can't have punitive long-term tariffs. We need long-term tariffs, and very tactical ones. But punitive long-term tariffs, which is what we have right now, are punitive short-term tariffs, and I think that those are working. As a matter of fact, one of the businesses that I was going to buy.
Oxcaxo donated $40. Adverse.
Hey, someone tap on Grid's head 3 times. See if you can turn him back on.
Stand by.
We heard that.
There was a TTS that came through. That's why I quit speaking, because you guys can't hear it, but if you were on YouTube, you would hear it.
Can I
Why
butt
did
in?
it? Oh, because it came in through. Never mind. It came in through. Hang on, I gotta go over here.
Can I offer something a little different on this subject? Something that I haven't heard anyone ever address in this topic.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh, what's that?
So during the it's mostly because most of the people who delve in this, such as non-fawn, are one-dimensional thinkers. Has anyone ever considered the fact that manufacturing in America has dropped to the point that during the COVID pandemic, we actually saw that things like masks we could not get because they were being held back by China. Okay, and one of the actual things that is great about the short-term tariffs, which by the way, non-fun, all the other countries in the world have tariffs on everything coming from the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
This is helping incentivize bringing manufacturing back to America. Point one. Point two is not only does the rest of the world do tariffs on us, but we also happen to have the single largest consumer base in the fucking world. And in order to gain access to said customer base, paying a tariff is a good way to do this. And I just, it really bothers me when I see people who claim to have talent and knowledge to sit there and basically just ignore.
They dismiss the
actual
guys. Before we get too deep into this one, Kissy Cat has paid 1v1 between EOD and Duck. Anson is paid to pick the debate, so we will come up with a topic here in a minute, or a prompt. One thing I'm going to say, I want to finish what I was kind of trying to say to Nonfon before that came in. I was actually just trying to in the process of negotiating to buy a company here in my hometown that does injection molding, and they're actually probably going to be bought by a Chinese company so that they can produce things here. It's actually going to be cheaper for them to produce things here than produce them in China and send them over here. The fact is, we've always had the ability to make the cheap widgets that Americans want and apparently need, but you can't get there here, I guess. And now, Beth V. No, hold on.
Agrilepolis donated $50. Super
Next,
chat.
that's the next one. That's next one. You guys can prepare for that off stage. Right now, I need EOD and Duck.
What are we debating? Who has the better beer?
I don't know. They did not give me a prompt. So you go to the back. You go to the back.
Tariffs suck. Tariffs aren't helping anybody.
You go to the back.
Except maybe fucking Trump and his friends. Fuck tariffs.
No.
You go to the
what
back.
the fuck does Trump manufacture?
Tyler goes to the back.
Not a damn thing.
Duck, you don't go to the back. EOD, you don't go to the back. Steelman, you go to the back. Chairman, you go to the back. Whoops.
We still don't know what our topic is. He's supposed to pick the topic.
Oh yeah, I'll bring him back in a second. He is supposed to. He's supposed to help at least. So I don't know how helpful he is though. He's been kind of hit or miss tonight. I don't know what's up with him.
I don't know, Doug. What do you want to fucking debate about?
All right, Anson.
Let's debate Rousseau's position on the social self constructing and being internally confined to the general will, in some sense, upholding democracy through this inner struggle that only becomes real when it's externalized through the democratic process.
That sounds really way too stuffed shirt and fucking boring as shit. I don't think it's gonna go well for the audience.
Yeah. No, that sucks. How about I use one of my credits and pick the damn topic?
I told you.
So is a girl with a nose ring an automatic red flag?
Yes.
Y'all agree with that?
Red flag.
Let me modify that. Is a red flag, and I don't care what you call it. You know what people call a red flag. Is a red flag a reason? I mean, a legit reason to just not even talk to a girl?
Well, what? I can fix her. You think you can fix a woman? I don't think it's worth it, man. Happiness is too important.
Hey, say that, buddy. Let's
You want to get with somebody who's going to be compatible with you. Someone with a nose ring has some internal identity issues they need to resolve. You know what I'm saying? So,
you disagree with that?
I think for young people, if there's a red flag, back out of the situation. If you're generating red flags with chauvinistic, this pseudo sort of, look maxing,
how many red
sort of ideology, then it doesn't matter. You're gonna get back exactly what you put into it. I don't think a nose ring is a red flag. I don't think someone not being super intelligent isn't a red flag or outwardly intelligent. I don't know that someone, having a job, not having a job, any of this stuff is red flags. Yeah.
So you'd go pick up a hobo woman off the street.
How many red
if
flags
she
before
was
you are
personable
just
to
not
you?
interested? 3, 4, 5. So if you
I mean,
take horse girl,
Hey,
nurse,
I'm in the debate here. Am I debating or are you
divorce.
debating?
I'm just yeah. I mean, yeah,
I think we got something. I'm going to drop down, Grid. Drop me down.
All
Bud.
right. I'm curious. What?
Where do you draw the line? That's what I'm getting at. Like, are you going to pick up a hobo woman off the street simply because she's personable? Is that something that would be okay for you?
I think we got something here.
I mean, I think that if you're reasoning through it, I think if you see, someone who's homeless or whatever, a hobo chick, and you're like, well, I have all these things I'm not letting go of, then I don't know if that's taking it too literally, but I would say that intuition is there's a reason why you wouldn't date someone with that different of a lifestyle.
Maybe this is too varied. How about Hegseth does not deserve the criticism that he's getting?
Oh no, certainly not. Certainly not. There's been 10,000 worse fucking controversies come out of the Biden administration than anything that's come out of this administration. It's just the leftist media grasping at straws, trying to find something to pin on somebody, and they got a disgruntled employee that Hegseth had to get rid of because he wasn't doing his fucking job the right way. And this guy is spreading lies. We've never seen any corroboration. We haven't seen any of these text messages. The stuff that we have seen doesn't break any protocol or release any classified information. It's all complete bullshit.
Sorry.
So,
where are you at on this?
So this might be a good debate. Alexander Hamilton outlined in Federalist 8 the function of a standing army, specifically in the United States of America. Pete Hegseth, I think the way he conducts himself publicly, the way he aligns with political messaging, he's a danger to our country. In the sense that he's not supporting the Constitution. Pete Hegseth is a weak
hold on.
leader.
In what way is Hegseth not supporting the Constitution?
This is the debate.
I'm very
Calm
confused
down.
by that.
Stop. Anson, you're gone. Bye. See ya. Okay. All right. Let's go. All right. So 1 minute. Oh wait, I gotta.
Well, we kind of did our opening statements, I think. Can't hear you good.
I didn't do my opening statement.
I feel like that's what that was just now, but
I want to hear more of you, EOD.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
I can't. We can't hear you. Grid.
I'm gonna wait for Grid, Daddy Grid.
Are we supposed to hear him? Because I can't hear him. It's like his mic cut out or something.
Yeah, tap him on the head 3 times.
Yeah, ticky tack. Is that it?
Grid, wiggle your nose. See if it.
He's aware. He's trying to fix it.
Arms, fingers, make sure everything's in place.
I have a little switch. Sometimes I forget that it's off. Is your switch off?
No. So EOD, while we're waiting, how do you keep your beard so
Test. Shampoo and a comb, man. All it takes is a comb.
Test. Wait, what the fuck?
You could probably use a brush, which is as long as that thing is.
Yes.
I think personally, I would need a
You can hear me?
versus anything else.
All right, you guys ready to do your opening statements?
Yeah, sure.
All right, who took the affirmative?
Well, what's the prompt? I'm for
Does
Hegseth
deserve the criticism that he's getting?
Okay, I'm in the.
I said yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Duck, get ready. You have 1 minute. And
okay, so I don't remember the exact wording of Federalist 8, but Alexander Hamilton said that a standing army more or less needs to have almost this awkward affinity towards the population as well as the government. And in a place like the United States, where we don't have to worry about invasions, the most important thing that a person can look at, either as a citizen or as a member of the military, is they see their government not conducting these radical politics. They look at their government. It's not like this far away sort of like Looney Tune lands thing that seems like it's a threat to actual autonomy and sovereignty and the freedom and rights of the citizenry. Pete Hegseth has aligned himself with an administration who's shown they're willing to bend the law. They've shown they're willing to get behind candidates who support not even populism, but a radical form of madness. I can't imagine a soldier in the military supporting that.
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So here's the reality of the situation is that the leftist media is grasping at straws. They can't find anything. None of these allegations against Hegseth have really been corroborated. We haven't seen what he sent through Signalgate 2.0. What we did see of the Atlantic article that got published is that he didn't reveal any classified information. None of that was sensitive information in any significant way, to any significant degree. The controversies surrounding this administration are drummed up nothing burgers 10-1 to Biden's complete fucking fiascos. It's unreal that anyone could even try to compare this to the Sam Brinton controversy, for instance, or the naked titties out on the White House lawn, or the Afghanistan pullout that was one of the worst military debacles in my lifetime.
10 seconds.
So to call Hegseth, some kind of piece of shit is just a complete fucking fallacy, and there's nothing to corroborate it. It's complete trash.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock. If the chat votes for more, you get more. If not, 5 minutes, it's judgment day.
Okay, so
all right. So one thing I have
sounds
to say
like
back
you're
to
trying to
right
conflate.
away. No.
They're trying to conflate the actions of the Trump
One at a
administration with
time.
Pete Hegseth, is what it sounds like to me. And so because Hegseth has aligned himself with Trump, he's somehow guilty by association. I mean, that's a complete bullshit argument, man. So I mean, in what way is Hegseth actually acting against the
reason
Constitution?
This isn't true because you want me to look at these sort of newspaper headlines. Some of those might be really damaging. And I won't even have to bring in the fact of the seriousness of the allegations against Pete Hegseth and the nature
That's
of those.
because you can't defend it. It's undefensible.
That's not nearly as important as looking at the overall trajectory where you have Donald Trump calling judges communists, traitors, calling them un-American. You have Donald Trump basically he's trying to trample on democracy.
Activist judges overstepping their authority is communist authoritarian horseshit. It shouldn't be happening.
No, I don't agree. So, if Donald Trump is a commander in chief, he's required to be both a commander in chief as well as the head of the executive for all the administrative functions of the United States. So the fact that he feels that he can put on spikes, he can put on his spiky heels, and buddy guy, we're going to talk about Trump because you brought it up. And so if Donald Trump feels like he can put on his spiky heels and walk all over the United States Army, Pete Hegseth has to deal with that. Now, when I read the founding documents of the United States, and I imagine what I know about psychology, what I know about people, I can't imagine that people think Pete Hegseth, this guy that can't even stay out of the newspaper, is somehow overcoming everything that Donald Trump is doing wrong.
You know what's hilarious is that the accomplishments of Pete Hegseth and the ways that he's reformed the DOD and reshaped the Pentagon and gotten everybody back to the matter of business of the military instead of worrying about woke fucking garbage like General Milley wanted to fucking talk about all the time, and how he's a inconsummate suppressor and that he needs to recognize his whiteness. Pete Hegseth is bringing us back to what the military ought to be focused on, and those things are not getting covered in the media at all in any way whatsoever. The only reason the media wants to talk about Hegseth is to try to dunk on him with bullshit, unfounded allegations of complete hogwash that have no evidence to back them up in any way whatsoever. Nothing Hegseth has done is wrong, and I commend Trump for standing next to him. I commend Hegseth for standing next to Trump. They my boys. I dig them. I'm also an Air Force veteran, so this is coming from somebody who would have been directly affected by Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon and the policies therein of the administration. And I can say right now that if I was still in, I'd be proud to have Hegseth as our SecDef. Man.
Okay, so
it's awesome. He's a Purple Heart winner. He's a veteran. He's had experience in the field. He's been wounded wounded in battle.
Absolutely
That's more
not.
than most of our sec defs can.
No,
can
you
say.
need to hang on. You need to hang
Other
on to
than
all that, and you also need to lie to yourself and say that Pete Hegseth didn't.
I'm lying to myself. I'm bringing up
grab it by
facts,
the
bro. You're over
balls.
here
Grab it by the
conjecturing
balls
and trying
that
to shift the argument towards
we
Trump.
get rid of the trans folks. People don't remember that we fought legally to include people of LGBT identity in the military in the first place. People don't remember this.
Okay, so
that while the United States was in Iraq,
you talked about Federalist Paper number 8 or 18, was it? That Alexander Hamilton talked about the purpose of the standing army. Is the purpose of the standing army to fund without prejudice all medical bills for any soldier or any warrior within the military, regardless of what branch?
No, effectively sitting on your thumb most of the time. But if you're not learning while you're doing that,
is that
what
what you think the military does? Is sit on their thumb most of the time? 12 hours a day. I ran around like a chicken with my head cut off, working the fucking laboratory alone because I had to do it in the field alone in order to know how to do that in a deployed situation. That's not
1 minute.
On fucking thumb. Okay, we train.
No, I should look up to you for that.
Constantly. That's what the military does in peacetime. Is we train. There's also peacekeeping actions all over the world that happen constantly, which a lot of which we probably shouldn't be involved in. And who better to try to bring us out of that than the president who promises us no war? I don't know about this Houthi shit. That's something you could honestly criticize Trump over, but you're not going there. You just want to say he's against the Constitution.
You need to think about Randy Weaver.
Trample on the military with his spiked high heels.
Cartel nonsense is all a bunch of BS. The fact that you're not respecting the sovereignty of the states domestically or abroad shows me that Pete Hegseth is not just
20 seconds.
active duty service members, but he's also so much so he's led veterans to believe that this MAGA nonsense is somehow keeping our country safer, and that isn't actually true.
I'll let him have the last word. We can close it there.
No, thank you for your
that
service.
is time, ladies and gentlemen.
It was my honor.
That is time. And there we are. We're all back. Welcome back, everyone. Have a good nap.
Yeah, good to be back.
Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you for serving the corporations and the false flags.
Everybody get their 5-minute power nap in. Buckaroo looks like got a good power nap going. All right. Okay. Good deal. Judges, let's start with Tyler. Where are you on this?
All right. Well, just in the context of the debate, I'm keeping it. Leaving my personal preferences out of it. I'm keeping it in the context of the debate. The question was about Hegseth. And Duck, I'm sorry to say this, man, but you kind of missed the ball on that. Like, if you're going after Hegseth for not standing up to Trump, all Trump has to do is he's not doing the job I hired him for, and fire him if he stands up to him. Like, there's your argument in terms of the context of this vacuum of the debate just didn't offer me any counter arguments to what Duck was saying, even though I disagree, or I'm sorry, EOD was saying, even though I disagree, I think these leaks kind of show his incompetence and show his lack of, at least boomer moments are showing this lack of inability to get the right people in the right places to set up for him. There are a lot of good arguments he offered for Pete Hegseth that you just said, I ideologically disagree with these, and didn't give me anything besides these are my personal feelings. I needed more. I need you to show me the military would be more lethal if you didn't leave these people in. But even that is a secondary argument from the point, because he's Trump's employee. Trump could just fire him. So I just don't think you hit the mark is all. You did a good job with what you were arguing. I just don't think it was the prompt.
All right, I respect that. Thank you.
Anson Knowles.
Yeah, that was super close. It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. It really the opening arguments, I think, and Duck, you had a super strong close with pointing out Trump's misleading narrative. I thought that was a compelling argument, but your opening argument based on Trump supporting Trump as madness, you didn't really provide much support for it, but it was a good fallacious, slippery slope style argument, and I really appreciated that EOD didn't really call you out on it. The argument that EOD made, it was a propaganda-based argument that all of the opposition to Hegseth is just drummed up political propaganda, and he supported it with examples, and he also attacked your argument in his opening, so he got several points. But overall, EOD won by 1 point based on my scoring, so that was super close, Duck. Like that was really good argumentation you did.
And I mean that seals it. But ticky tack, let's hear your
Ambien.
Honestly, I don't even know what the fuck to say. Duck, I really think you're a freaking idiot. I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I don't respect that.
It's like
I don't respect that.
well, that's fine.
No,
You, yeah, fine
I
if you
appreciate
don't.
the
We'll
other
keep on
two
the
opinions,
headset.
but I don't know. Frickin' what's his face didn't cite any sources. Sorry, I got a notification. He didn't cite one single source. And so while I love talking to EOD, my favorite thing
on conspiratorial tirades.
We have 5 minutes to debate. You don't have time to verify my sources. It's not even worth it for me to bring them up. But you can look at the Atlantic article at the messages that the dude fucking leaked. They weren't. That's not sensitive information.
All right, my vote is DOD.
Okay. All right. So, Duck. Sorry. Hopefully, somebody will bring you back, man. Hang out in the chat. Do whatever it is you do, and we will. It was fun to have you. I'm going to give my opinion now. The judges spoke. In my opinion, listening to that, and kind of having to separate you two at one point because you're talking over each other. Duck, I think you had made a very esoteric argument that had nothing to do with Hegseth's ability to do his job. We were talking about Hegseth's ability to do his job, and the only person that actually argued that was EOD. He mentioned the signal. He mentioned the controversies. He mentioned his military service. He actually did all of that. And you gave a really good and look, I understand Anson appreciates an esoteric argument way more than most people. But making the esoteric argument that he should stand up to Trump doesn't do much. It doesn't do much. It doesn't move the needle. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a great argument in another format. So does anybody else want to give him feedback while we're here? Because I feel bad.
Yeah. No. You did a good argument. You just weren't on the right prompt for the small contained debate. Like, it wasn't bad points you were listing out. It's just how the only way to tie it to Hegseth is Hegseth should be standing up to him, and all Trump has to say at that point is you're fired, and that's the end of it. Like, you're basically saying Hegseth needs to surrender his job and career for nothing, and it doesn't
his mindset for sure, as well as
But the deal is, you don't know his mindset. Okay, he's barely given any interviews talking about exactly what's going on and things like that. And as someone who worked for the DOD, this isn't reactive. This is an analysis.
Hey, guys, I don't want to back and forth. I just asked if anybody else on the panel. I thought maybe Non-Fon would have something to say because I'm sure he's looked into.
I don't know. I mean, I think
you have another leftist over here. Buckaroo might give you some input.
Maybe if you were more discreet with your argument, you've just you've got a lot of argument. Still,
are you using the right mic?
Yeah, make sure your mouth is close to your mic there, my African queen.
Is it any better now?
Oh, it's much better, yes.
Okay, I'll just do this. I understand the vibe of the argument that you're going for, but you need to focus more closely on the main topic because, you can still make an argument for why maybe you don't like the people that Trump has brought on board. But you want to focus in a lot more closely, especially the less time you have to talk, the more direct you want everything to be influencing one another.
But this is going under the argument that I actually said, not to criticize you, but
I understand, but again, that's why I'm saying it just doesn't work for the people that are listening. If they only get 5 minutes, it's just not enough time to build this massive framework. Where, this argument that you're making, sense. I think we'd be better in maybe a 2-hour debate. Something where you can really break down. And has a more macro focus.
Buckaroo, give me 1 second. Cam, you gotta calm the fuck down, dude. Cam the King, you're a good dude. I know you are, but I don't know why you're so salty tonight. But you have, if you didn't actually break TOS, you got so close. They saw your face through the other side. So back the fuck off, okay? This is my show. I don't want to kick you, but you cannot get near TOS on my show. I have zero sense of humor about it. I will laugh about a lot. fucking everything except that. Don't fuck with it. Okay? I'm sorry, Buckaroo. Just
It's all right.
gotta stop that shit.
I got what I needed out.
Yeah, no, I just felt I did struggle against EOD a little bit to find the edge of my argument, and so I think next time being a little bit sharper is going to be something that's important for me.
Well, no hard feelings, man. I enjoy kicking your ass.
Yeah, next time I'll have to remember that one for sure. Definitely. Take care. Thanks so much.
Hey, Duck, I want you to do better, man. You're a really bright guy. You're just a little too esoteric. You're too. You need to condense down, man. I want you to do better.
To a T. Yeah. I'll study up and I'll come back next time better and stronger than ever.
Well, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back tonight.
Comb the beard too. That might help.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Hey man, if I hear you thank somebody for their service one more time, I'll puke though.
Yeah. Okay.
I still don't get an answer.
versus
I don't know
Steel
what
Man.
It's the right hand.
Yeah,
that's because nobody.
See you, Duck. You got to go. Bye. I don't want to kick you, but I will. Beth versus Steel Man. The rest of you lot back in the back. Oh wait, I gotta have. I'll get him back up here in a second. All right.
Hello,
Who
Beth.
is getting the time? I'm gonna bring Chairman back up. And what are we debating about?
Oh, go ahead, Chairman. Sorry.
Topic is up to Anson. So
Yeah. So what I'm really curious about is I guess I'm not really curious about much of anything. I'm gonna let you decide this one, Grid. I don't want to pick it. I'm not gonna use.
You don't want to pick it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna use my credits on this.
Can I make a suggestion?
What
Let's
you
hear it,
guys
Beth.
know that you disagree about?
Well, I like Trump. He said he voted Kamala, and I think we
No,
can
no.
argue that one out pretty good.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. That's a misunderstanding. I mean, I didn't vote for Kamala or Trump. I actually support what George Washington said, which was that the whole two-faction system is a one-party charade, and both parties are the fucking problem. Pardon
So
my
you
French.
didn't vote?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's actually a great topic. Does your vote fucking matter? Did I stun everyone? I didn't mean to.
I would say I would definitely argue no more easily than I would argue yes. And by the way, it's good to see you, Beth, and Chairman all together, and Grid all together here.
Check my phone. Oh, sorry, I gotta check my phone. Give me a second. Please stand by for an urgent update.
I figure if I'm going to lose to anyone,
I can't do that. I can't do that. It's funny though. It's funny. Okay.
Oh,
so
I got one. I got one. Bathtub or hot tub for intimacy? Which one's better?
I don't know if we're going to get much of a good debate out of that one, huh?
Bathtub,
I don't know.
Hot tub. Well, I mean, hot tub's bigger, right? So
Yeah, I would go. I don't know, Beth. What do you think? Should we try out the hot tub and see if that?
all right,
one
hold on.
works
Let me reel you guys back. Is plying women with drugs or alcohol, or if is using drugs or alcohol to gain sexual access wrong?
yes.
I know you've gotten a man drunk before, Beth. I know you have.
Well, you can't. I think you kind of got to have like one or the other, because some alcohol is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you start talking drugs, that gets out of hand a lot.
Oh, so alcohol's not a drug, right? So your drug of choice isn't a drug. All the drugs that aren't your drug of choice are drugs, right? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, now we got it.
Yeah, this is a debate.
This is a debate.
Alcohol's alcohol.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. What's the debate though? I guess I don't understand the prompt.
If you're inebriated, can you cry grape?
Well,
no. I like where he was going. I like the topic of, is alcohol a drug, and if it is, why are we okay with it being legal and other drugs not being
I love that.
Alcohol should qualify as a drug. I mean, it's an intoxicant, so of course.
Okay.
And
So, are you for legalizing other drugs, like alcohol?
some. I mean, I live in New York. Marijuana is legal across the board here, and I used to work hospice care, so I've.
I
seen
thought
it.
we had something there.
Sorry.
No, make it about the okay. How about this? If a woman is dressed in a skanky manner and goes out to the club and goes home with a man, and then has intercourse, and then the next day regrets it, is she able to, if she was inebriated, able to say, "Hey, I didn't consent to that," even though she went through the entirety of the process of going home with the man, and
I mean,
he was.
come on, no one's gonna say that if she consented, then she can later after regret.
Well,
But
no,
see, the thing is,
Wait, hold on. The person who paid for the debate wants Beth versus Steelman on economics.
Okay. Well, drop me down, Grid. I don't need to be up here.
Agricola said that?
He did.
Are you kidding me?
Why would I?
Well, okay, so
you
Beth, are
noticed
you
that
for tariffs?
I don't actually have a joking manner. So
I mean, I'm not like, I don't have my economics degree, but I mean,
Neither
I'm
does
against.
she.
I'm not for tariffs, but I
I
mean,
know nothing. Okay, listen, I'm a woman. I stay in my lane. That's man stuff. That's why I'm like shocked because Agrila
Are you
Bolus
pro
is my
feminine? All right.
friend, and
Let me do a little research.
he knows this. He knows this about me, so that's why I'm like, are you kidding?
Beth, we're gonna agree on most stuff, but you voted for Trump, so we should disagree on a lot.
Let me research some stuff here.
I mean,
Um,
I thought you had said earlier you were more Kamala side, and so
Well,
I
no, see,
worried about
anytime
that.
anytime someone disagrees with the cultist, their cult, then they assume that they have to be part of the left cult. And there's this thing called independent thinker who doesn't subscribe to what the media pushes in this left-right paradigm, which is two sides of the same fucking agenda. And that's where I fall in.
I tend to be more center as well. I don't go hard right. And for my 20s, I was pretty left. So, But that's why I'm
Great.
shocked. That's why I'm shocked you said economics, because
Steelman, pro marriage or against?
Well, I'm against the state being involved in marriage and people having the freedom to choose to do what they want that doesn't hurt
You believe
anybody
in
else.
feminism?
hate feminism. Hate feminism.
I don't really believe in feminism or this idea of masculinity that I've been hearing people pushing, but I don't know. Everyone now seems to have their own version of what masculinity means, and that would be the whole debate of what that actually means.
Should women be in government at all?
Women vote?
From what I've seen on most panels, I don't think men should even fucking be in government or vote either at this point.
But do you believe we should? You believe that women should not have the right to vote?
No, I believe in what I'm saying is true. I believe that this fallacy that women are, kind of like incompetent. What I've noticed is that they might be, but so are men, and I believe that's true.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, globally, do you think women should not vote?
Not any more than men should.
Most men, but you agree that some men should vote.
Jen, I believe that some women should vote too if they're smart. If they're just as smart as the smartest men,
Okay, that's.
I think no women should vote. Period. And I don't think they should be in the government. They should hold government positions.
Well, I would argue that with you then that I could. I think we have something here.
Let's argue.
Let's
argue. Let's argue. Should all women have the right to vote?
Or be in government at all, or at this point, she's going to say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can. I mean, that's one. That's a couple of different.
That's a huge stipulation to this. Huge caveat to this that we're including, because this whole voting thing. Then we could argue if anyone should have the right to vote and all that shit. But we're just saying, should women be involved in government at all,
women.
including the right to vote?
Strictly women. Let's keep the argument strictly to women. Should women be allowed to vote or in government at all? I say no.
Yeah. and then I say if those things are going to exist with people,
Where
including
you
men.
you got the affirmative. Come on, opening
All right,
statement.
let me get ready for your minute. Mentally prepare.
See, and I was going to come in all nice. I was going to
What's
say,
that?
Listen, don't take any of it personal.
no,
You got a
it's
woman,
on
I'm
now.
All
not-
right, ready? Who's going? Beth's going first, correct?
Oh well,
Women
you
should not vote.
I'll go first. I
Whatever.
said they should not.
Or you're saying, all right? Do you want to go first, Steelman? Women should vote.
Oh, I'm a masculinist or whatever. So ladies first.
Okay.
A masculine, chivalrous is the word we're looking for. All right, Beth, go ahead. 1 minute.
First of all, -1 point to Steelman because men should lead women in all things. Women should not have a vote. Women should not even be in the government. Women are more likely to react on emotion rather than stop and pause and use logic when they're making decisions. They tend to focus on social needs and the social good rather than have the ability to sacrifice for the greater good of the people as a collective. Women can't be drafted. And so, therefore, I don't know why they should have any say over men who can be. They're expert manipulators, and across, I think feminism as a whole has
10
destroyed.
seconds.
I yield my time.
All right. Are you ready, Steelman?
Sure. So, I'm glad it was you, Beth. If I was going to lose to anyone, good to see you on here. And, I'll have to remember to start. I'm taking notes on your points so I can hit them point by point. But I would argue that that if you're going to have a government and all that stuff, which we're not arguing against, we're just going to assume that that's going to happen with men or people. That if you look, men aren't really much more competent than women. They actually do try to pretend to be, and they may have more control and dominance, and they have a louder voice to declare that they do, and sort of the louder voice in the room sort of wins. Or at this point, the appeal to the masses and things like that is sort of winning. So men have sort of dominated the media industry. They've sort of pushed this agenda that they're
10
more
seconds.
powerful and that they're smarter. And I'm saying that if you look, men are actually fucking stupid. And if you're going to vote me off, then that's proof of my fucking point.
Own it, own it, own it.
All right. 5 minutes starting now.
So I do agree that when it comes down to social stuff as far as schools and things that happen within your communities, women can be very useful in those places. But when it comes to
Are those government roles? Are you talking about government roles?
Absolutely not government roles whatsoever.
All right, so we're going to exclude teaching, public teaching, and anyone and people who get public tax, their money as a public, tax dollar is their paycheck is not a government role according to you. So now we have to redefine what a government role is then, because I would assume a government role is someone who receives their payment as a tax dollar paycheck.
That I disagree with you completely. Women have always been teachers, and they're very good at that. They're good at working with children because that's what's in our nature and in our instincts.
So are you saying men can't make good teachers too? Like what are we teaching, especially men that are teaching boys or something like that? What if they're
Men
teaching a
absolutely
woodworking
can,
class or
and
something like that?
I think men
Okay,
are
so men and women can teach different classes equally.
Not talk over each other.
Okay, so go ahead and filibuster this whole time.
When it comes down to, I'm talking about making bigger decisions, because yes, men can be just as good of teachers and they play a very valuable role in the lives of children and they need to be there. However, when it comes to leading our country, women are just not suited for that. They're not good at making the hard decisions that need to be made because they're always worried about
What evidence do you show that men are actually making good decisions? I can show you plenty of evidence, and in fact, if you look at the general consensus of even people who are pro-government, they still say that they're in disagreement with the decisions that men have been making historically throughout time.
men still make better decisions than women,
Okay, and
because women will react with their emotions rather than stopping and taking a minute They go straight for the nuke button.
Okay, so you're saying though that they should have no role in government, and I'm not arguing that they should have the final decision making power. I'm saying that they should, like a family in a household, have a woman to support the government as they would in a household. So the women can do the housekeeping in the government. They can offer their advice and things like that within the government. They can do like counseling, things like that. They can work in positions of law or whatever it is, like lawyers or advisors. But they don't have to be the final decision makers. And here's another example. There are plenty of people, including yourself, women within the chat right now, who are actually smarter than most men and even a lot of politicians. And we can agree that being a politician doesn't mean you're smart. Being a politician usually just means that you're either a crook, somebody, or you're good at advertising or something in your family. So this idea that smart men are rising to politics, I think is a fallacy.
It hasn't always been that way, okay? Feminism has hijacked our country and is convincing modern women that, men aren't important and we don't need them and we can do things so much better than they can. When in all actuality, women are.
But you're flipping it right on the opposite.
On a lot of things. And I'm really glad to see that you actually kind of agree with me as far as women being in support roles and not actually making the decisions. Because yes, every husband typically listens to his wife, not for making the decision necessarily, but to hear her input and to hear her. Prior to feminism, that's what women did. Women were the moral voice. Okay,
I'm not advocating against women making the final decision either, though. That could be argued for based on their competency level. See, what you're arguing for is the DEI thing, saying, "Oh, well, if they're men, they should automatically get it." No, I'm saying that they should be placed in the position based on their competency, based on their qualifications.
So you mean be teachers and raising the brightest and the best of our next generation?
I mean, if there's some brilliant woman who comes out and she's a genius and the whole world says, wow, she's really smart, she needs to be president. And we're all like, wow, she's smarter than all of the men here. We should make her president. Then we should make her president, not say because she's a woman, we're not going to do it. We're going to make this guy president even though he's dumber.
It doesn't matter how smart she is. Women are always led by their emotions. We cannot help it.
Okay,
and
but
God help the other countries that 1 week out of the month when we get pissed off. Okay.
Let's say that I can see that let's say that I can see that women also are using emotions to influence their decision making. Well, maybe that could be a good thing. Maybe we need more emotional decision making within the powers that be. Otherwise, we could lead our whole society into a detrimental position.
Let me also point out that having women in positions of government in our country will automatically have a dozen countries that will no longer come to the table and work with us because they believe women shouldn't be involved.
I wasn't saying just this country. I was saying
and not only
in general as a philosophy, not this country right now. And it was good to see you, Beth.
Not only that, but no, too much emotion. It clouds the whole thing. And then there is
that's time.
Text me.
Oh, by the way, guys, my son got prom prints for his junior year.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. I saw that in the chat.
That haircut did wonders.
All right.
I need one myself.
Okay. So now that we're all back together, Ticky Tack, let's start with you.
Hit me.
Yeah. So Steelman, your rhetoric's getting a lot better. I think that was a really awesome performance that you went through. The only issue that I have is that I feel like that you were kind of moving the goalpost on your own position in favor of Beth. You started out with the whole premise of, okay, well, you don't believe that men are even competent enough to really like run government or vote or have these roles. Mm-hmm. And then you moved to like when Beth brought up the thing about education, you brought in and say, oh, well, one could definitely be suited as teachers. Like, okay, so that sets an imbalance. And then you brought in and be like, oh, well, it could be a collaborative effort between men and women in these political roles. So you kind of just that moving the goalpost, you really didn't like stand firm on your position, and that's the only draw of why I give it over to Beth.
And nice one, Beth.
Yeah, so this one was actually really close too. I actually, Steelman, you didn't really make much of anything of an argument in your opening, but you did try and squeeze like some sort of social good concept in there. So I give you a point for an argument. Beth, you made an argument and had 3 different positions bolstering your argument in your opening, and you ended with a really good international relations real world example as to why women shouldn't be in the highest position of authority to bolster your position. But overall, I actually gave it to Steelman just based on the fact that he owned the debate and was able to interrupt you successfully several times, even though you did toward the end, kind of push back on him a little bit.
They
So
told us to not do that.
yeah, I know.
Dad yelled at us.
Actually, I didn't say you couldn't interrupt. I said you couldn't talk over each other.
See, I would actually feel bad now. I hope you win, Beth.
Tyler.
I agree. This is the closest one so far. I'm happy that the person I agree with for the first time, I get to say one, so I'm not going to say who yet. So it was identity politics versus systemic patriarchy. I think that Beth, you really came out strong and punched hard, and in a way you did make him almost, I won't say he contradicted himself. He came at you with 2 different narratives. One of them was the merit argument. The other one is, I accept your premise that women are different, but how is that bad? And I think you addressed the merit argument a little more, but you never touched on the second one of, yes, women might be a little more emotional, but there's some good that comes out of that. And just saying it's bad because Saudi Arabia might not respect us a little bit less. I think he hit your points a little bit better. I will say, though, Steelman, you got to hone in on one of those 2 arguments. They do somewhat conflict more than you would like in this small of a debate. You need a bigger platform to iron out why you can hold those 2 views at once.
So you are...
Thanks.
I went Steelman. I'm sorry. I went Steelman, but not by much. Beth, you did a fantastic job with your argument.
Okay. All right.
I know. I actually feel bad. You guys put me up against the girl. What a pathetic win. But thank you.
I was told not to talk over you.
I thought you weren't a
trying to give him
chauvinist.
leeway.
Well, you were being too emotional about it. You should have come in there.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna. Before I render my opinion, just because I did say don't talk over each other, but you certainly can interrupt each other. Non-fun, I'd love your opinion on this.
On woman voting, I think.
No, on
women
the
should
debate. On the debate.
Oh. I
I don't
mean,
care about the issue.
I mean, I think they were right in saying Steelman's arguments did contradict each other a little bit.
Across the board.
But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I feel like I don't know, Beth, you probably could have been more. I understand you were told not to interrupt or to talk over each other or whatever. But I mean, yeah, you probably could have been more aggressive. But yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you.
That was dumb.
The judges.
Dumb argument. Stillman lost. That's it. End of
Thank
story.
you, Glenn. Thank you.
Glenn's just simping. Buckaroo, I'd like to hear your opinion on it.
My opinion on the debate is pretty similar to everybody else's. I think it was just 2 completely different arguments, and a bit of it was arguing past one another just because you guys were focusing on completely different mechanisms.
I had googly eyes the whole time.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go down. So Beth, you lost steam in your argument. What everyone's trying to tell you is not that you were. I mean, Anson threw that bullshit red herring out there that you didn't argue, that you didn't interrupt enough, but that's not it. You just ran out of steam. You had 1 point to make. You made it, and then you just couldn't keep reiterating it in the same way over and over again effectively. Steelman, I honestly don't care that he moved the goalpost. He did, but who cares? Beth didn't call him on it. He probably should have, but
I did call him on it. Well, I called him on conceding to my side. I did.
Yeah, well, but that's not. But he moved the goalpost he shifted an entire block. I'm not tired.
Oh, don't listen to him. He always says I move the goalpost. He doesn't even.
Because you always do
every time.
And I got told not to talk over him, so I gave him a little space to talk.
You did. But that it wasn't that for me. It was just that you just had the one, and it's just a refinement of the argument. You make the argument well, which is what Anson basically said. You made the argument well in the beginning, and then that was it, right? You make the one argument.
Bring her back. Bring her back.
Agrilla Paula's already brought her back.
Agrilla
Grid,
Paula's
check your,
donated
I already brought her
$50.
back,
Super
so
chat.
you don't even have to go out and come
Nice.
back in. We'll just keep you up here.
Yeah, you're
let's use
back,
this. I
man.
mean, you when he made two arguments, I think naturally the thing is trying to deal with both of them. Just nail them down on one. Say, all right, I can't, pick one of these things. We've got
I
5
had
minutes.
a whole list ready of my own arguments that I was trying to get in there, but you told me not to talk over them, so I gave him a
You
little
can,
bit of leeway.
but you
Next
can
time, I'm
interrupt.
interrupting, and I'll talk
Beth.
right over him, and Dad can yell at me all he wants.
Yeah, there you
You're
go.
walking.
You're supposed to do it.
You're talking.
Make
You're
the moderator work.
Beth, you're a talking contradiction. Though. When they hear you talk about it, they all know that a woman is the best for the position.
No. Holy shit.
All right,
no.
so Agrillipus has brought Beth back before she even stepped down.
Agreed. You should pull
I
up
need
all
my
the
next.
choices for the
I
chat.
need the
so
next
that they can see
debate.
what
I'm going to give the chat like 3 minutes to pony up, or I'm going to pick the debaters.
Well, I've still
Show
got.
them their options grid so they know what they're paying for.
I'm sorry.
Show them their options so they know what they're paying for.
Oh yeah,
Bring
yeah.
up-
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
bring up
Well,
the
Spaceman's been spamming it, but let me throw that back up again. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep yawning, but I'm beat like a drum.
Yeah, got to make yourself full screen.
There you go, guys. So, anybody that wants to come up for the next little bit, you can do so. What time is it? Gotta make sure.
It's
I don't lie.
10:16.
Yeah, we'll give you like another half hour if you want to come up and be a part of it. You pay your $10 entry fee. You come on up. To initiate a 1v1 debate, like several have, that's $40. Assign the debate prompt. If you have something that you want a specific person to debate against another person, then you can do that. That's $40. To revive an operator, these people are operating up here. They're making moves. To revive them, $50, which we just saw happen. You want to change the stream name because you think it's funny and being a little bit petty works for you. That's $2. And to time an operator out is $1 per minute. I just put them in the back, and they can't say anything or do anything or participate. Which, I don't know. We may drop that out because nobody ever does that. And of course, you can extend the debate. That's the most important one for $5 per minute, and that's a good one. You guys should do that. So yeah, you guys have fun with that. All right, and so we're back, and we're going to give about 3 minutes or so. What time is it again? Yeah, I'm going to give. We got like 2 minutes for people to reach into those wallets and give off and give freely.
So, Grid, I've got a little.
I just
credit
assigned a
left.
debate. Sorry,
Grid, I've got a little credit left based on my tracking of what I've bought so far.
Sure, you're welcome to assign a debate.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Glenn Lawrence in a debate because he's probably the best debater up here, and have him go against the Buckaroo Banshee. Because she's a lefty feminist chick, and he's all
And you know what? I have 2 nose rings. Okay, I heard what you guys said earlier, and I
Yeah.
took it personally.
I was gonna go Glenn Lawrence against Aircraft Sparky.
Yeah.
But I could go either way. Yeah, I'm good
I
with
like
that.
Anson's choice.
I like Anson's choice. All right. Well, the rest of you guys got to get in the back now. See, so you guys are spending most of your time in the back. You guys should literally be out, in the chat causing problems, being real people.
I am. I'm out there causing problems right now.
I see that you're causing. I actually do see that you're causing problems. Did I put Glenn in the back? All right. Sorry about that. And Tyler, you got to go. Aircraft DOD, you got to go. Steelman's got to go. Chairman's got to go. Sparky, Beth, and then there was 3. What are we going to debate tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Lady and gentleman.
Like a lot of social issues. I live just out of Seattle, so literally like turbo lefty.
Turbo
Yeah.
lefty.
Turbo lefty, yeah.
I used to live. I used to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Turbo.
Do you? But do you go to Bitch and Biscuits though?
Subject that you debate often.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a debate is?
Bitch and biscuits? Huh?
Bitch and Biscuits? Have you not eaten Bitch and Biscuits? How can you be out from Seattle and never eat Bitch and Biscuits?
He's also from Seattle. Ish.
No, I just lived there. I'm from LA. Get it right. Can't claim Seattle.
Added on to this debate. People want to see
Seattle? I don't even.
Howard Jablo may donated $10. Super
looking it up
chat.
now.
2 extra
even
minutes,
heard of it.
please.
Shit is bomb.
Okay,
Biscuit
so
bitch?
let's stop talking about fish here.
No biscuits and gravy. Gravy.
You know what? I will check it out.
Buckaroo, is there something that you argue for or you argue debate often that you consider yourself well versed in?
I don't know. I really feel like I'm just always arguing.
Right. You're always right, right?
I'm always right. True, but I am a woman, so it's not that hard to be correct. I honestly, I always end up arguing social issues the most. There is kind of my bread and butter. That's how I ended up in politics. Was a lot of social issues like race,
Welfare
like,
keeps the poor poor.
All right, so what social issues are you for? I'll see which one I'm against.
I just gave you one.
I mean, I do like support systems for poor people. I like housing first initiatives. I like healthcare. You know, free or accessible healthcare. I like the drug decriminalization stuff. I'm actually not strongly sure on, but I do lean towards drug decriminalization as well.
How do you feel about the red pill?
Not very good, at least.
Okay.
You got
Do you believe in the patriarchy?
Do I believe in the patriarchy?
Yeah.
Ish. I mean, I think I see it as more like a descriptive term.
She's one
than
of
I
those
do-
that like the
than
Do
I
you believe
use
that
it, like-
feminism is destroying our society?
No, not at all.
There we go. Because he just wrote a book about it. Yeah, I feel good now.
I
you're an
actually
asshole,
do
dude.
think, and I actually think the red pill is at best like mediocre support for an individual.
Do you believe in toxic masculinity? Does such a thing exist?
Ish. I would say, like, in the same way that toxic femininity could exist, where I think it's
Okay.
just something that
How
people
about
use to
this?
describe
There's
like
no such thing as
what they think
toxic
are like the
masculinity.
negative aspects.
How about there's just no such thing as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity? There's just toxic people.
Yeah. I could. That I
Okay.
could absolutely agree with.
That was
yeah.
too easy. Okay. All right. I felt like I was on to something there. What was that?
But I am generally
pivoted.
anti-red pill.
You're anti-red pill? That's
Generally
okay
am.
because
What are
he
you
is too.
anti-red? What are you anti-red pill about?
Specific.
I think the red pill movement is at best like a mediocre approach to supporting young men. I think there could probably be like much better movements that actually provide a lot more support, and also don't. I do think there is like a lot of almost like
Do you think there's
poisoning the
anything
well when it comes
wrong
to dating women.
Do you think that what red pill information gives men, like the descriptors, are incorrect or correct?
The ones that I know of, at least, I think are incorrect. Like specifically
And which one are
about
those?
specifically about women being women.
Whores?
Hmm?
Cheating whores, women being
No.
cheating whores.
Yeah, like
It's a common red pill thing.
But that's not, like I don't want to say that all red pill creators say like women are cheating whores, but they usually have like a pretty negative perspective, I would say, on women. They seem to portray them as more like malicious people in general, and that you have to protect yourself from all these women that are like coming at you to like steal your soul. Which I think is just, I think it's just harmful.
Do you
I mean,
believe-
I'm also extremely atheist, so telling me the Bible says it, like, I would need more than just.
Hold on. Let me explore.
Yeah.
something.
So,
Let me explore something here. Do you believe that? Put this without like running. Do you believe in marriage as an institution?
Oh, she's atheist. She's not going to believe that marriage is going to be like a sacrament.
yeah, I mean, marriage exists. It changes how you
What
file
is
your
marriage?
taxes. Socially, I would say.
Ticky
Like,
Tack donated
I guess it depends on the
$20.
perspective
Super
you look
chat.
at it.
Add
But I would
4
say
minutes.
for individuals, it's, like it's a promise that you make to a partner that has, usually pretty specific requirements, like, not running when times get rough, supporting your partner in sickness and in health. I do think although I don't agree with like some of the religious basis, I think the vows that you take towards your partner do hold some weight.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Well, actually, I want to have you on my show at some point, and I want to go into that with you because I think you have some interesting points. But we're doing a debate night, so what I need to do now is
how about this? The red pill is feminism.
Yeah, well, I mean,
the red
she
pill
doesn't.
and
I'm going
feminism are
to
the
promise
same.
you, she just really doesn't.
But
I
she
know Arthur
supports-
Dye. I've already said that.
But if she supports feminism, then she should have an argument how feminism is not the red pill. If I say that they're both one and the same.
Yeah, I do. I think they are different, considerably different.
Okay.
Because one of them derived from complete political imbalance. Women couldn't vote. Women couldn't
They shouldn't
own a
vote.
business. They couldn't even have. I think they should vote. They couldn't even
I don't
have.
think some men should
credit
vote either, though. So I'm not. It's not. I don't think that
You're not going to do the.
women-
They couldn't have bank account things.
She's about to. She's about to do the. They couldn't have their own bank account.
That
They couldn't have their own money.
I said that, but that was over. That's like a part of the past. I just think that's from.
No,
where
it's just completely false. It's just completely false. That's just.
Well, they couldn't have lines like individual lines of credit without approval from their husbands specifically.
Well, that's because women could not be held legally responsible for any debt.
Yeah. Like, but that's why I think.
But the reality is that banks, single women, could have bank accounts and checking accounts just like a man until they got married. Once they got married, because the man was going to be held responsible for any debt, for her to have her own account, she just had to get his permission. So I don't actually, I don't see a problem with that. But anyway, as a matter of fact, never mind. I'm not going to get into my marriage, but we don't really have a topic there either. I mean, we do, but it's going to be so one sided. I just don't think it's fair. Thanks. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here, but I just got to. I'm trying to hone in on a topic that you're going to really
like an individual piece. Yeah.
Push into. So we tried red pill.
All right, I got it. Abortion is women's exercising their choice to avoid accountability.
Yeah, no, like I strongly disagree with that. Yeah, that's
All right.
definitely a topic we could discuss. I think there are so many cases in which
Look,
people,
the only way we can do that, is if both of you are exceptionally aware of TOS.
I know the TOS. I violate it all the time.
Right.
Are there specific words to avoid? I'm
There's
not
something
like
about
I'm not a
abort.
big
There's
TOS.
something talking about abortion on YouTube. They get really cranky about.
We could call it smishmortion.
We could call it the removal.
Yeah. Okay.
We
As
could
long as
call
you
it
guys can do it
murder.
without, without getting me, without the stream
removal.
getting ended, I'm totally cool with it.
Okay,
It'll be
I'll
a
put
great
myself
debate,
off.
I think. So let's roll with it. You guys already
doing
have,
sunglasses?
by the way, you not only have the original 5 minutes, you have an additional, I believe you have 8 minutes additional. So we're going to
Very
give you the
good.
1 minute. We're going to give you the 1 minute intro. Who is taking what is the exact prompt that we're going to talk about, and who is taking the affirmative, so that they can go.
Abortion is abortion is women exercising their choice to avoid accountability.
And so Glenn would be the affirmative.
Okay. All right. So, by the way, I'm being informed that using the word abortion in and of itself is not TOS. I'm pretty sure it's the way it's used and how many times it's used. So
We'll call it
push
smishmortion.
down and
The removal.
Yeah,
The
don't
removal.
don't push down my algorithms, man. don't ruin my algorithm.
We hear it.
But I'm willing to have the debate.
There we go.
All right, gotta put my thunder shades on,
Hell yeah.
for this one. It's gonna be a quick.
All right, you guys are cool. Glenn, your minute starts now.
Yeah. So if we could go ahead and remove, and I'm just gonna concede for the sake of argument, a woman's life being at risk, rape, incest, those things that we would typically be more understanding for. Outside of those reasons, a woman getting a smishmortion is choosing to avoid accountability for their actions. They had sex, unprotected, and the body reproduces. That's how babies are made. So they are trying to avoid that accountability of, oh, now I have this life being born in me, growing in me. I don't want to be responsible. So I'm going to exterminate it. That's avoiding accountability. There's no way that Big Papa
Buckaroo just works.
Buckaroo could argue that it's not avoiding accountability.
That was your minute. Are you ready, Buckaroo?
I am.
All right. Bonsai.
Abortion is, I think, for most women going to be the ultimate sign of responsibility and accountability, because they're taking on the extreme pain, the extreme emotional suffering that you experience when you go through an abortion. Even if you're just going home and taking a pill, you're usually experiencing like hours upon hours of cramping, because it's forcing your body to like make something come out of you. I also believe that it's not avoiding accountability to take into consideration a child's life. Children deserve to be in a loving household. They deserve to have access to food and to diapers. There are a lot of things that are necessary to raise a child. I think recently I heard it's like $22,000 a year just for a child. If somebody doesn't have the money and you're forcing birth upon them, then that child will be suffering more just because their birth mother couldn't make the more responsible choice.
That is time. So you guys have a total thus far of 11 minutes.
So you're telling me that you think that it's accountability to delete a life because it will be inconvenienced by not having the finer things in the world?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with whether it's inconveniencing or not having the finer things. It actually has to do with the you know, the access to a loving, supporting household. I mean, no child wants to be raised feeling like they aren't loved or accepted by their family, and this does happen a lot. I think it would happen a lot more so if we
love and support their child.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You clipped out for a minute. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
I said, why don't parents love and support their child that they created?
Well, I think parents might not love and support their child if their child was pushed upon them. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, if you have a child that you don't even want, how are you going to produce the same amount of support for them that you would otherwise? I think it's also hard for a child to think, my mother didn't even want me, but because of the law in her area, she was forced to have me. I mean, any child even having this information.
Why women having sex then? Why have unprotected sex? Why not practice with contraceptions? Right, we have all these.
How do you know that there wasn't contraception during, or there wasn't any sort of contraception during the conception moment? Because, well, you just argued. But you were just saying, like, why not use contraception? But what if they did?
It's most of them is because of lack of contraceptions.
I mean, look, I'm not talking numbers here, but personally, I was literally in an accident. Mother on birth control, father used a prophylactic device. Sorry, I'm thinking YouTube-wise. Hey, nice. I love it. But I was a complete and total accident. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm so glad I'm alive. I'm not saying, you know, every woman ever should just think of her own convenience and
no, it's really what it is. Convenience.
Disregard
I
the
don't
future.
have the money.
But I think, but
I don't have a loving
money
spouse
is necessary for raising children. You have to be able to buy diapers. You have to be. I mean, if you're having trouble with latching, you have to be able to pay for formula. You have to be able to get. You have to have a bait. Like, you have to have a carrier just to leave the hospital with your baby.
Your legs unless you're ready to face the consequences.
Why are men taking off their pants if they're not willing to
men still have the consequences? Men always have to face the consequences in it, even legally. So if a guy,
I do agree legally they have to share the consequences, but I wouldn't say physically they have to. Men don't have to physically carry a child. I mean, even look at the maternal death. Look at the drop of the maternal death rate. Look at the drop of the maternal death rate over the past few decades.
We don't have uteruses. That's the problem. It's not fair because we don't have uteruses.
Yeah, I mean, life's not fair. Life's not fair at all. So why would I expect suddenly this law that, like, why would I expect all of this to be fair when there is obviously an imbalance in the physical pain and the life that you put on the line just to carry a child? Which, again, if you think back to maternal death rate, you see
Would you believe in equality?
Yeah,
you believe in equality, right?
It depends what you're trying to describe with equality.
So if women could, let's just call it what it is, delete a life because they don't see it fit for their current situation, then where's the equality standpoint for men to go and delete a life?
You know what? My position regarding men and women on parental rights, I actually think men should have an option to revoke parental rights if they don't want to be a part of the child's upbringing.
That's not what I asked.
Well, I guess I'm confused as to what you're trying to ask me because I think they're just like so clearly different cases.
Not go to prison for it.
But again, I'm saying they're such clearly different cases. This is why I brought up the maternal death rate, because even carrying a child to term does have like grievous effects on the body of a woman. It takes a lot of work to carry a pregnancy to term. So I just don't think I'm arguing that your question doesn't actually make sense because they're different circumstances. One is the circumstance where she is growing the life. She is the reason the life exists.
Incubator.
She is developing. If she's an incubator, she can't choose whether or not she gets to be an incubator. I mean, every time. So if you got a parasite for some reason, you ate some bad pork and you got a parasite, would it be wrong for you to kill the parasite because you aren't allowed? Because you have to be the incubator for the life that you're growing. I'm saying that it's a life that would be growing inside of another individual, and if you're requiring one individual to be the incubator for another,
parasite.
I don't think so.
Oh well. So again, back to my question.
You were talking about the life that somebody has to carry. So I'm saying, why don't you require people to carry every other life that exists
What
inside of them.
law allows men
Their
to
body,
delete
and you have a right
lives
to your
just because they want to? What law allows men to go delete a life just because he wants to? It's because it inconveniences him.
I mean, you are allowed self-defense in cases where you feel like your life is being threatened. You are allowed to defend yourself at all costs. If that requires somebody else to die, like if you're in a fight and you have to defend yourself, you can legally argue that you are defending your life and therefore you can end another life. In this case, these women are defending their right to life because this child could possibly be threatening it. This child could possibly be threatening it, considering the death rate that affects women when they carry women.
Oh, I want to have sex. I want to have fun. Oh, but I don't want to face the consequences of sex. I don't want to have to face the responsibility of that.
They
I
are
would have to
facing
be
the
a parent.
consequences of sex.
No,
That's
they're not.
what an abortion is.
Avoiding it.
It's a
No,
consequence.
abortion is
You think
avoiding
people are skipping
consequences
through fields
entirely.
getting abortions for funsies? No, abortions are unpleasant. They're
babies.
they're
That's how
disgusting to
babies are
physically
made.
go through.
If you
People
try to
don't
remove
like
the
having
baby
abortions.
after having sex,
People don't have abortions.
accountability and avoiding the
That
consequences.
is a consequence. That is a
No.
painful consequence. And it is something that most women who have abortions aren't happy that they had an abortion. They're usually sad and upset about it because it's such an emotionally and physically daunting process.
don't do
This
it.
idea that
And
women
have
are
the
just
baby.
choosing that for fun is ridiculous to me.
No, they're choosing it to avoid responsibility.
Again, I just disagree. I think you're. Why
how
would
it
you rather a child bear the responsibility of their mother making a bad choice?
What are you
Because
talking
that's
about?
what
I
you're
don't put
saying.
none
You're
responsibility
saying
on the
that
child.
a
How
child
are
should be
you putting the responsibility on the
forced
child?
into the work. You are placing the responsibility on the child when you force a mother to carry the child. I'm telling you. When you force a mother to carry a child to term that is unwanted, that cannot be paid for, that cannot be cared for appropriately, that child now lives their whole life as their whole life is a consequence of one mistake your
Answer
mother
this
made.
question. You're
And
doing
I
a
think
long
that's
filibuster, and this is great.
I was
You and
answering
Paddle,
your
but I
question.
just need to answer this question. How is it on the child's responsibility if the responsibility is for the parent to take care of the child?
Explaining, I think if you are forcing women to
I'm not
carry a
forcing it.
birth
It's not
to
forcing,
term
it's
by
biological.
refusing,
How is it?
but
How is
you
it
just
forcing?
said you're saying that abortion is wrong. I am saying if you were to remove abortion from the equation, then women would be forced to carry a child to term. No?
Or women will
Yes
be
or no? Yes or no?
forced
Answer my
to actually
question.
face their
If you
accountability
yes
and be
or no,
responsible
answer
for the
my question.
reproduction.
Answer my question. If
I
you
did.
took abortion, you did not. You
Yes,
pretended
I did. I
to.
said they would be forced to
not.
be responsible for their
Would you
reproduction.
be forced to carry a child to term? Yes or no?
They will be forced to take responsibility for the
Would you
reproduction.
be forced to carry? Why can't you just answer this simple question? It's a
It's
yes
the
or
same
no.
answer.
I've bitten the bullet already. You can't bite the bullet of yes or
Already
no.
said yes, they would be forced to take accountability
They
for their
would be
reproduction.
forced. Yes, they would be forced to carry the child
Just
to
like
term. They
every
would be
man
forced to give
is.
birth to the
Just
child,
you
and
want
then that
women
child
want to
would
have
be forced to
equality.
live a life
Women want to
knowing
have
that they
equality
were
and shit,
unwanted
but
by
they
their
don't really
mother,
want equality.
knowing
They want
that
to
their
have
mother,
superiority.
that
And this
child
is a
might not
perfect
even have
example.
access to
This is a
diapers,
perfect
might not have
example for that.
access to food. That my child might not have equal access to
How
any
does
of
how
these
does
things that
does the
help
mother have
develop the
access to food?
child's life.
Does the mother have access to food?
We have no idea. That's why abortion exists. If the
Wait a
mother
minute.
doesn't have adequate access to food,
Is she
then
mutilated?
obviously she
Is
won't
she
be able
dying
to
of
feed
starvation?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Dying of
If the mother
starvation?
does not have access to money diapers, then that child will not
Then the
have
mother get her
diapers.
ass a
That
monthly
is why
job that
when
pays
you
bills
force
so that she can
children
afford
into
the
the
diapers for
world
her kid.
to mothers who cannot afford them and mothers who do not want them, then you are forcing the responsibility of
Yes,
the
I'm
mother's
forcing women to be
mother's
responsible
actions
once
on
in their life.
the
I'm
child.
saying, hey, be
On the
responsible for your
child.
actions.
This
Be
is why
responsible for
you
your
are
reproductive
forcing the
choices that you
child
made.
to be
Yes, I am
responsible
exactly saying that.
for the
1
poor
minute.
actions
Forcing
of the
a
mother.
woman to be an adult, be an adult human,
Woman is
and
already
be
an adult.
accountable
That's
and
why she has
responsible for
control
their
over her own body in the
reproductive
first place.
choices.
Useless
Yes.
argument. like I said, I just think that's forcing a child to bear all of the burden of a mother's poor decisions when you're forcing. You already agreed you would force women to carry a child to term. Now, if a child is forced to be carried to term before a woman doesn't have the money or the emotional needs to support them, then that child will suffer.
Gets a better support group.
Child will suffer because they were forced into the world.
Or not. You don't know that. You don't know what the child will suffer or not.
You think an unwanted child is not going to be able to
in a horrible situation, single mom environment, couldn't read. He ended up becoming
not saying
neurosurgeon. Come on now. So don't tell me that they can't be done. It can be done.
It's unfair to force
That's
that
time.
on.
Life is unfair. Get over it.
I already told you. Life is unfair.
Uh-oh.
All right. That was exciting.
Gosh. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my dog.
All right. Okay. Whew. Let's start with Ticky Tack this time. He actually cammed up for that one. He was ready.
Yeah. The MacBook likes to auto set things now. I'm moving on into the Apple world here.
Poor lad.
It's gonna.
I have an iPhone. I'm joking.
No, it's a love-hate relationship. So this is a really difficult topic to try to judge on in an unbiased manner. So I apologize directly if my bias does come in my judgment and my rulings. Buckaroo, I would like your arguments are decent. They're a lot better than what I've heard from the general feminist anti-abortion narratives. You hold strong in your points, and you're willing to give concessions on certain things as well. I just like the talking point of if women are able to opt out in an abortion, then men should be able to opt out in the financial position. I understand that is a common pinpoint, and I'm appreciative that you probably bring that up, and it's a very valid standard. Glenn, of course, I know you've been in the space a lot, and your counterpoints, I kind of already predicted it coming through that, and I do feel like that you had the better arguments. So again, this is where it's coming into my bias. I am going to have to lean towards Glenn.
Okay. Tyler, let's save the simpy and Anson Knowles for last.
Could be next.
Yeah, you next.
Ooh, this was a doozy here, and I just don't want anyone to think I'm an unfair judge here. This decision's going to prove it. What I saw on Glenn's end, Glenn, you are an experienced debater and a rhetorician in a way that would parallel a lot of good people I've seen online. You have been around the block in debating, and I could tell by the way you do it. You are addressing the heart of almost every point thrown at you very, very well. Even if some of your arguments were a little weak, I'm going to criticize two of them right now. I don't think you properly addressed the burden shift argument she made about the baby now having a bad life as a result, and I don't think you addressed her argument of magnitude that well. Otherwise, I think every other point you kind of blew out of the water. Buckaroo, you needed to hold his feet to the fire more. You were very on message. You were good at hammering home your point, picking a concise point in a very small debate. I think you both handled yourselves probably better than anybody else so far, but you did not hold his feet to the fire more than one time. When I saw it, I was like, fuck yeah, but it was only happened once, and several of the questions he asked that got to the heart of your argument, he just didn't properly address. Glenn, man, you are pretty fucking good at this stuff, man.
All right, Anson.
So I'm just going to say that was probably the best debate I've seen in a very long time in terms of on that specific issue, because it wasn't neither one of you got into your feelings on it. And Buckaroo, have you debated for a long time? Is this new to you, or is this like?
I've mostly just arguments at a party. I will admit,
Yeah.
a lot of mine is but keep going. Yeah.
So yeah, you're really good at this, but you're inexperienced, and your rhetorical techniques. Glenn continually used a rhetorical barrage where he would continually ask you questions, and you were actually intelligent enough to pick up on that and return on some of it. I think with a little bit of practice, you could beat him, but it was very close. I scored you at 24 points and Glenn at 26 points based on specific power changes in the conversation, and you know, if you just get a little bit of practice with your rhetoric, you can probably stop anybody because you're highly intelligent. But you did lose. I'm sorry to say that you lost.
That's all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Honestly, it was a great chance to argue against somebody who's good. You know.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyone want to give any of the other contestants would like to give some input?
Yeah, I'd actually like to give a little feedback on this one.
Sure.
Buckaroo, I've done some panels with you. I've done a little bit of work with you. The other person I've never worked with you or really seen you on any panels. You both did very good jobs. However, Buckaroo conceded the actual entire argument when she started to call the baby a mistake. So it literally went to women avoiding accountability for their actions when she labeled the offspring of said action a mistake. She conceded the point without ever actually vocalizing it. So therefore you lost. I'm sorry.
Yeah, admittedly, I was trying to refer to myself as a mistake first, but I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, I that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you.
Beth, I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to bring up, like, I think one of the biggest points in your debate that, like, I would have gone after immediate is that you kept suggesting that because almost like we can unalive poor people now, that your situation in life actually determines where you go. And really, actually, in our country, poor people have the most babies. And I know I was a very poor mother. Our family was poor throughout my kid's entire childhood. But you did a great job debating. I was kind of looking forward to hopefully getting a good feminist debate in with you. Hopefully, maybe next time.
Definitely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Do it.
Banshee, I do want to say that in terms of in terms of scoring, you lost, but in terms of like actual points, like in terms of like what is it, the concepts that you were providing, you had much more depth in terms of your ability to argue than Glenn did. Glenn won because he used the questioning technique over and over and over again and basically kept you on the defense the entire time in the debate. And it was just a debate dynamic that you lost on, and not the actual, like, your ability to argue, because I think with practice you really can, like, you could probably dominate Glenn if you practiced a little bit more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That does help too, because it's the rhetoric that really is the, like, big part of debates. A big important part of debates, I think.
I'm really glad that everyone gave you that feedback. I'm gonna follow pattern here, and as I have so far, and give you my feedback first. Glenn did a good job. He's made this debate many times. He knows exactly the points to make, and he understands it. You could have really done a lot of damage to his debate by avoiding the lifestyle, the poor, that just don't, that's it's really a non, it's not a good point to make that, well, the child's going to grow up poor, because at least the child will grow up, and we have multiple examples of people who came from nothing to be really great human beings. And so it really, he didn't do it, but what you fall into is you could be killing the next leader of the world, right? So don't do that. And so that's you shouldn't do that. That's a poor. It might work with the unskilled or the very emotional debater, but anybody with any kind of experience is going to just tear that up. The second thing I think is that you got animated at the wrong times, and you weren't animated at the right times. You got kind of in your feels in a couple of places where I think you should have been really calm and delivered very key points. And then where I felt like you should have been, where he said things that really you should have come back really strong and used very loud rhetoric. and you didn't do that, or you're just out of you're going to be good at this. You really are. You're very smart. I can already tell, and it's it's just a matter of fine tuning it. And your points were good. I'm not saying your points are bad. It's the one point was just don't ever do that. Don't use the kid's going to grow up poor. Don't do that. That's a bad point.
Well,
I can't tell if non-fawn is rocking out or agreeing with me.
I'm talking to my chat. Don't worry.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, it's not fun.
My argument was I understand why not to make the lifestyle argument. I guess to me, I'm trying to make the setting a child up for success argument, but I understand that they're kind of it's like a very slippery slope. Yeah, it's like very fine line.
If you want to win,
really, I'm not. Yeah, like I have no issue with like poor people existing. Yeah. Like I don't think that's like I think that's like a great point. I definitely don't want to be arguing like just get rid of all of them. I was more just trying to think of how to make a point of like setting someone up for success. But I think I understand. I hear
there's better ways. There's better ways to go about it. But I mean, you did great. Like I said, I mean,
thank you guys so much.
Definitely, please come back. I totally want to. And
I took notes. I took notes on the responses. Thank you guys. Really.
Yeah. Well, I would really like to have you on my show sometime on a Wednesday night when I'm not doing a debate and it's more of an interview. Tyler's been on. I tend to be fairly fair, but you're welcome to come on. I'd really like to talk to you and get your viewpoints on a lot of different things. And other than that, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back. If not, it was great to have you. And I hope you had fun. And I hope you hang out a little while longer and watch it.
That's why I get so animated, because I'm genuinely having so much fun with.
That's awesome. Great.
Thank you guys.
Great. All right. Cool. Well, we'll see you. All right. Next debate, guys. I'm going to give you guys here. I'll give you guys 4 minutes to pay for the debate, or I'm just going to pick people and put them into the ring.
Put the overlay up, Grid, so they can know how much they have to pay for stuff.
I do want to say the last couple of times I've been in here haven't been to argue against you so much as it's been to help you. We're doing a debate in a couple of days, and I come in and try to give arguments that you might run into. That's something I want to start doing. You're in my Discord. I want to start doing crowdsourcing research for people, because like Rob Noir has a job. He can't go out and look up the definition of the X, Y, and Z thing to argue against Pisco. We have lawyers in my Discord that will help him digest that stuff. I want to get a group of newer, smaller streamers together so we can push these fucking people out. We don't want them anymore. Destiny is out. Hassan is out. We're taking
Grid.
Hey, Grid. Mr. Mr. sent in a Cash App too.
Oh yeah. Let me check the Cash App. Sorry. Yeah, I don't get an alert on my phone because I don't know why.
You and I were saying the same thing, Jess. Jess, you need a debate.
She does. If somebody
I'm not a debater. I come up here because I was requested to come up here.
All right, so let's check the Cash App. We've got one. I pick an immigration topic, and I get to pick the debaters. I'm gonna pick my pal Aircraft Sparky.
Woo! Oh, sorry, I thought.
Let's go.
Who's left? That's not a moderator. It's gonna have to be non-fun. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Non-fun, Aircraft Sparky. Jess White, go down. You got to go out of the way. Lynn Lawrence, he's got to go. You stay non-fun. You can't go anywhere. Tyler, you bye. And there has to be an easier way to kick everybody back all at once. Oh, I should have done Steelman. I forgot about Steelman. That's okay. We'll get him next time. And let's see.
What direction do we want
Beth.
to go?
Beth's the last one. I'm sorry. How did I miss Beth? Oh, because she's all the way up top. There we go. All right. Let me move that. Whew. What in the what's you guys different? What are your opinions on immigration?
So I'm a all illegal immigrants must be yeeted from the country expeditiously. This is not only an economic reason, but it's also a national security reason. As far as legalized immigration, I fully support people coming in 100% legally. But if they can't bother to come in legally, they should never be allowed in ever again. I'm sure Non-Fawn disagrees with all that.
Probably most of it. I mean, I'm generally in support of a relatively lenient legal immigration policy, in that I think it should be decently easy for people to easier for people to come to the U.S. legally than it is now. With mass deportations, I think we should deport violent criminals, at least assuming that they're held in places where they're not going to escape from easily or whatever. I don't believe that mass deportations of a lot of the asylum seekers that came over under Biden or whatever is going to have any positive effect economically. Or I was going to say it's not going to have a net positive effect economically. And I don't believe most of them are a huge national security threat.
Okay. So is there a specific area of immigration? How about do you think that it was right and correct to kick out the two? Well, I guess we pick either one. I don't care which one, but either of the two that were accused of being either terrorists. That was the guy from Yemen or wherever, and
I don't
MS-13.
I don't know enough about those cases specifically to say.
All right.
He's an open borders simp if you've listened to what he said. So he really
Okay, well,
doesn't
let's
care
just
who's
do
up
open
there.
borders. Open borders, good, bad. You're bad. He's
Well, hold
good.
on. I don't think what is open border?
That's essentially what you said. You want the immigration system to be so damn easy that almost anyone can come. Immigration is not a right. Immigration is a privilege. And if you want to come into the best country of the world, we want the best people to come in. Nothing but the best. Anything less is unacceptable. I don't see how you cannot be an open border simp when you literally
I believe there should be a cap on the number of immigrants that are coming into the U.S. I think we can probably accept about
What's
like
that
2
cap at?
probably about 2 million.
Why 2 million? Why should
I don't know.
1%? Why should 1% of the essentially
that's
1% of the nation's naturalized citizens our nation's actual citizens be allowed to come in annually?
Seems like
How is that sustainable? How is that
Seems like
sustainable?
it has pretty broad economic benefits.
Economic benefits how?
And that labor supply is increased. Businesses can expand
so you need
easier.
people to clean your toilet when you can't do it yourself?
It's not
Okay,
that
we're already having the
cost of doing it.
debate. Let's just move this into the debate. Non-Fawn, your name was paid to be changed.
Windows RS, hell yeah.
All right. Perfect, I guess. I don't know. All right. So it's just funny. All right, let's just immigration. Or what are we going to call the current state of it?
Okay, so here I'll extend it olive branch, and I'll say that we can both agree that we do need to reform the immigration system. Let's actually talk about the more specifics of said system, and that way maybe you can teach me a little bit more about your stances, because as I've already displayed to you, I think you're an open borders absurdum type individual. So maybe you can teach me something better. Yeah.
Okay. So
means of changing the system and limits on said system, I think would be a good framework. If you would agree with that, Non-Fawn.
Sure.
Okay. Do you like that, Grid?
Yeah, let's do that. Who is taking the affirmative? I believe that's you then, right?
Well, I mean, if we both agree that does need to be changed, the deal, should it be easier or harder? I would take the side of more difficult, where Non-Fawn, I would assume, would take the easier route.
Well, okay, just who
but we
wants to
can
go
both
first,
agree.
since you're both kind of taking an affirmative on each side.
Yeah. Would you like to go first, Non-Fawn, or would you rather myself?
I'll go first, I guess.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, so let me get the 1 minute on the clock. By the way, 2 minutes has already been added. This will be a 7-minute debate, unless somebody adds more time, because this is going to be good. I feel like it's going to be really actually great. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, out there in the chat, both of these guys are really cool dudes. So go. I don't know if you definitely need to go to Nonfon's channel, because even though he just does play Minecraft, that you can overlook that. And Aircraft Sparky is trying to do some good stuff with debate channels. So 1 minute, and Nonfon, you can start now.
Yeah, sure. I guess my position is pretty simple. I think the sort of big problem we're having right now is there are a lot of immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, and the easiest way for them to do it is basically to have a fraudulent asylum claim. I think the solution is to make it to make the asylum process basically harder, and to make immigration easier. That's going to involve probably placing a cap on the number of low-skill immigrants that can come in every year, probably around 2 million. And I also think that there should be I don't even necessarily agree with Trump policy, actually, believe it or not, around selling certain visas. I believe for most high skill visas, we should essentially uncap them. And that's my position.
Nonfon getting done 20 minutes or 20 seconds early again. Very succinct. All right, Sparky.
That's called efficiency. Look, when it comes to the U.S. foreign policy, U.S. domestic policy on immigration, I believe that we should actually do a little bit of reform. Part of that reform is what I would suggest would go towards the New Zealand style of immigration, where we would only allow specific skilled trade laborers to come in as per the need of the country, and of course, other higher level educated skills such as doctors, engineering, things like that. And I believe that these both should be highly limited. And the reason why is because as manufacturing is going to grow here in America,
20 seconds.
we will see that there is a lot of jobs coming available, a lot of jobs available for American citizens, and it should be an American first strategy when it comes to employment.
13 seconds left.
We're good.
All right. Okay, so again, you guys have an extra 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's 7 minutes total. I'll try and remember to announce at 5 and 2 minutes. But.
Outstanding. So you mentioned that you thought that 2 million of unskilled labor should come in. Now, if we look at the current most recent census, we see about 360 million people in America, with an estimated anywhere between 15 to 40 million of them being illegal immigrants. Right now, I'm not saying that we are overpopulated. Far from it. The fact that we have a bunch of individuals who we don't know their actual past claiming fake asylum, something that you've already admitted, you've already claimed they're economic asylees, which is something that does not exist. Why should we not?
Well, to be clear, the position is there are people who want to come here for economic opportunity. I believe that is a good thing. It is a horrible thing that the easiest way for them to do that is to make a fraudulent asylum claim. I totally agree that we should reform our asylum system. I would just simply continually let in, a number of these immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, because I believe it helps them. It helps our native-born citizens as well. The U.S. working age population is basically stagnant. It started shrinking.
What method would you go to make it easier? Would you make less background checks? Would you make it cheaper?
Not. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We should. So first of all, I believe the number of green cards we give out every year is too limited. We should still absolutely give a background check to anyone, to people coming here. But we should have, a work visa that is relatively easy to apply for, that doesn't have these 14-year-long waiting lists that people in Mexico currently have to sit through. So these people can come here and they can work in jobs, right now, for the time being at least, there's more job openings than unemployed people. It seems like the U.S. would absolutely benefit from, more people coming in. Okay. And immigration is just a really good way to do that.
One of the big issues currently that we see with especially with illegal immigrants is the fact that we do allow things such as our welfare system to help support them. That's a big problem. If you haven't paid into the system, you shouldn't be able to give into the system.
Okay, so what you're talking about applies absolutely nothing to my system, because under my system, these people coming here with legal visas would absolutely pay into the welfare system, right? And it, you know,
well,
they would be paying taxes legally because they're legal residents.
Would
And
actually
also,
agree
I
to a
don't
point.
I don't believe that all of them should necessarily qualify for welfare, and a lot of them currently don't qualify for welfare.
I would
from the
actually
federal
argue
level.
that none of them should qualify for welfare in order to get permission to come in to our country. They should actually be barred from any and all forms of social welfare nets.
Well, look, I think that
if they haven't paid into it, why should we take the dregs of society?
Well, I think welfare. I mean, I think if you end up with a bunch of poor immigrants on the street who, you know, that actually, you know, would be a case where you might see immigrants committing a lot of crime.
Well, that's why you yeet them the hell out of the country. You don't let them in.
Well, no. So we arguing. I don't know why you keep going back to this illegal immigrants kick them all out of the country thing. When we're right now, what we're arguing is the changes we need to make to our immigration system.
If they can't pay their way,
stop deflecting
their way
these
in,
random
why should we allow them?
What we need to
shouldn't we void their visa if we allow them in and they can't afford to pay anymore? If they can't live here, why should the American taxpayer?
No, because most people, I can tell you've never read anything. Most people who stay on welfare for a very, very temporary amount of time. Like the average person is on food stamps for like less than a year. You know, if these immigrants need help temporarily so that they are long-term benefit, you know, overall, that's it. That's still a good thing.
Is it really a good thing that the American taxpayer is paying for people who hasn't been giving into the system?
For people, you understand. Again, we're debating legal immigration here.
Yes, and I'm talking about legal immigrants.
I understand. So these people are paying.
Why
into the
should
tax
the social
system
safety net apply to them when they haven't paid in it?
because they are paying into the tax system and are better able to be productive workers when they have a social safety net. They are better able to be productive workers when they have a social safety net. And by the way, we can go over the data on this. I know you haven't read like any papers on this at all, but it really doesn't.
We're not here to do an academic debate. We're here to do rhetorical.
Hold on, I understand you have no evidence for everything.
Someone who hasn't ever moved out of their mom's fucking house can't tell me anything about economics. Okay, you just can't do it. You don't.
If I could provide you papers that show immigrants don't consume welfare more often than Native people, would you even consider that
one immigrant who takes welfare?
Yeah,
that is a
right.
problem.
Yeah, right. This guy doesn't care. Wait. Hold on. Do you think it's plausible? Do you think it's plausible that immigration would be an overall benefit to the country if they did consume welfare at a lesser rate? Do you think it's plausible that they'd be an overall benefit?
I think immigrants coming in, if they are highly skilled and highly educated with in areas
what an
where
unbelievable deflection of the question.
In the workforce, I actually believe yes, they are quite a hell of a benefit to the country.
What an unbelievable.
However, we shouldn't just bring people in based solely on their skill. They also have to have some type of economic stability, so we don't have to support them ourselves.
What do you think provides some economic stability? That's what the welfare state is for. What do you mean? There seems to be a lot of evidence for, you know, both into the U.S. and America, that the welfare state does enable people to get jobs and remain productive later on.
Now, the New Zealand model is.
The New Zealand model, I think you said that I remember you said that they only let in, you know, people as per the country needs, highly limited, high skill immigration only.
Yes,
and what I'm telling
minimum
you
of a master's degree or an expert.
Yeah, that's insane.
Master journeyman's license.
I think that's insane because the U.S.
That means they're stable.
No, absolutely not. Because again, it seems like do you contend? Do you deny the fact that the U.S. working age population is like essentially stagnant since 2000?
Oh, very much so. In fact,
okay, so do you believe that it would be beneficial?
Is down, but a lot of that is because people in the younger generations are trying to do this for a living instead of actually doing real.
That's
jobs.
absolutely not true. Prime age employment is at all times high. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Prime age employment, which is young people, 25 to 55, that employment rate is at all-time high. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about.
All-time high.
So now answer my question.
There's
you deflect and refuse to answer it. Do you believe it would be beneficial for the U.S. working age population to increase?
I would like to see more people working, yes, but the current employment participation rate in America is down approximately 15% since COVID.
Primates, retard. Primates, dumbass. Dumbass.
You don't have to sit here.
You specifically said young people. That's why I mentioned primates.
Okay.
The reason.
Am I a fucking
retard?
After COVID, I understand.
I
After
disagree
COVID,
with you. Oh my fucking god!
I'm citing statistics that show that you're wrong. What do you?
Jesus, do you even work, young man? Have you ever had a
I do
job?
this! Exclamation point TTS in my
Yeah,
chat,
yeah, yeah.
guys. That's absolutely. Notice how he
Hashtag
deflected to
never
something
really
completely
worked.
irrelevant
God,
because this guy
you've only
never
got
contends with
employment
statistics. I've argued with this guy before.
You've
He
never
knows
hired
nothing about
anyone.
economics. He doesn't contend with any statistics on anything. All he does is say
Dude,
the
this is
most
a 5-minute
vibe-based
fucking
meme shit
debate.
ever.
What do you want me to do? You want me to fucking bring you a whole novel? Of
I want you to
goddamn-
have a minimum
Okay.
understanding of the
And that's
literature
the
around
end.
immigration.
Thank you.
I had fun.
All right. We're gonna start with Anson Knowles on this.
I gotta add up this score
All right.
sheet.
Well, all right. We'll go to who I know is rooting for non-fun to win. We're gonna go to Tyler.
Whew! Wow, that was fun. That was probably the most amusing one so far. I don't like, I've already spoken to Donfon about this. I do not like that you insult people so much. You get along with this dude just fine off a stream, and I would like to see an apology in the short term. That being said, it is a blood sport debate, and I get that. And I will say, Jason, you let him keep this in the realm of economics as one subject the entire time. You started out with national security. You started out with all sorts of good arguments about skills, and you just sat there and argued his one good argument with him the whole time. You had 2 punches that you came in with your introduction with that you never went back to. I was like, if he hits him with national security, Donfon's done. He doesn't know a fucking thing about that. You're stayed in economics, the one thing he sits on his stream all day and researches. Like you played into his hand, and then he got you angry, and you got distracted. And I just, fuck it, ain't non-fun. Good for you, man. Good for you. You beat a fucking.
I appreciate it, Tyler.
You were the underdog here by far. Sparky is significantly smarter than most people I've talked to online. This was a bad performance, man. Holy fuck. Good job, dude. You got him.
Sparky, it's a blood sport thing. I mean, no harm by my insults. Off stream, I can love you. Okay.
So
Off stream.
I'll actually tell you that most people will say the moment you start insulting the person personally, you've already lost the debate. That's the school that I go to. But yeah, this is a blood sport debate. Good job.
Ticky tack.
I could still lose. It's possible.
Wow, non-fun, you've sure grown. You've gotten a lot better with your debates, and I guess the only advice I'd probably throw your way is that with these short form debates, you really can't start like pointing out statistics. But I see that you're trying to develop on more of your more your rhetoric and more of your kind of like pushback with questions. I really wanted to just hold Sparky to the fire when it came to that welfare question that you brought up. Is in that if immigrants come in through legal process and start paying taxes, should they be granted the welfare system? Which is like the logical outcome is yes, they would have access to the welfare system if they're paying taxes. And I feel like you kind of let that go a bit when you could have pushed harder. Otherwise, though, I still think you won this debate. So good job, non-fun.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's hear from Anson Knowles.
Yeah, so in the opening, both of y'all left time on the table for your opening. Non-fun, you missed an opportunity to at least make up a position of your opponent to attack, right? And you need to do that at preemptive attacking if you're debating. And Aircraft Sparky, he went first, and that left you no excuse for not attacking his position in your opening. All you did was make your argument. That's all either one of you did. They were good arguments. And in terms of the actual scoring, there was a really good back and forth where non-fun did his ad hom attacks, which he likes to do, and Sparky, you called him out on it. But there were also several situations where you were kind of deflecting from the positions that non-fun wanted to debate, and he reeled you back in effectively by calling you out on it instead of ignoring him and just going to whatever you wanted to talk about. But I scored non-fun at 17 and Aircraft Sparky at 18 just on the back and forth, so I actually gave this one to Aircraft Sparky.
Interesting. Thank you.
Well,
hell yeah.
Non-fun lives again.
Peace. Appreciate the time, man.
Appreciate it,
good. It was fun.
Aircraft
Yeah,
Sparky, I think that you got bogged down.
Yeah.
And normally I'd let everybody else go, but we've got so few people left.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of got bogged down and you just couldn't move out of it.
Oh, I let the
And
kids
that
distract me, no doubt. It's interesting. I let him do it, and I heard myself in the back of my head. Why are you even going down this route? But it's literally because I didn't if I would have went the national security route and stuck with that, it would have been unfair to him because he's never been out of his mom's basement or his own bedroom. So I don't really think he'd know what the nation looks like. And the fact that he's never actually had a real job just shows that, yeah, he knows a lot about books and stuff like that, but he doesn't actually see what's going on out in the world. And so I did it as me being a fucking egotistical asshole, thinking that I could beat him in his little realm. But he brought me down. He brought me down to the level of stupidity and beat me with experience. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Aircraft Sparky. It's good to have you back on the show. We'll
Always,
need to have you
man.
back again. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a pleasure. Have a great night.
I can't believe you guys kicked Sparky, man. That's terrible.
Non-fun. I
think it's a pure sign of losing when you resort to ad hom and personal insults. I mean,
well,
that's a clear
I actually like that. I think that
instead you're going for the knees instead of attacking the ideals.
Yeah, but
when I do personal insults, I try to relate them to the debate. Like it's going to be like, notice how this guy doesn't. Well, yeah, but I'll say like this guy's retarded. He doesn't like read anything about this. He has no statistics on his side. Usually, I try to tie it back to the debate when I do personal insults, but.
Yeah, you can you also being a fucking dickhead about it.
Well, it's only a problem if he doesn't call it back out on you, right? And he did one time. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You can do as many negative, backhanded, underhanded comments you want, and if he doesn't stand up for himself, it doesn't really matter.
I mean,
we all gotta admit. No, come on. Admit that Non-Fon is a wiener, so he does have to assert himself a little bit in order to get in the game.
It's pretty funny. Effing Epic
That's
did
fair.
that.
The chat did that. That wasn't Sparky though.
Yeah, that was effing Epic. Paid for that. So, Non-Fon, dude, I got to be honest with you. I actually enjoyed the something other than giggling from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually thought this is probably the best debate I've ever watched you have.
If Sparky would have taken him to national security, he would have beat the shit out of him. You kept him in your realm. It was good. You did very well with that. You did what that guy did to Buckaroo.
And you did, and I don't know if you intentionally did it, but by getting animated and getting argumentative with him about the economic part, you made him want to beat you there rather than just saying,
right,
okay, so they pay into the welfare system. So what? Now let's talk national security. And that was, I don't know if he meant to do it, but it was really, really good. So that was pretty awesome. Everyone's predicting, by the way, that you'll be a conservative by the time you're 40.
Everybody turns conservative once they start paying taxes. Non-fun.
Yeah. All right, so let's see where we're at time wise. Very, very good job, Non-Fon. I'm actually really impressed by that.
I appreciate it.
So, Grid, how many contestants are on the board right now? We got Tyler, Glenn, Steelman, EOD, Beth, and Jess.
Well,
Jess, are you debating?
Tyler's a judge.
So it's
we have
Glenn's.
Beth, Steelman, whoever's next, Glenn, EOD, Non-Fon, and Jess White, which I'm not sure Jess White is actually debating or if she's just up here hanging out.
I have no idea. You guys asked me to come up here, so I turned up.
Yeah.
I can if you want me to. I'm not really a debater, but I can if you want.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's if you want to debate, we're not going to force you.
Well, if somebody pays for her to debate, then that's
actually, if somebody turns up and says, if somebody spends $40 for you to debate, you're taking your whooping like a.
Yeah,
I'll debate you on the Lord of the Rings was the greatest movie ever made.
Nah.
Oh, well.
Right,
That's something we disagree on. Like, come on, we can debate.
I'm gonna give
5
minutes. 5 minutes for the chat to pay for the next debate, or I'm picking the debaters. Unless Anson, you think you still have credit.
I've got a little bit left, but not enough for a debate. I'm actually putting one in there right now to cover the remainder. So
Well, I'm running on somebody's good grace.
Someone called Non-Fon Hunter Avalon little sister.
I wasn't even.
I'm not sure that insults him, to be honest. But okay.
I'll take it as a compliment.
I would not, but okay. I would not take that as a
Hunter's chill. I like Hunter from what I've seen of him.
But
That
his
makes
little
sense.
sister
That
though.
totally tracks.
With his, what's his? I don't know much of his history. Like, what's the?
He's
Well,
a
I-
comic,
I-
just like you.
I thought it was.
Mr.
I think
Mister
it was
wants to
liberal.
do a 2v2 grid.
You know what? I'll do it. I don't normally do 2v2s, but let's do a 2v2. This is a good panel for that.
So I'm actually
I would've
blocked
picked
from
Sparky.
doing any more donos. So my card's not working. I had to switch cards because my last one doesn't work. So yeah, I'm
You
not
have to go over to Streamlabs. Like
Well, no,
everybody-
it's my damn
donated
card
$50
fraud alert shit.
Super chat.
Oh, God.
For whatever.
Okay. Well, Agrillipus has covered you.
How are we gonna do like 2v2s with 5 minutes? I mean, that's kind
You're on
of.
my team, Beth.
Well, let's make it the.
Well, I would.
capstone.
I can.
Yeah, if it was a 2v2, it'd be
so-
10 minutes, wouldn't it?
So Grid, Agrilipolis just threw in 50, and I've got $30 of credit left. So
I
can
know.
actually-
I know.
Yeah, we can do two.
And Mr. Mister said he would pay extra for a 2v2. So, Mr. Mister, just put that towards another debate, and we'll do the 2v. Who wants to do it? Who wants to be in a 2v2?
Right on.
EOD is down.
I'm down, but I feel like everyone else left is conservative, so I don't know. It would be hard to do a topic. so I
Steelman's
feel like it might be-
Steelman's not conservative. Per
Yeah, he's a
se.
lefty.
Well,
pretending to be a conservative like you.
He's a
Maybe.
commie. He's a dirty, stinking commie. But he
Yes.
does,
Nobody knows
he
what the
doesn't
fuck
play.
he
Yes,
well.
he is. Deport Steelman.
You can't label freedom, motherfuckers.
These men can fight out some politics. Have at it.
Yeah, we don't have to debate a political topic. We can debate social. Glenn is still here, but he's probably asleep now.
You know, it'd be really good to see
No,
Jess
I'm
and
not.
Beth go against Steelman, and
I'm
we
right here.
are us.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear you, Anson. What was that?
I said whatever Glenn has to say is more important than what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going against the two girls. I'm on Beth's side this time.
God, you're such a simp. God, you're so gross.
Okay. All right.
Watch out, ladies. He might use drugs to get you in bed.
Yeah.
Bill
Yeah,
Cosby alert.
if you guys are down.
I don't know who the 2v2 would be.
Oh, I like Mr. Bill's topic. Would Trump make a good pope? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because the Pope's fucking evil. The Trump would make a perfect Pope.
Yeah, I actually
The
agree with
Pope is evil. Trump would make a perfect. I'm not sure that follows, but okay, I guess.
Yeah, you have to be a ruthless Machiavellian in order to become Pope or the president. So it's basically the same job.
Isn't it just like a king?
Trump was friends with Epstein, and to be the Pope, you got to look past
He's a monarch.
No, shut up, Tyler. That's not even fucking true.
I tell you what. And let's. I don't see a 2v2 on this panel. I see. I see two individual debates, which I will just discount and just do two individual. I want to see. This is what I want to see. I want to see Glenn versus Beth, and Steelman versus EOD, and Nonfon taking the win of one of those. That's what I want.
What did me and Beth got to argue about? Nothing.
Abortion, not abortion.
Repealing the 19th.
Repealing the night. No, Glenn's all
Kill
about.
it. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Hold on.
They're on the
There's
same
something
team.
I remember because you were DMing me to ask about it. I can't
Well,
remember.
what about
it was.
this list of 100 topics you've got in the Discord?
I know. No, Glenn had one for Beth to argue.
Yeah, but Beth shouldn't have any say
That had to
on
do with
repealing the
red-
19th
that had to do with
Amendment.
red pill. It was the red
I
pill
couldn't hear you.
debate. It was the red pill debate, but it was for her and Viking.
Oh.
Because
Yeah,
she said
yeah,
she
Beth, you
wanted
ain't
to
got no
debate
say on
him
repealing it.
on his position.
this
You would
is
be correct.
This
You
is
would be
this is a 100-sided die essentially. I'll just roll a random number. It's
Let's see.
12. So which one is 12?
So Beth, you're in favor of voting away your own freedoms?
Giving away my vote, yes.
Yeah. So do you think that guys should? Do you think that men should not give away their vote?
I think there are some men who probably shouldn't vote either. I kind of lean your way. I think there should, it used to be that, you had to have land and stuff like that. And
Well, I was talking to somebody in the chat about this. How about just a general competency test? Just general
Yeah,
U.S.
that's what I
history
just
and
said.
competency. Just
That's what I just
understand
said.
how it works. That would.
Yeah,
I'd
some
be okay
basic
with that.
civics, right? And that's why I don't vote, is because that kind of stuff is just, give me a parenting class and I'll teach that shit right up. But,
So grid. How about that? Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? That was one of mine.
I threw one in chat a little bit ago. Who would be better to take over Gaza after Israel's finished attacking? Israel, the Arab nations, or the Trump plan?
I'm not familiar enough with
it.
I don't know.
Yeah, way to kill the vibe, bro.
Sorry. I've done a bunch of panels on it.
Chairman of the board is fishing for fucking dating advice from these chicks. Yeah, that's a good idea. Have Jess and fucking Beth debate that topic.
Yeah, I agree. Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? Yep.
He's always got the Coomer topics. You can't. You have to be careful. Handle with care.
Number 12 is, should arranged marriages be encouraged to strengthen family bonds?
Yes.
Do you agree with that,
Yes.
Steelman?
I agree that they should be.
I'm all for arranged.
You agree with arranged marriages, but you're going to sit here and argue about repealing the 19th.
Well, no, yeah, I think that this whole idea of sending our kids off to the wild to fend for themselves and everything, including they're choosing their sexual partners.
You guys have fun for a minute. I'm going to go take a leak.
Go for it.
Get some. Look, we've got 2.5
figure
debates
something
paid for. So let's get some animosity going here.
All right,
Yeah,
now's our opportunity, guys.
marriages, that's all part of the patriarchy's responsibility. I think fathers should be arranging their kids and planning that stuff out from when they're much younger.
So how about
this?
this?
Grow up together and
Agreed.
have that connection.
See, Beth, we agree on a lot.
How about this one? So in a long-term relationship, does scheduled sex kill desire?
Scheduled sex.
Never even heard of
it increases anticipation.
It
I'm gonna get laid
absolutely
tonight. It's gonna be awesome.
If scheduled sex is the only sex that's happening, yes, yeah, that'll kill the desire real quick.
Well, what if the schedule is like all the time? No, just kidding.
That's my schedule.
See, I have to be real careful because I know Emmett's in the chat, and I'm debating him on Monday. We're redoing that Furburger question, and you have to be careful here.
No, but I have a good related one. Is after you've had the number of children that you want to have, is having intercourse beyond that sort of a perversion of the point of intercourse?
No, and as a matter of fact, even the Catholic Church.
Oh, even the Pope himself has sanctified a hung.
That sex is not strict. Actually, so yeah, this is outside of it. Sex is not strictly for procreation. That's biblical and dogmatic.
Hold on, but does that appeal to nature? Is that in line with nature's principles? Is that what we see in nature?
Well, I'm not. I'm not anti-birth control. So
have you not ever seen two dogs fucking just to fuck?
Yeah, people fuck just to fuck, and that's actually biblical, like scripturally.
Now you're appealing to the Bible as some sort of authority or something like that, but you could say that slavery is okay too, based on the Bible.
What is?
Slavery,
They should have
for
that
example.
That is not what the Bible says at all.
Actually, you can make a good biblical argument, just like you can make a biblical argument for polygamy.
Which I'll make that
that's made
argument.
in the Bible as far as slavery goes. He talks about,
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Where?
You'll make the polygamy argument?
Oh no, I'm a judge. I'm not debating. I'm just
No. Steelman said that he'll make the.
Well, yeah. I mean, considering our society is already living the polygamous lifestyle, it's just fucking all in shambles now. I'll argue for it. I'll argue that people should do it and not fucking lie about doing it. And not fucking have to sign contracts and break it all the time just to fucking do it. Yeah, be honest about it. Yeah.
That's the hard part, is that technically our nation is pretty much operating in polygamy, just minus the marriage. Look how many guys have how many baby daddy or baby mamas, you know? So I think we're already there, just minus the contract of marriage.
Okay. This will be a good one. Why don't, all right, so why don't I have Beth and Steelman arguing polygamy?
Wait, on a team
both
or
agree.
against each other?
I'm about to.
They agreed with each other, Glenn.
Yeah.
Oh, they agree with each other?
Yeah, Glenn can argue against polygamy. I've seen him do it before.
He can, but he's on the fence now. He's a fence sitter.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he wants more wives
I think
now.
polygamy is fucking stupid and degen
EOD.
bullshit.
Okay.
And what you're saying, what you're describing as, oh well, we're already there, is actually an argument against polygamy because
That's why I think that
how the
Beth thinks it's
society's
stupid
already
too. How is she and Steelman in agreement?
Because I think that minus the contract of marriage, because marriage has gone so far down in this country to where like a lot of people don't even get married anymore. Outside of that, like people are already having babies with multiple women and like multiple babies with the same multiple women.
Is that good or bad for society? I mean, it's been bad overall, right?
It is bad, but
okay,
it's the reality of what's happening. So, I mean, and on the
Yeah, I
same
think-
note, though, it's not bad because we need our birth rates up. So that
Right.
can go both ways. That's a hard one.
No, you can have multiple children in one marriage. You don't need to fuck everybody on the fucking block to have more than one kid. That's
No, I agree with
I
you.
disagree. No, that's a lot of fun. Everyone on the block, yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying, unfortunately,
I think
and-
exactly. Okay, so then I think we need to put our mind towards what's right and what society ought to do, right? And so that would be having a strong relationship with one partner and then raising as many children as you can stomach to raise.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree with that.
Hold on a second. Where do you get that ideology from?
All right. I gotta
you
get
solve that.
topics going here.
Not by
so-
legalizing
Field of
polygamy.
authority, according to Steelman.
Well, wait, where do you get that ideology from?
The Bible.
Come on,
The
Greg.
Bible, okay.
Pick two
All right.
people and set it up, man.
Yeah, I got to get some stuff going on here. So,
Sorry.
who do we want to debate?
EOD and Steelman.
It can be a 2v2
Why
with
is it
Steelman and
EOD
Beth
and Steelman?
on the pro side, me and Glenn on the anti side.
I'm not for it. I agree that it's bad and it shouldn't be happening. Look, I'm a monogamous myself, okay? Like, I don't prescribe to that stuff. I was raised on Christian ethics.
But you just
I
didn't
said
you and
it's
Steelman
what's
agree that it
happening.
should be legal?
No, I don't think it should be legal. What I'm
Oh.
saying is
But that's
people are
what
already
Steelman-
circumventing it.
Steelman said that it should be legal. It ought to be legal.
Yes. So you're going to say that people should come to my house with guns, and if I have two girlfriends instead of one?
No,
Girlfriend,
I'm
there
saying
you
that
go.
one of those girlfriends should be able to sue you. I'm not saying that you should be, invaded or swatted for it, unless you're sexually assaulting someone. But,
All right, I'm going to fix my signal. I'll be right back.
okay.
Who went? Who's going somewhere?
Steelman, he said he'd be right back, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
And a girlfriend is not what I'm talking about. We're talking polygamy is wives, not
yeah,
girls.
polygamy means wives.
Yeah.
Being
I
a
agree.
being a swinging dick is gross and dirty, but I mean it's not illegal.
But
Hey,
then
Greg, put the move list up so that the chat can participate.
Yeah. Let me throw this up again. That way we can get you guys going. I've got paid for debates. I just need to pick some people and throw them up. But you guys are agreeing to your way too agreeable.
No. Yeah, I'm saying that's totally wrong. That if a guy wants to, well, this whole wife thing, this whole marriage with the state thing is ridiculous. If a guy wants to have two common law wives, or if two guys and two girls want to live together and they want to be swingers or whatever like that, I don't think it's right for people to send guns in there and say, no, you can only fuck her and you can only fuck her.
Again, that's not what I'm trying to imply by saying that it should be illegal. What I'm trying to say is that
it is.
One wife should be able to levy
Here you go,
a civil
Steelman
suit
and
against.
EOD for this. They're already debating it. I'd just go with that.
All right. I think I am going to put see that, and that's what I predicted was Steelman, EOD, and it's going to be you and Glenn on something, guaranteed, 100%. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. We will see how it works out. All right, the rest of you guys got to go. Jess, are you debating, or are you just a wallflower?
Please get picked, Mike.
I think Jess is just a wallflower.
All right, I'll miss you, Beth. See you.
God, what a simp. Jesus.
All the simps. You know, that's a good thing about non-Fawn. He hasn't simped even a little bit yet.
Hey, dude, okay, how can you call it simping? It's called being masculine. You guys don't even know a chick can recognize one when you see one, and then when a fucking real man does, you call it simping. It's fucking y'all are fucking femme, is what I say.
Oh my god,
that's weird, man. You understand? Do you
zero, Patriot, zero.
We'd have to actually understand what simping is.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting down on your knees and begging for attention from a fucking woman. That's not manly.
That's never going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing if you have like even a 50-50 shot, right?
Or if it's your wife, right? You want to simp towards your wife.
But no one's begging.
So that she feels
We're actually
appreciated.
recognizing that we're actually putting recognition that there's a real feminine energy that deserves recognition. Not just be like, oh yeah, that's just another fucking dude. That's not just another fucking dude. That's a fucking cool ass chick up here that's fucking more recognizable than any of you fucking dudes up here.
I have no idea what you just said, but it's okay.
He sounds like a Boomhauer mixed with Kanye West, man.
All right. So
Trump was a black man.
The marriage polygamy argument. Do you guys want a specific prompt, or are you just?
Yeah, let's narrow it down to a specific prompt. Should polygamy be legal? Is that okay? Steelman?
If we're talking in the sense of if we're recognizing common law marriage as legally recognized, then with that caveat, common law marriage, because I don't even think that fucking state marriage. I wouldn't argue for any type of state marriage, but
yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think I would either. But also, at the end of the day, I wouldn't argue for polygamous marriage to be state sponsored. So that's kind of
avoiding the whole idea of anything being state sponsored. We'll just go with common law marriage. Should the government come in and use force to outlaw polygamous common law marriages? That's the question.
I'm not even sure if I necessarily disagree with that. My contention is that polygamy should not be encouraged in society at all. Okay, now insofar as the law being involved, all it should really entail is in a divorce suit, a woman should be able to use that as justification for divorce. But in a lot of states, you don't even need a justification. So it's kind of
common law marriage is still a state marriage.
It's a state recognition of the marriage, right? Yeah.
Right. So that I don't know how that gets around it. So there's only two types of marriage. Either you have a state marriage, or you have a marriage before God, a covenant,
a religious marriage.
You don't believe in God, then you can't have a marriage.
Well, I would say if you don't believe in God, you're not actually marrying anyone. I mean,
I wanted to go back to the most
really count as a marriage in my eyes, and that's why I don't believe in state-sponsored marriage. State shouldn't have anything to do with it. It's a covenant between man, woman, and God.
I'm going back to the most basic form of what I would consider states common law marriage, which would be if you live with somebody for 3 months, then you're considered common law married. So that's it. If you're in a polygamous relationship,
come on, it's not 3 months. It's 3 years at least.
No, I think it's 3 months, but I think it's state by state. So each state has their variations.
I think there's only like 3 or 4 states that recognize common law marriage.
Yeah, probably.
But at this point, we're actually talking about like sleeping with multiple partners, which I'm not like saying I'm for this or anything like that. I'm just saying that people choose different things, and I wouldn't use guns to uphold that choice on them.
Okay, wait a minute.
Well, I don't think we're talking about a legal thing here. He's talking about the fact that the idea of someone have. I mean, let me try and define this a little bit. EOD is saying
talking about legal.
EOD is talking about if you have 3 women that you consider your wives, not girlfriends, not people you're banging, not, rotating hot and cold pussy. I mean, 3 wives that you're providing for, you have children with, or you intend to have children with, and they live in your house or whatever, and you have wives, like not girlfriends or whatever.
Yeah, but I also
That is wrong.
Yeah.
That's his contention.
Also, I don't think
I'm
that
not
should be
even gonna.
recognized
I'm
by
not
the
even gonna
state.
say illegal. I'm not gonna say bad before God. It's just
Well, it is.
wrong.
Well, see, I mean,
Sure,
we
bad
could
before
debate
God
what's
and wrong at the same time. Yes, both of those.
we could debate what's right or wrong, but I did want to, and I don't mean to like go too far, but I did initiate this under the idea that he was going to enforce his ideas on this using force, using law, using guns, which I felt like rises to an excessive level
You're
of force.
assuming a lot, and I've tried to explain this like 4 or 5 times now. In a civil suit, in a divorce suit, the woman should be able to use that as justification, or she should sue for damages based on.
If they want to
this
enter into the
relationship
marriage
or whatever.
contract, if they want to enter into the marriage contract that stipulates that they're going to be in a monogamous relationship and that contract is broken, then sure, she could use that to go to court and say he broke the contract. But if they enter a contract that says we're going to be in a polygamous relationship and then they're polygamous, I don't think she should be able to go to court and say that's why.
I don't think the state should recognize that contract in the first place. So again, this gets to the civility of it. I'm not talking about sending a SWAT team to your house to break up your.
But you're talking about a formal divorce.
What I'm talking about is tax exemptions. What I'm talking about is property rights. What I'm talking about is divorce suits. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the law part of it comes into play. Okay. I'm not talking about sending the SWAT team to your fucking house to shoot you in the head because you're banging
I thought that
three
we
bitches.
were talking more moral.
Well, yeah, and
wrong.
the reason that is that is how the law ought to operate is because of the moral backing and the Christian morality, for sure. And in the eyes of God, the only true marriage is one man, one woman before the eyes of God.
I wonder what I would love to see where Jesus said that. Maybe he did.
He did.
But that's
actually.
the whole. Well, I'll have to check that one. So I don't want to get too far away though, as far as
good.
like
It's
taking
a good read.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and debate the notion of Christian religion to you, okay? What I am telling you is that that's where it comes
How many
from.
wives did Solomon have?
Well, that was Old Testament.
Solomon
You
wasn't
asked
a
about
Christian.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So who's the one? So Jesus said a marriage is between a man and a woman. You tell me that's red letters.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't Jesus.
Yeah,
Well, it was Jesus.
Well,
it was
I mean, it
also
was
in Deuteronomy.
Paul through
It's
Jesus,
not mutually
but-
exclusive. So.
All right. So it was Paul. Okay. Okay. Exactly.
You're talking New Testament, Old Testament.
Do you know who Paul is?
Yeah. So it wasn't Jesus, right? So a lot of these apostles said all kinds of stuff.
He was an apostle of Jesus. Yeah. So he was spreading Jesus' teachings. Yes.
Oh yeah, a lot of the apostles killed, or was he the one that killed Christians, right?
Oh my God, dude. Like
Wasn't
I said,
that
I'm not
Paul?
here to debate. I'm not going to
That
debate
was
the Christian
Paul.
religion with you. We're
Thank
talking
you.
about polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of, in my view, what it says in the Bible. That's as far into the Bible as we need to go. So let's focus on polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of all of the reasons you've stated. People
If you
do it
wanna-
all the time.
and we
They
can start
just
the debate or
spread
whatever.
all over the
Prompt
place.
and then
They're
let
not
you guys
responsible
go
for their
at it.
children. They're not responsible for their wives. They're not taking care of society. They're
Yeah.
not being good, dutiful members of society. Instead, they're whoring around and just spreading their seed and causing all kinds of detriment and
You're
and
saying you're
terrible
whoring around,
lives
but
for
not if
these
you're living in
kids.
the household.
They're terrible.
Okay,
They're
all right.
spreading.
I just need the debate prompt, and I'll let you guys go at it. So
Polygamy's wrong.
What's wrong?
There you go.
He's saying polygamy is wrong. I'm saying that is so broad and vague that on itself is fallacious.
Then what would you like the debate to be? Regarding polygamy, please.
That it's not necessarily unnatural, and that therefore we shouldn't necessarily say it's the right and only way, and we shouldn't appeal specifically to the Bible as authority on that decision.
Well, he didn't appeal to the Bible. But
What?
he just said it's wrong.
That's the prompt I would have.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is that a good prompt for you, EOD?
I guess I will try to work.
All right.
with
I'm going to
the
give you guys a minute. Why don't you guys, while I'm setting everything, just think about your opening. Just think about where you're going to go with it. EOD, are you going first, or is he going first?
I don't care. What do you want to do, still, man?
No, I was gonna make the ad hom and be like, ladies first, remember? But just kidding, dude. I'm down for whatever.
Okay.
I
I'm
mean,
trying to get
with
my
that
camera to focus. It's not going to focus. I'll go
Both
first. That's fine. All right. So, I just got this out of my chat. I'll pull a Destiny and rely on my chat. So the Bible affirms marriage as a union between one man and one woman. This concept is established in Genesis 2:24, and Jesus reaffirms it in Matthew 19:4. Grid just said that Paul also reaffirms it as an apostle of Jesus. So there you go. It is an appeal to authority, sure. Morality has to come from somewhere. My morality comes from God. So there you go. That's where it comes from. Those are the places where it comes from. It comes from the Old Testament. It comes from the New Testament. Jesus also said the old laws still apply. It's not something that we're gonna just forget about. On top of that, I think that polygamy and whoring around and sleeping with a bunch of people is actually a net negative for society in the long run, regardless of faith. Okay, in my eyes, it's wrong before God, but the numbers, the rubber meeting the road, what it actually has an effect on society, it is an extremely detriment for kids to grow up without a father figure in their lives. It's extremely detriment for them to grow up in a broken home. More kids turn to crime. They turn to drug dealing. They
that's
turn
time. Save it for the debate. All right. Let me know when you're ready, Steelman.
You know me, man. I was ready before this debate started. So you mentioned Matthew 19:4, and if anyone wants to double check, it actually has nothing to do with, and you can thank your chat for this, a monogamous relationship. It says that the union should be between a man and a woman. And I'm not in any way advocating for anything other than men and women, getting together. And so let me debunk that claim. And your next claim was that it has a negative effect on society. And I want to know exactly how you're going to claim that polygamous relationships, polygamous marriages in particular, in this case, have a negative effect on societies. I would love to see you point to a case study or any type of situation where society has accepted polygamous marriages and it's shown a negative effect, considering that's actually, I would argue, one of the negative effects in our society is that we don't allow polygamous relationships. So we have so many, going to your next point, broken families without fathers, without mothers, broken families. This is not a polygamous marriage.
Time.
That's a broken household, not what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for a polygamous household that has parents not missing their fathers.
That was time. Let me get the 5 minutes up. But
sorry, I just figured I was moving into the 5 automatically.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Got your mics turned on now. All right, good. Go.
All right. So in the Mormon society across Salt Lake City and throughout northern Mexico, they did practice polygamy. And polygamy turned out to be extremely detrimental for the women involved in those relationships in particular, but also the children that were involved, because those relationships invariably created a large number of offspring. Okay. So you had 2-3 kids with each of your 5 wives. Now you've got 25 fucking kids that you're supposed to be taking care of, that you're supposed to be giving your fatherly attention to, and a house full of fucking women, a harem of women, in order to fill the gap of their time. And in reality, most of the time, those kids end up growing up under the women instead of having a strong father figure in their lives, which is why I was pointing towards whoring around in polygamous or multi partner relationships where people have sex and don't engage in any sort of marriage or any sort of common law marriage or any sort of commitment to one another. They create that broken home situation that you're talking about. The very same outcome is very similar with Mormon
Okay,
children.
I'm going to have to
They grew
interrupt
up
you again
extremely
and address your 2
without
points.
a good man, a good mentor for masculine, rigidity and objectiveness. They don't have the right influence in their lives to be good, balanced people. That's why you have a man and a woman for however many kids they think they can take on. I think a reasonable number has to be somewhere under 5.
I'll let you filibuster, or I'll address your points now. Thank you. I appreciate your points. And I caught 3 of them, and at least. So you said that.
You interrupting me is not me filibustering, by the way.
Okay, and I'll address your 3 points now. So you said that the large number of offspring that was produced was actually the problem. And I will say that right now you're hearing in a lot of these spheres that the low population is actually the problem and that we need a higher population. So according to you, that higher population would actually solve that problem of lower population. And next, I'm going to say that you're talking about the overuse of sex also becoming a problem. I'm saying that once you've reached, in any relationship, whether it's monogamous or polygamous, once you've really reached the number of children that are sufficient to, or many that you think that you need to have for your situation, that at that point, you should stop using sex unless you're trying to have children. And then you're talking about polygamous being broken relationships. Well, I'm going to say that I'm talking about healthy polygamous relationships where you have not just men with multiple wives, but you can even include, like I said, the full definition of polygamy, meaning you could have two guys that share women and live together in a healthy relationship, and they share the relationships, they share responsibilities in a healthy way, and they share the teachings. Then you're not going to have less father figures. You could actually include more father figures. And then I'm going to say that instead of that, you're advocating for, oh, no, let's just have sex with these random people, not marry them, and then get into these relationships, call ourselves monogamous, then get a fucking divorce.
At what point did I advocate for that? At no point did I advocate.
2-minute warning.
Words in my mouth.
Okay, well then, unless you're going to advocate that, unless you're going to advocate that people should be virgins and all of that, and only marry once.
That people should be virgins either. When did I say that? I'm not saying
right.
that.
And so I'm saying that
a man
actually,
and a woman can give the appropriate attention to the number of kids that they think they can handle, which I think should be less than 5. So that allows the correct amount of focus on the kids for the kids to grow up as well balanced people. Also, if we got our birth rate up to 5 per couple, we'd completely solve the population problem. The problem is that our birth rate is down below 2 per couple right now. We just need families to start forming and to start having kids. We don't need polygamy to solve the population crisis. All we need
you're the
is
one who
good,
said it would
dedicated
solve the
people
population crisis, not me.
who are morally driven to raise their kids and give their kids the attention that they need.
Right, and I'm saying that
they don't grow
they
up
are
to be
more
gangbangers.
There's nothing immoral about being polygamous.
Worthless,
it's actually more moral. It's not appealing to this. What you said, you're getting your information from God, and I'm saying you're not getting it from God. You're actually getting it from the Bible, and I'm actually getting what I would consider my information more from God, which would be
1 minute.
Nature, which would be from nature. Now, what do we see in nature? Do we see monogamous relationship and marriages in nature? No, we see more of a polygamous type thing in nature, and I'm saying that we have more of like a community of people raising these children together.
Justify that. Where do we see polygamy in nature?
Well, I'm saying like in nature we don't see these monogamous relationships, and yeah, we do see in these baboon tribes.
No,
for example,
we do see monogamous relationships.
We do see polygamous relationships in these in baboons, for example. They will have what you would talk about multiple wives.
I'm talking about people. I'm talking about human beings.
So I'm talking about in nature. So we don't see human beings in their natural form, and I'm saying that in their natural, monogamous is not relation. Monogamous marriages is not natural, and that's why we see so much divorce. That's why we see so many less parents in the household now, is because monogamous relationships is based off of fear and insecurities and the idea that we're going to own our partner instead of letting them be free and do what they want and accepting.
No, it's a commitment. It's just like it's entering a contract, as you said at one point. It's having a commitment to one another. It's not ownership. That's not what I'm talking about.
All right, that's time, ladies and gentlemen. That is
having a
time.
good focus on your family, not fucking being some whore.
All right. Wow. Okay. Straight to Anson on this one. Let's go.
Once again, that was super close. EOD, you were in the position of making 2 different arguments. One was morality and one was societal good, and you went through the entire debate basically trying to bolster those positions, and you did it quite effectively, and it was actually very impressive that you stayed on topic given the constant straw manning that Steelman did, which he did effectively, and you called him out on it indirectly a couple of times. You didn't actually name the fallacies, but
I don't think it's necessary to do that.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary to do, but you did retort appropriately several times when he tried to deflect to those positions. You didn't get all of them though. But the steel man is really good at straw manning, and
he should be called the straw man.
But I scored it 11 points for Steelman and 12 points for EOD because I thought it was still a really close debate because he was in the negative position and he did effectively argue against you repeatedly and try to tear down your argument. So it was super close. So you got it, EOD.
Thank you.
Let's
Except
go
when
to
he was
Tiki
straw
Tack.
manning me, right?
Okay, well, we'll go to Tyler then.
All right. Openings were strong. Steel, you came out swinging with a good opening. EOD's, I think, he kept his concise. I thought it was a slightly weaker opening, But the fact that he was able to, as he was saying, stay on message, hone in on that, and then just focus in on the flaws. When you started opening up your argument, you basically were just addressing his arguments, and a lot of them got off your main topic. You started out with a couple claims, and then you ended up making like multiple other claims throughout the debate that didn't have anything to do with your prompt, and one of them directly challenged his claim that he made about polygamy being a societal bad, but you didn't back it up with anything. You just stated it and moved on. So I think that you fanned yourself out too thin in this short amount of time, and you weren't able to give any of your points any meat. I think you need to be more concise with your arguments. EOD, completely on message. You did get tripped up a couple times there. I won't say you were without flaws here, but all in all, you kept it.
Nobody's
really,
perfect.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. You really kept it where it needed to be, and I think you took it.
Cheers, thank you.
Ticky Tack, do you have your audio issues fixed?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yeah. No, that's
all right. Sweet. So some critiques for Steelman. You kind of got caught up into EOD's little bit of a gish gallop, and you were trying to address like every single point that he was trying to make and counter it. And I think you kind of fell for the trap. I think if you would have focused on the 2 points that you brought up of the positives of polygamy and that increasing the birth rates, and then also challenging the idea of, okay, does polygamy produce unhealthy households, or were the households just unhealthy to begin with? I think those are 2 points you could have like really pressed on a lot more in order to win this. Unfortunately, though, towards the end, you did bring up the naturalistic fallacy, being that, because of observe this in nature, then so and so should be good. It's like that's never going to win any argument. I would just avoid that in general in any sort of debate that you come up with next. So I would have to hand it over to EOD.
I would say if you were trying to demonstrate that polygamy has positive effects, the best place you could have went was Elon Musk. He has the money, he has the time, and he's building that compound so he can get all of his kids that good household. And
he's not a polygamist.
He's not.
I should have appealed to Elon Musk and artificial insemination and naming my kid fucking the alphabet. That would have been a great one.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Elon Musk has that whole polygamy setup going on, and he can maintain the households. He can provide for their. EOD was kind of making the same argument that Buckaroo was making earlier.
That would have taken the piss out of me right there.
Yeah, you were making the argument about abortion that Buckaroo was making earlier. If they can't provide for this household, it's bad to have these kids. She was arguing to kill a baby, and you're arguing just not to have it. But you're effectively making the same argument from those different premises, and he could have jumped in there with a real world example and kind of shattered it.
All right, bring me back, guys. Bring me back.
Steelman, it was good to have you. I don't know if anyone has any like any feedback. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you were using like AI for your research there, or maybe your chat. Maybe you've got a chat that was but it was very interesting. Some of the takes that you had. The idea that, I mean, we see as many examples in nature of, especially amongst higher mammals, of monogamy. Wolves mate for life, that sort of thing. So it's an interesting thing that some of the points you made were very interesting.
I don't even think that's applicable to human beings and our societal dynamics. You know what I'm saying? We're not
like lions,
we're not baboons. We're not fucking gorillas. Okay.
Sure, but it actually went to your point that wolves are monogamous. Their whole, they mate for life. That's it. And
I'm not saying we shouldn't mate for life. I'm saying that like we should be like lions or something where you could have like live in a polygamous relationship, or like
just a harem of women.
Baboons.
Bring back the harems, right?
And again, people think of it as just women, but I'm not saying it should be just women because that would make it all biased. You can't have a society where most men have just women. You could, but I'm saying that you can have men and women living together.
I feel like that's the only way it actually works. Beth, what do you think? Can you have a harem without? Can a woman have a harem of men, or is it more likely to have?
She can have a harem of soy boys.
I'm not talking about harems.
Who's the daddy of the baby? That's what I'd be asking.
The dingo ate my baby.
No, I'm talking about a mixture.
Hey, Grit, I need 1 second to do something with this puppy because otherwise,
no worries.
I'm saying like straight dudes, straight bros that live together. They don't mess with each other, but they mess with the same chicks. That's all I'm saying. They
Then
help
you
each
have
other out. with
paternity
bills.
uncertainty, and no man likes that.
Yeah.
But all right, guys. Well, I'm about to get kicked. Or I'm getting kicked off. As
But
we
you have to
speak,
kick
so
yourself out. I'm not doing it.
I
You
enjoy it
lost.
still, man. No hard
I'm out of here, man. Thanks for the good judges. Even though you kicked me off, so good to see you guys. Thanks, Grid and Iyad and everyone.
Hey,
Peace out.
hope to see you back again.
See you around next time.
All right, thanks. Well, Beth's back, so I can simp. All right, bye, Beth.
Yep, simp away. $2 comes in from my buddy John Mosman. I don't even know why he's doing up at this hour, but he says, "What kind of DGen talk is this, Grid?" Well, we're bringing back harems.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have one, but maybe I should. It was a good job. Steelman did a good job tonight. All right, so I still have 2 debates, well, 2.5 debates that are paid for. So let's have.
Wasn't that one of those two?
No, there were 3 total. 2 that were full. There was 2 that were fully paid for, and 1 that was halfway paid for. So I want to see.
I've been trying to come up with topics for me and Glenn. So
for you and Glenn.
Yeah, because you had said you wanted me and Glenn.
Yeah, I kind of want to see you 2 go at it, but maybe I don't know. I don't know who to like. I mean, you versus Jess White's like an obvious choice over religion, because she's not religious and you are, and I think that you had that debate before.
I'm not against religion. Right?
Or you're not against religion. You're just not religious.
Sorry?
You're just not religious?
I don't call myself religious, but that doesn't
I
mean that I believe in God.
Yeah, she and Paige had that debate.
Okay. Paige had the debate. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, look, you guys. Who wants to debate who? Let's. Is there any?
I just did one, so I
rivalry?
feel like I should sit this one out. But I kind of want to get after non-font. Our wieners are us. I'm sorry.
About what?
I don't know.
He just wants.
I think this could be a good one.
Jib.
We should raise taxes. I think.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Raise taxes on everybody, or just the top?
Just
one?
in total, just like as a percentage GDP, basically.
Oh, okay. Percent of GDP. Interesting. Because going for that Euro model, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily have to be full Euro model, but yeah.
Well, in the meantime, so it's either Glenn versus Beth, Jess versus Beth, and I mean that's kind of my choices. Glenn, who you want to
Who
debate?
posts your name to Wieners Are Us?
It was paid for.
Does that just last all night, or?
Tell someone.
You just now noticing that?
I only just noticed that, yeah.
For like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I gave
sorry.
$2 to change Nonfon's name to David the Giant Slayer. So
You-
just throwing
you
that
did?
out. Yeah, a little bit ago during a debate.
Okay. Yeah. That's funny.
I'll debate him too if he wants to talk about taxes or something.
He was the
Glenn,
underdog.
who do you want to
That's what it
debate?
is.
Glenn?
I don't care.
You don't care?
Wow.
Yes, who do you want to debate? I don't care.
Glenn, I kind of want a 1v1 one time, a little longer.
I know, right? But you can't
You're
because
good.
you're a judge.
Not tonight. You're good. I want to test my metal.
Okay. It
I'll be
gets
your
into you, right? Like it's a good format. It's a good format. I like this format.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm going to take while you guys are figuring out who's going to play next and talk amongst yourselves or just say, hey, I just don't like the cut of that guy's jib. I got to say that I really like the new format, and I really like that we've kind of naturally gotten into this feedback loop so that not only do you get your ass beat, you get a lecture as well. So
Yeah, I tried to do that during the first episode, and I was shut down by some guy named. So it sounds like a Brid Motorsport.
yeah, did I do that? I might have done that. Yeah. I did. I probably did do that actually. I bet there's video evidence.
There absolutely is.
So who wants to fight?
I just want to say I agree with John Mosman. Taxation is theft.
Taxation is theft.
Absolutely.
Taxation is theft of my hard-earned funds.
Yeah,
Those
it's only because
motherfuckers steal it to go do Sesame Street in fucking Saudi Arabia. What the fuck?
It's only because the
Hey,
king
if he
is
wants to do USAID as a net benefit, I'll do USAID as a net benefit.
I don't have enough of the fucking list of shit that USAID has done. It's stupid and
Fuck it.
ridiculous.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna put Glenn versus Jess, because everybody else has had at least. I mean, Jess has had no debates. Glenn's had one. Beth has had two. Nonfon's had two. EOD's had two. So Glenn, you and Jess, the rest of you guys kick rocks.
Right.
You gotta go in the back room, and don't do anything weird in the back room.
Hey, now I'll do what I want.
You don't get to be here either, Nonfon. All right, you do. Oh, we got Avatar versus Avatar. That's awesome. All right. So what are we going to debate here, guys?
I'm not sure. Me and Glenn agree on a lot of points.
There's got to be something that you don't agree with.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find much.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
You can't think of anything he has.
I've done panels for months with Glenn, and I can't even think of one point. Can you, Glenn?
No, not at all. Actually,
Australia is not a real country. It doesn't exist. It's an island. She has no concept of 2A. Correct. Oh, there we go. Don Mosman coming in with a prompt: is all religion a cult? I think I know what Glenn's going to be on this. Where are you at on that one, Jess?
no. I would say no, but it easily can be.
Yeah, I've done debate on that where no, but they have a lot of overlap. So
no, but there's okay. All right. Good shot at it, Don Mosman. Appreciate the $2. Thank you very much, sir. Why are you still awake? Let's see. Cleaner 409, give me a debate prompt for these two. Come on, help me out. How about, let's see. Should biblical patriarchy be the way, the truth, and the light?
haven't you seen my bow video, Grid?
Yeah, that's not necessarily biblical patriarchy, but where do you stand on Andrew's position that there can be no grape in marriage, in the boundary of marriage? I may have paraphrased that, but it's close. Oh, that's funny, 409. I like that. Where do you guys stand on that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Waking your partner up with a sex act can be considered an act of grape.
I'm still confused by the prompt. I still don't. It's not clear enough for me to respond.
All right. I'm shocked that Glenn hasn't jumped all over this yet. That's all right. It's all right. It's fine. The salt is still on the table. There you go. All right. So, did the U.S. actually go to the moon?
We got into conspiracy stuff. Fuck, it's funny.
You got to answer. The silence is deafening. Glenn, are you awake? Come on, man. I know you're awake. Hello? Glenn, is your mic working? Hello? Glenn? Dang it, boy. Oh, there he is. He dropped and he is now rejoined. I have to add him. I have to kick this one. I have to figure out which one that one is. Oh, there we go. I know which one.
Sorry about that, Grids.
That's all right, man. So, Glenn,
Yeah.
we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah. Figure what out?
Yeah. Trying to figure the topic out. So first, I went with what's your position on Andrew's statement that there can be no SA or grape in the
marriage?
bounds of marriage?
I agree.
Okay. Can you explain that to Jess and see if she agrees? Because I tried and failed. She didn't understand.
Yeah. Corinthians 7 talks about once you're married, your body is not yours; it belongs to your spouse, and that you are not to deprive them unless it is for an agreed amount of time that has been that you guys are dedicating to fasting and prayer. And then it says that once that time is exceeded, you are to join together so you're not tempted, so the devil doesn't have use that as temptation for you guys. So basically, the only time that, according to the Bible, that you could see that denying one another outside of obviously illness would be time that's committed to fasting and prayer. That's how important sex is, and God knew it. So all these lames and like sex is not important. Shut up.
I agree with that though. I agree.
Okay,
that
so we agree with that. That's fine. All
sex
right.
marriage.
Next, did we go to the moon?
Don't care. I don't live there.
Don't care. Is the Earth flat? I mean, I'm trying
Don't care.
Don't care. Here. You know how we know the Earth isn't flat is because if it was, Disney would have an amusement park on the side there where you could look over the edge.
Seriously.
They'd be selling tickets for $400 a hit. All right. So all right. Man, this is tough. This is a really
It's probably going to be harder for you than when you were trying to do it with Paige.
yeah. Let's see. What is a good debate for this? Man, I cannot.
I can't think of anything.
Is cursing around your children wrong?
Did you just say is cursing around your children good?
Yeah, wrong. Is it wrong? Is it wrong thing to do? Unethical, immoral, however you want to look at it. However you define wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's just what it is. I don't think it's wrong. Now, if you're cursing at them, maybe that's wrong.
Okay.
I would agree with that. Like, yeah, I think around them it's different to at them. I agree with that, and I can't really argue against that too because I do that, and my kids would hear me. I don't do it at them, but they would hear me doing it. So
Is a man being a jerk make him more desirable and therefore a better partner, or is a man being a jerk just him being a jerk and you should avoid them?
Depends on who's defining the man being a jerk.
yeah, women love assholes. So if he's like bluntly honest and it comes across as like, oh, he's an asshole, whatever, that's actually attractive. And but you can be an asshole and just be an asshole as well. So it kind of depends on how you define that.
Okay. If one partner cheats, does it give the other partner a pass to cheat?
No.
Nope.
Should you stay in a loveless marriage?
If there's children involved, then I would say yes, as long as it, like, depending on the situation, there's always exceptions to that. But if there's young children involved, I would say yes.
Okay. Glenn, any position on that? Did Glenn drop again?
No, I'm right here. What was the question?
Should you stay in a loveless marriage?
What? Yeah. I mean, I think it's still working if you guys can make it work, or if you guys are working towards it. But if you guys both checked out and you don't give a fuck and you both want out, no.
What if there's children involved? Like young
So
children.
you want your kids to see what a fucked up relationship is supposed to be like that they're gonna model after?
Well,
Yeah.
it depends. Well, that would be like dysfunctional and loveless.
All right. I think I think that's a good 5-minute. All right, calm down. I gotta do this super chat thing here. Where did it go? It just disappeared. There we go. $2 from Only a Mr. Bill. Thank you, Only a Mr. Bill. First time you've been here. Feel good about it. Does grid look better with or without a hat? Depends on the hat to start with. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. That's a great question. And neither of them have seen me. Well, that's not true. I've not had my hat on a couple of times, but you guys probably don't remember. So should you stay in a loveless marriage? That sounds like a good one. You guys ready?
Well, I think we actually agree anyway. So,
wait, you do? Because it sounded like you guys were arguing.
well, if it's what his point was, if it's working, then yes, and if it's not, then no. And mine would be if it's dysfunctional or violence, like if there's problems like that, then no. Like there's exceptions to it. But if you've got young children, even if you don't actually love each other and you can still get along, you should still make that work for your children if you can. So I don't know if that's a disagreement.
Okay.
What is your point on that, Glenn?
Glenn? Glenn? Glenn? All right. Glenn is dropped again. Glenn is muted? No, he's not.
I'm right here. Sorry.
Glenn.
Managing businesses.
Gotcha.
So the whole thing with the kids thing, I'm just saying, like, if you guys hate each other and you guys are arguing and you guys are fighting and all that stuff, do you want your kids to see that just because you want them to?
No, I made that point too. If it's dysfunctional or violence or anything like that involved, then no. But if you can make it work for your family, even if you don't love each other, you should try to do that.
Well, I would say as long as the kids don't kid tell that you guys don't love each other, that'll be fine. No one really
All
care.
right, all right. Let me just roll down this list here, because this has nothing to do. You absolutely have to be on the wrong side of some of this. Um, are schools just daycare for parents? Or two parents, I guess. You understand the prompt is that parents just drop their kids off at school because they don't want to interact with them during the day, and they can go do their own thing. Hello.
Hang on, give me a sec. Sorry, just give me 1 sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really could use a good prompt here.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, Glenn, you here with us? I think Glenn's got stuff going on too. This is taking like a long time. Jess, what do you think? Are teachers too bossy to let kids shine?
No.
No. All right, Glenn. Glenn.
Well, yes with some things and no with yes with the things they shouldn't and no with things that they should.
I think Glenn has dropped again.
Do you want to try another two while we try and work?
Yeah, why don't you guys work out your whatever you guys got going on, and I'll let me. Who am I going to bring up here? Actually really good. This is not good TV right now.
I know, and it's like.
Are you back, Glenn? Oh, I could have sworn I heard Glenn. All right,
Glenn, you need to sort out your shit. How am I supposed to have a debate with someone that doesn't respond to me?
You win. All right. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to do that?
The silence means he's conceding.
Let's see. I'm bringing up how evil shall I be? I don't know if that.
Why don't you bring up the two guys that were on the end? They really wanted to debate each other. They might have
Glenn's rejoined. Hold on, stand by. Let's try this again. Beth, you gotta go.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
Glenn, have you sorted your shit out?
Have you sorted your shit out? I'm here. I'm ready.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I've been ignoring you.
Okay.
Oh, well, the
Glenn,
feelings also.
Glenn, are schools just daycare for parents?
Yes.
I'm a full supporter of homeschooling.
You're a full supporter of homeschooling? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is the internet making our brains lazy?
Yes.
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 Yeah, let's see. Is copying online trends killing new ideas?
I wouldn't know because I don't keep up with that shit.
Glenn, any position?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Are the police a gang?
No, but the politicians are.
I could go both ways. Yes.
I'm sorry, I had to keep myself muted because of that.
Are the police a gang?
No.
All right. Yeah, this is you guys shouldn't be in this much in agreement. Like nobody's this in agreement. Are experts cocky about knowing the future?
I don't listen to experts fucking on TV and shit that much, so I wouldn't know. I don't watch the news either. Like, yeah.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, that's why I don't pay attention to that shit. It's because of that reason.
Does emotional intimacy trump physical satisfaction? Glenn?
Oh, yeah. Women can't have orgasms without it.
Yes.
Well, what he said is true.
But that doesn't necessarily define the debate
Well,
prompt.
who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for a woman or for a man?
Either.
Well, for a man, it would be most likely physical.
Unless the guy is in love with his hand.
All right. Let's see. Is the artificial womb the death of feminism?
No.
Is it the death of feminism? No. It's a part of it.
Interesting. Huh. Okay. This is a tough one. You know what? We're gonna you know,
Get the
I'm
two
gonna,
guys up from the end. They will go. Yeah, this dude and the other dude that was going at it.
No,
At the end.
I'm gonna put non-font against you because you're too agreeable with Glenn and all the rest.
Against
He's
me.
the only leftist I have left.
Wait, either of them. I said it in the chat. Either of them. I said, tariffs are bad. Obviously, any day of the week. We should raise total taxes. The total amount of taxes. I think I'll do. There's probably other things as well, but.
Well, I don't debate. I don't even talk on any political topics at all.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go with like social issues, but
I don't debate social issues.
You don't debate social issues, really?
Not really, not that much.
Huh. Okay. Why don't how about you're
Not a very good matchup, Glenn. I mean, fucking Greg. It's not a very good matchup.
You're
Glenn would be
pro-feminist.
better against him than me.
Why wouldn't Glenn fucking hates taxes, does he not? And doesn't he like tariffs? I feel like those
That's
are
what I
two.
mean. He can
Glenn's not
debate
really a
political
financial
topics.
debater. You like feminism, right? Non-fun.
I mean,
You support that,
right? I kinda. I mean, like I believe women should vote if that counts as feminism. I guess that's where I guess that's what that is now. But I don't know. Like I don't have it. I'm not gonna have like super. First of all, I don't have a strong opinion on like what feminism means, and I'm not gonna have super strong opinions on.
Do you believe that there's such a thing as the patriarchy and you're part of it, and
I'm not gonna have strong opinions.
you're gonna raise your children in a patriarchal household, that sort of thing?
I'm not gonna have meaningful opinions on it. Like I said, I'd have to actually I'd have to read some feminist literature. But I don't know.
Actually, cleaner. That's a good idea. We'll try that later. Should men show their emotions in front of women?
I mean, not that I talk to many women, but probably.
Okay, non-fine. You got me. You got me there. Okay. All right. Really?
I mean, I have I have a decent amount of woman friends actually, but
I was gonna say, like you seem like anyway. That's fine. That's pretty funny. Most men would never admit that. That's pretty hilarious. Not that I talk to a lot of women. That's flawless.
Well, let's just disagree because I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there might be some.
Yes. What do you think?
What? Sorry, I missed that. I got up to make a coffee. Sorry.
Okay. Should men show emotions in front of women?
To an extent.
To an extent. Should a man should a man cry in front of you?
It depends on the woman and how justified the cry is.
Lindsay Smith is saying that a hot man is a crying one. So that's automatic. Now that's how you know it's cringe right there. I'm kidding. Lindsay's okay. But no, seriously, it's cringe. Jess, should a man cry in front of you?
If the reason for some reasons and stuff, but they're not all the time.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think men should be crying all the time in front of men or women, but
okay. All right, man. This is just too...
I'm the wrong
attention. I need what is everybody just asleep?
I'm telling you, USAID, I would do. USAID is a
she doesn't. She's from Australia. She doesn't.
Yeah, I don't do political shit. Get Glenn or someone in here that can debate some political topic, and we'll.
I mean, literally, like you're gonna agree with everybody. He's the only one that I had any shot. Well, maybe. All right, let me get. All right, where's the? All right, there we go. All right, non-fun. I'm sorry, buddy.
We'll find something.
Isn't Beth a Trump girl? I'll do.
He's like, I'll debate her. Beth, can you and Jess find any disagreement?
Me and Jess, not likely.
If you can't find it with Glenn and her, why would you think me and her would be?
So here's the thing. Again, the only person. So here's the deal. If you can't find any disagreement, first of all, I absolutely do not believe any of this bullshit. There's no fucking way that we have such an agreeable human being on the fucking planet that they can't debate a position against like anyone, like non-fun, especially non-fun's like literally he's a leftist. He is a he's that guy. All right, so I'm gonna. All right, so
You
we'll,
have
let's
political topics, and I don't. I'm sorry,
Wait.
Grid.
well,
Sorry to
but yeah,
disappoint you.
he's pretty much.
I had some suggestions for with Glenn. Maybe they can use one of these. Like, is sex addiction a bonus or a threat to relationships? Is pick me actually a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt to
Oh,
insult?
I actually like the pick me one. That's pretty good. I like that.
It's a spiteful attempt to insult.
All
That's
right,
all.
let me go.
But see,
Just
some
the
of these
other problem
things,
is
like,
Glenn's having so much trouble with his
Me and
internet.
Glenn
if
agree
one
on those
side
points
cheats,
though, Beth, because we've discussed those points before.
if one side cheats, does the other get a free pass?
Yeah, we've already talked about that.
Should
Yeah,
women be in the
me and Glenn
military?
agree on all of that stuff because we've already spoken all about all of those topics on his show before.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm
right.
trying to help you out because you haven't.
I got it.
yet,
I got you. I got
so,
you.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm
All right.
trying.
Well, Jess, I'm gonna have to put you down for a minute. There we go. Can you and Glenn disagree on anything? Can we get a debate out of you two?
Glenn, are women ever responsible for getting raped?
No.
No. Mm.
No, I don't think they could be responsible for somebody else's actions. If somebody doesn't want to have sex and they take it upon them and force it themselves on them, and they're
Fair.
saying no,
Fair. But so here's the question: like, if you've got a woman who's out at the bar drinking, living it up, dressed, the way they do, and she goes home with a guy and he's equally under the influence, and she wakes up the next morning, does that
no, it's not
actually
rape.
qualify? Okay, but she says it is.
Well, she's a woman. She's wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. Is sex addiction a bonus or a threat to a relationship?
What is considered sex addiction? Because if you want to bang your spouse every time you see them because you're
No,
that attracted to them, it's not sex addiction. Now, if you want to bang your spouse, all her friends, and her mother, well, yeah, it probably is a problem for your marriage.
I say so too. Is pick me actually a bad thing or a spiteful attempt to insult?
The spiteful attempt to insult women that actually want to get married and have relationships.
Damn it. Should women be in the military?
No.
Gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm trying, Grid. I'm trying. I'm like,
I mean, the thing is that in the areas that you guys like, or that Glenn is, normally debates, you guys are mostly going to agree. Arthur Dye, it doesn't do me any good to get two different debaters because literally nobody's disagreeing at this point. So I'm just going to pick a fucking topic. You're going to pick a fucking side, and you're going to debate. And that topic is chocolate versus fucking vanilla. Let's go. Being a little bit
chocolate. Got it.
I'm being a little bit facetious, but not
I'm
by
taking
much.
chocolate. Sorry, Glenn. You snooze, you lose. You're on mute. So if you picked chocolate,
Why does he keep muting himself? Actually, Glenn's got stuff going on. It's not really fair for Glenn because he's got a lot going on.
who wants to pick vanilla? Let's go. Give me somebody who wants to pick vanilla.
Yeah, Glenn's tied up again.
Okay. Ask the
And
other.
I'm gonna
ask
all right.
everybody else if somebody wants to pick vanilla. Let's go.
Okay, let me.
I'll take chocolate right now.
Who do I want you to debate right now? Man, this is terrible.
What about Jess? Well, Jess, will you
Yeah, let
pick
me grab
vanilla?
Jess. I'm going to grab Jess again, and I'm going to put her up. And put Glenn down. Where did Glenn go? His internet's probably died again.
Hey.
Glenn? Okay. All right. So I'm kidding about the ice cream thing, but I'm going to pick a debate. You're going to pick a
I got a
side.
great argument for chocolate, though. Come on.
Can you debate ice cream, Jess? All right.
Oh, and Jess, you're on mute. This puppy's gonna be the death of me.
All right. Is playing dumb better than being smart?
No. Playing dumb better than being smart, so then that means you're smart anyways. Isn't that kind of like a trick question?
Well, not necessarily, because you could just be kind of like normal, but you play dumb.
Yeah.
Where people go around acting like they're smart all the time.
Then, oh wow. But
Jess is changing a nappy. I like Jess to come up on these panels, but unfortunately, her life is like really. This is the time of day for her where she is just. It's chaotic for her. So, and Glenn, do you have internet yet? Glenn, are you back? Glenn,
I've been here the whole time.
oh, but you didn't answer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pick
He's
another.
back on
I was
mute
taking
again.
care of something.
Okay.
Can
All
you,
right.
Glenn? Can you debate vanilla?
Which is the better flavor of ice cream?
Yeah, vanilla is the base flavor, so you need it for all the other flavors. So therefore, it's the primary flavor. And so there you go.
Chocolate's better. It releases certain.
You don't have chocolate without vanilla, so
That's not the argument, though. You're moving the goalposts.
chocolate,
how about
vanilla.
are red pill
vanilla's-
men and are red pill men bitter or just whoa, dang it, I just killed my sorry. Hold on, stand by. I got to get my I don't know what I did, but I just like jacked everything up. And I got to find it again. It was a good one too, dang it. You guys can't find any uncommon ground that you can argue about? If not, I'm going to have to just.
Other than the fact that Beth keeps on trying to deny me her daughter.
Nah. I keep trying to what? You with my daughter?
All right. Yeah. The
Deny you of my daughter?
Yes.
That girl makes enough bad decisions. She don't need to add you to the list.
I'm always the best bad decision.
Oh, so you say.
Does red pill counter feminism or promote toxicity in feminism?
Oh. That's hard because there's different degrees of red pill. If we're willing to go for like the hardcore red pill guys, I would say it's doing more to breed toxicity than it is to combat feminism, unfortunately. So we need something to combat feminism. That
Red
shit-
pill doesn't combat feminism. That's their problem. They actually embrace feminism. They need feminism in order to be relevant and thrive.
Yeah. All right.
Cleaner, I missed whatever your prompt was.
That's
Ooh. Well, he's. I was almost gonna suggest submission, but Glenn's already shown he's got some biblical foundation.
Oh yeah. Glenn's he's studied the
So maybe he's not so bad for my daughter. Is that what we're trying to establish here?
No, he's a yeah, no, he's bad.
I don't think he can fix her. She might damage him. Yeah.
Are brothels necessary parts of society?
Hell no.
Glenn's awfully quiet.
No, they're not. They're not necessary.
Ooh. Sex in a church versus sex in a graveyard. Which spot's more blasphemous? In a church. That's worse. Dead people don't care. Non-fun, I don't do politics unless I'm saying why I voted for Trump and why nobody should vote for Kamala.
Social issues.
What about
This is a problem with having people that disagree, or even if you don't agree. All right. Well, what about
both agree women are
should paternity tests be mandatory before
Yes.
a birth certificate is signed?
Yes.
Interesting.
Grid, you already know my answer. So
I didn't
smart.
ask you. I didn't ask you.
She's smart.
I already know. I know most of Glenn's positions.
Can friends date each other's exes?
The show should not go to 4 a.m. tonight, but it's just we're
Yeah,
not getting anywhere with
guys,
this stuff.
Glenn, can we text in freaking the chat or something here and pick a debate while the other guys do their tax argument?
Yeah. Let's do that in Discord. I just got your
Okay.
message.
Perfect. We'll
You guys
we'll get a
figure
topic
out a
and
debate.
they can do
I'm gonna
taxes.
bring up who's left.
Well,
We got like all the judges and like non-fun.
yeah,
So we got
non-fun and-
EOD
Yeah, they want
and I got Wiener Boy.
There we go.
All right, and you got to go. You got to go figure out something. Either figure out what you're going to debate about or drop out. I don't care which, but there's got to be some arguing. Thank you. EOD left. He went to, and non-fun's not paying attention.
I'm paying attention. What do you mean?
Non-fun.
What's up?
No,
he's back.
There he is. I was just gonna chat.
Okay. I had to pee. My bad.
All right, let's go.
I'm good.
What are we gonna argue about?
I don't know, but I think raising taxes is too ambiguous an argument. We got to be more specific than that.
We should socialize resource rents.
Resource rents. What do you mean by that?
I mean, essentially unproductive payments made for the extraction of resources. As in, like, profits beyond 20% of a mining company or something like that. We should make a sovereign wealth fund, which is a Trump executive order that I support.
Silver Ogre has a good one. Is EOD a ginger? The answer is no. I'm not. My lighting just sucks, and my hair is brown because I haven't been out in the sun. Oh fuck, man! I don't know. I don't know if I can argue that with you. I don't think we need to be taxing successful companies. I think that's detrimental to the economy in the long run, and it actually discourages success. So.
Okay, I mean, do you want to debate that then? I mean.
Oh man. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do it.
Okay, sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a debate again. I wanted to debate all you bastards. I mean, you're fine folk, but unfortunately, all right, we're gonna get that the way it's supposed to be. Now I gotta timer shut back off, so I gotta open that back up. All right. 1 minute, state your positions. Who's going first?
Well, non-fon's in the affirmative, so you go first.
Non-fon's in the
All right.
affirmative. So here's your minute, non-fon. You may begin.
All right. So I think the argument is very simple. You know, whether we want to spend more money on welfare, or we want to reduce the debt, the U.S., I think, you know, would benefit from raising more money. I think the single best way to do that is socializing resource rents, essentially taxing things for which the supply is fixed, that no one created, such as natural resources, and then we invest that money into a fund, a sovereign wealth fund that continually grows over time. This could even replace Social Security, and this would be a continually growing fund rather than Social Security, which is, you know, continually diminishing fund, and it'd be a much more efficient way to tax than a payroll tax. I'm good.
You're really good at ending right at 20 seconds left. You're like a 40-second opener. All right, go ahead, EOD.
Okay, again, I think discouraging. I think that taxing companies for being successful discourages companies from reaching success. This is counterintuitive to what ultimately makes sense to how taxation works on companies at large. When we lower the corporate tax rate, tax revenue actually goes up because people are more engaged in commerce in the long run. So taxing companies for being successful, bad idea. You say that natural resources sitting on hand should be taxed because nobody created them. But the reality is that somebody had to actually get them out of the ground. Somebody had to actually cultivate these resources in the first place. Dirt, rocks, mining, ore, diamonds. All of this stuff takes effort and infrastructure and money to actually extract and get out of the ground. And so all you're doing is taxing companies for being successful. And I think that's a detriment to the economy. There are other ways to solve problems like Social Security, and the income tax, such as tariffs. Back before 1913.
All right,
our main source.
He's on his horse. He's riding. All right, 1 second there. Let me give you your 5 minutes. And 5 minutes starts now.
Okay,
so
do you agree, yes or no, that nobody created natural resources?
I agree that nobody created natural resources, but I also have to assert
that
natural
yes
resources don't just
yes
naturally come out of the ground on their own.
Absolutely.
It takes effort and
100% agree
infrastructure
with you.
and
Do
money
you
to
agree?
get those resources out of the ground. It takes effort and money and labor in order to cultivate those resources and to make use of them. You don't just
Do you agree, yes or no?
make
Do you
money
agree, yes or
off
no,
of
that the
ore
supply
sitting
of
in the
natural
ground.
resources is fixed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Do you agree that the supply of natural resources is fixed?
It depends on what natural resource you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about water, water has a cycle. It's not fixed. Water is kind of
rare earth minerals, Doc. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I don't. That's why I'm asking to clarify. You're trying to get me into a gotcha point. Why don't you just say whatever your rhetorical question is trying to get to?
The supply of natural resources is fixed. You know, oil, it takes millions of years to develop. These other minerals take millions of years to develop. I mean, even water, there's a finite amount of water in the world, you know, that regardless of the water cycle. Look, yeah, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding. So economists, you know, we differentiate like a normal return and like a super normal return. So I 100% agree with you that resources take effort to extract, right? It takes money to extract, and there's a cost to doing so. I do not believe that we should I don't believe that we should tax companies, you know, based on their normal returns, based on a reasonable return to resources. They should be able to get their costs back plus an extra, say, 20%. But beyond that, they should not be profiting from something which the supply is fixed, and therefore producers won't be less willing to supply it if they can't, you know, if they're taxed more. And B, that nobody created, that they are not entitled to because nobody created.
Let me challenge you on A before you move on to B,
society is
please.
equally.
I
Sure.
need to understand more about A. Okay, so what you're saying is that you want to tax, say, an iron ore company for having ore on hand that they're not selling. Is that correct, or what are you saying?
Not for having iron ore in hand. I'm saying, you know, profits beyond a 20% return should be taxed and invested in a sovereign wealth
Profits
fund.
beyond a 20%. Again, okay, so great. That's even worse than what I thought you were fucking describing. That's communism to the nth degree. So you're saying that when a company makes good profits, they should be taxed even further. So you're disincentivizing companies to be efficient and to do the best job that they possibly can. Instead,
Absolutely,
you're saying go this
absolutely
far
not,
and
because
stop.
Again, you have a fundamental misunderstanding. We're talking about resource rents.
We're
We're
at the
talking about
halfway point.
goods in which the supply is fixed. The supply supply is a vertical line. More natural resources, take millions of years to develop. There's nothing a company can do to make more natural resources appear on Earth. I agree with you when it comes to corporate income tax.
Trying to penalize is a profit over 20%.
I think we should abolish corporate income tax. Because there are a lot of goods in which the supply curve is not fixed, and if you tax companies, they are less willing to supply those goods. For
I don't
resource
understand the
rent,
distinction.
not
for
only
these
did nobody
fixed
create
goods.
them, but the
that
supply
doesn't
is fixed,
make me feel
so
any better
companies
about it.
aren't.
And that's
How
not
does that
going
make you
to
feel
affect
better
it.
about it?
It's not going to
If you
effectuate itself
here's a
into the
good, if
economy
you
in a
tax apples,
positive way.
you get less apples. If you tax natural resources, you don't get less natural resources because the supply is a vertical line. It is fixed.
Okay, so but you do get less natural resources if you tell companies that if they make a profit over this particular margin, they're going to
Over a
get fucking
reasonable
taken, raked over the coals for it.
Absolutely, absolutely not. As
Inevitably,
long as I
what will
can turn a
happen?
profit
Companies
on
will
it, I will
always
do
find
it.
ways. Companies will always find ways to loophole and get out of taxes however they can. And if the tax system
totally
tells them
irrelevant.
that past
Totally
this
irrelevant
point
from the
of
point.
success,
That's
you're going to be
totally
raked over the
irrelevant
coals.
from the
They're going to
point
go up to
that
that
if the
point and they're going
supply
to
of a
stop.
good is fixed,
And we're
and I
not
would
going to
encourage
have
the
the
audience
same
just to
amount
look
of.
this up.
We're not going to
If
have
the
the same amount of
supply of a good is
surplus or
fixed,
resource
you
that we have
don't
now.
get. Again, I'm not taxing them based on
And
the
that's going
cost
to trickle
for
down
extracting
throughout
the
the whole
good.
economy,
I
especially when you
100%
talk about
agree with
natural
you.
resources.
There is a value provided in extracting the good. That is why they should be able to pay those costs back and make
who
a
is
20%,
this guy that
30%
did the
return on
farming
it.
for?
But if you look at a country like Norway,
the guy who did the
they
farming
take.
for the Soviet Union had this it's philosophical idea.
Why the
about
fuck
how
are we talking about farming for the Soviet Union? Let's use a much more analogous example of this actually happening in Norway. Norway has a state-owned oil company. I'm not even saying that we should go to state ownership.
Okay,
I'm saying
so what you're doing
that we should just simply tax these profits and invest it in a fund like Norway does.
You're appealing
Norway's
to
fund
emotion
grows continuously over time, and it has
the rich
$300,000
white man over the fucking coals
per Norwegian citizen.
in order to benefit the poor person at the end of the
We
tax
can do
law.
whatever you want
Okay,
with this money.
so
I don't care. We can pay down the
what
debt.
that's going to result in is ultimately a stagnation in the production of natural resources.
Absolutely not. The supply is fixed. You'd be right if the supply wasn't fixed, but your brain can't comprehend.
What you're
that if you
talking about
tax
is like a
something which the
textbook
supply is
fucking
fixed.
equation. What I'm talking about is pragmatic, actual application of business and taxation.
Absolutely
law
not.
in
I
the
understand
real
the
world.
pragmatics of this.
In the
I
real
cited to
world,
you
companies will
Norway,
do
who
as
does
much as
this,
is
and it
possible
works
to
super
avoid the
fucking well
taxes.
for them.
And if your tax
And you
system
can
tells them
contend
that
with
they
the
can only have a
pragmatic
certain
example
amount
of
of
Norway.
production,
All
then they're
right,
going
that's
to
time,
hit
ladies
that
and
point and
gentlemen.
stop.
That is
That's what's going to happen,
time.
and it's going to be detrimental to the economy in the long run.
Okay.
This is a sophomoric understanding of economics at best. You should
All
pop some
right,
Limzits.
I've got to go on this one. I got to start with Anson again. Let's go.
Yeah, so Nodfon made an argument based on economics, which isn't surprising, but he based it on socialism, and he's got a habit now that I've noticed of making an economic claim and then providing policy prescriptions to fix the claims that he's making or address the claims that he's making, which is making an argument and then supporting it with ideas. Now, EOD, he made an economic argument based on capitalism and did pretty much the same thing. Non-Fon, you did the same thing again, though. You didn't, you ended your intro early and didn't add any kind of preemptive attacks. There's a hole in your style that, I mean, you could add other things in there too, but I didn't take any points off for that. But I scored Non-Fon at an 8 and EOD at an 11. And there were a couple of times
that one wasn't as close.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't as close, but there were a couple of times that I almost deducted more points from Non-Fon because let me look at my notes here. There was one time that you agreed with EOD's one of his main positions that he made in his argument. And you don't do that in a debate. And anyway, that was it.
Okay.
Cheers. I did feel like you were trying to filibuster me a lot. I'm sorry if I talked over you too much, but we had this much fucking time to talk. I'm trying to get my point in edgewise, man.
Yeah. I would have called you out if it was excessive. Go ahead, average debate enjoyer.
All right, so taking a look at this, Non-Fun again. You came out. Your argument in a vacuum of just what you're making is very solid. EOD did not fall for the same bait Sparky did. He stopped you when you started going on multiple points to address each one directly, and he offered a counter argument that your point about it just didn't respond to it correctly. He's making a point that's saying that once you tell these companies there's a soft cap on their returns, there's no reason for them to upscale anymore. It stifles that upscaling, and if those minerals, if those rare earth minerals are owned, if the land is owned by a specific input, you got to pay attention to me here. I understand your argument. I'm just saying, if those are on private property, they belong to somebody. You just want to tax them. You don't want to nationalize them. They belong to them still. They're going to have that supply. You're telling them they can only produce X amount, and then they get taxed out the ass. So they're only going to stop at X amount and let it slowly trickle over time. Is the point I'm making. The fact that, yes, you're right, there is a finite amount of these things in there. We don't know what that finite amount is yet. Because of 2006 shell drilling, we discovered a massive amount of oil underneath North Dakota that we weren't previously aware of, and that made us become a net oil exporter. So you're not giving him the proper addressing of his argument of the soft cap he's putting on. If your argument was made in isolation, you're doing just fine. I feel like EOD engaged you better, and you did not give. You filibustered. You talked over him. You gave good example. All your argument. There's nothing wrong with your argument. Your argument was good. It made good points. It was solid. It holds like economically. You didn't engage with his counter argument. Is my point here. You kind of just talked past him, and I feel like he made more of an effort to actually go at your points, and that's why I it's closer than I gave. I had you down by 1 point, and that's it. But I had EOD taking it. Yeah.
I feel like I did contend with it, but okay.
I gotta go to Ticky Tack now. What's up with you?
Yeah, so I think there is another angle that I would love to argue non-fawn against, but I'm a judge, so I can't argue. So from a perspective of being a person in the audience, what I want to hear is I want to be sold on this idea of if they're going to be taxing more from an industry, what comes out of my bottom line? And the only thing you briefly mentioned was, oh, more Social Security, more welfare. It's like, okay, how does that benefit me? Because I don't get welfare, and Social Security is going to be practically nothing, and I'm more relying on my IRAs and 401ks in order to supplement my retirement. So you're not making a convincing argument as to why we should be taxing. So that's why I'm going with EOD.
Okay. I mean, I feel like in my opening, I don't know, I said we could do whatever with this money. We could pay down a debt. I think the U.S. would benefit from raising more revenue. But yeah,
I was going to say he did provide some solutions.
Yeah, his opening was good. Does anybody want to
I'm not
provide?
saying he didn't. I'm just saying, like, from an audience on my bottom line, it's like it's ambiguous, and I'm not sold on it. This is the most I can go with.
Yeah. Non-fawn, I'm going to tell you, man. I actually thought you did pretty well.
I had fun. I wanted you to have the debate, Chris.
I enjoyed it, man. No hard
Jesus.
That's good time.
Sorry.
Oh,
if you argued for nationalizing those very same minerals, your argument would have contradicted his. But you're letting the private person keep those minerals is the only reason I don't feel like your argument properly.
You guys can argue that later. I want to get non-fawn some
the supply. I literally say in that thing, I want them to get a reasonable return on the extraction of resources.
But what's reasonable to you is not reasonable to everyone else.
Well, here's kind of the angle. Since I gave my judgment, there's one angle that I want to throw out there. So even though we're talking about a finite resource, the value of that resource is not finite or fixed. No, it's very irrelevant because generally speaking, when it comes to minerals and natural resources, their value goes up over time. So it is so for a company to actually sit on their assets while the value increases for their land, it's more beneficial for them to sit on it.
Which is why I kept saying they're going to go to this point and go over there.
No, that's why you give them the whatever. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it now. I just think that you're
econ class. You know what I'm talking about. But okay.
Well,
okay.
I think it's actually irrelevant whether or not non-fawn's points were nonsense or not, right? I mean, that has nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. Non-fawn, I get that you're really all about accuracy, but when you're debating these guys, the argument itself is as what you're hearing from every judge, and you've heard it all night. We've told multiple people this. It's the arguments and the way you make the arguments is honestly more important than being factually right, especially in this kind of deal where you can't say pull up that source or because and honestly that's one of the things I think that once you get into debating, like if you were to sit down and debate Andrew and you said, well, you gave some weird statistic, he's just going to say, well, I just don't accept that statistic, and here's my statistic, and now you're not going to accept mine. So let's just get back to the argument in and of itself, and not worry about math. So we're not in a math competition. And I don't know, man. I see a lot of promise in your debating. Honestly, you're really you actually did really good. I thought you did better in this one than I thought you would, but
hell yeah.
I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree that the rhetoric, and I think you did better with your rhetoric this time. But I'm just one person, and you've got 3 other people that said something different. So, and
they're both 2-0,
and I'm
they
not
both
a judge.
did a fantastic job. So like,
Yeah.
it's not we're really
EOD,
nitpicking.
man. I gotta be honest, EOD.
I am happy to eat the loss and come back better later with a better enhanced argument, intuitive argument.
Right, yeah, absolutely, man.
Cheers, absolutely. I was actually dreading this. I didn't think I was gonna win it, but I'm glad I did.
I got to be honest, EOD, man. Just sitting in the chat at Rob over at Rob's has really helped you out, man.
I've been following Rob for a lot longer than I've known any of you guys, man. So
I got to be honest, man. That really, I tell you, man, you must have soaked it up because it was really good. I think Tiki Tack was and ADE was really correct. You did not allow yourself to get pulled off in different directions. Nonfon has a really Destiny-like Gish Gallop sort of style. And if you let him, he will run away from you. And then you get lost in the sauce and you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Once you let him take over, he starts punching you in the face with his.
Oh, I know. I'm used to it. So it's not just hanging out with Rob or being in Rob's channel. I've also circled the Twitch poll sphere for a while. I've never run into Nonfon before, but I've definitely been on Prime K's and some other debate panels. This isn't my first rodeo. So.
Well, Nonfon, as much as I've enjoyed you being on the show tonight, you do have to jump off the panel. Hope you stay in the chat and heckle. If not,
I had a blast. This was a great show, Grid. I really appreciate being on. I'm sure I'll come on again later.
I'm glad everyone's liked it so far. I want to be fair. I want everyone to feel like they got a fair shake. And maybe you don't agree with the decision, but at least you can't argue.
I absolutely think I got a fair shake. I respect our judges, and I will improve. Okay, that is the lesson here. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I appreciate all of you. See ya.
Cheers, man.
All right. So now we have Beth, Glenn, his internet's working, Jess, and EOD. EOD is not debating next. So
I can if you want.
No.
I can talk to you about should Australians comment on American politics?
All right, so you were going to say something, Beth?
Glenn and I have a topic, but I don't know if you want Jess to get one in since we're down to
I would like to get. I mean, we've got to get either we have to get a debate going, or you're just going to have to step off the panel because we can't. We're getting into the wee hours, and I don't like being in the wee hours. So.
Well, like I said, Glenn and I have one. I don't know if Jess wants to get one in though, because who's left in this? EOD, me, Glenn, and Jess.
Yep, there are 4 of you left. So.
Jess, are you even free to debate?
I win by default. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you don't. I will make you debate ADE.
Uh-oh. I might lose that one. He's pretty good too.
Yeah, so how about How
you don't
about
want that problem.
so? There have been a few times where people have made suggestions for topics grid. I mean, you know, if somebody pays for one, then I mean, they pretty much have to do that.
Yeah,
topic
if somebody pays for a topic, they have to debate it. Now we're
Yeah.
down to, all right. So going forward, here's the deal. I've got $30 left. That was Anson's initial deal. Okay.
Glenn,
So I can force some topics, is what you're saying?
No, that's going to cover this upcoming debate because the upcoming one's not paid for. But
yeah,
you can either pay for the debate or you can force a topic.
Glenn and I have one. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to get Jess to have one in before.
I'll let Jess take the winner of this one.
All right.
So that's all right. You guys got to go now. So Glenn's staying. Jess is not. Let's see who else we got. Ticky tack. You got to go. You got to go. Not away. Just EOD. You've had to take a break. All right. Once again, we find ourselves. Let's go.
Our prompt we finally settled on is it okay to be a cougar? And I said no. And Glenn's taken the affirmative.
Let's go. Let's go. I like the cougar argument.
Okay.
Let me start the clock. Just calm down.
I'm sorry.
Really aggressive cougar.
Well, no, I mean it's been sitting and hey, where did Glenn go?
This is Glenn's internet, man. He's not in California. I mean, he's in California.
I know, like, you've been frustrated with trying to get it moving, so that's why, like, I've been on his ass going, no, we're picking something and we're doing this.
It's not so much a frustration thing. It's just like, it's just bad TV when we have, and everything was going so smooth. Nonfon rated us? What a champ. All right, Glenn, you here?
Yes, sir. I'm all about them cougars, especially if they're hot and they got Social Security.
And
you want me to go first?
Stuff. All right, Nonfon's rated us. Thank you. Welcome to all of the Nonfon viewers. We're going down this road. Let's go. All right, 1 minute. Are you starting, Jess?
Beth.
Not Jess. Pardon me, Beth. I'm sorry.
Sure,
it's late.
I'll start. Sure, I'll start.
You're starting? Okay.
Yep.
Go.
Okay. I'm taking the position that we should not encourage women to be cougars. It interferes with young men bonding up with younger women in order to produce children and increase our birth rate. Older women, just no offense. I mean, I'm one myself, but I would not go for a younger guy. I would be more likely to encourage him to seek out someone younger and actually create a family, which would be a phenomenal sport for this country. I yield my time.
Okay. All right. Pulled a non-fine. Got out in 40 seconds. Glenn? Glenn, you there? Glenn?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. All right. I know you got to come back to the mic sometime. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Start your minute.
I never said I'm promoting cougars. I just don't have a problem with cougars. I think cougars could provide youth for this world. They could teach younger women how to be women by learning from their own mistakes. But we know women don't learn from their mistakes. So, they could be useful because there are plenty of guys out there that are not going to get wives. And, they got some humping to get done. So these cougars could be humping targets for practice.
Okay. That was very quick. All right. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. And are you ready? Go.
No way. Absolutely not. Because look, if you've got young guys who are putting all their attention into an older woman who, yeah, sure, might be fun target practice or whatever. It's interfering with the natural way of things, and already we're we are below replacement birth rate. So older women shouldn't be doing that, and they're not teaching younger women anything. That's more of a matronly thing. I don't see how women interact with cougars other than fighting over men. And apparently Glenn's busy, so I'm just gonna filibuster through this whole thing and stick with the position that it's just not healthy. I mean, why would we be wasting?
I never said it was healthy. Never said it was right. I never said it was, the right choice. I just
No,
said I don't have a problem
you
with
said
it.
it's target practice, and why
I
not?
didn't say it was
Good
part
for
of my
them.
practice. I
No,
just said, look,
we should be
I didn't say any
encouraging.
of that.
We
I
should
never
be.
said that either.
You sure did. You said it.
I
It's
never
target
said we should
practice.
encourage it. I
You
just
said
said, you know what? I think they're useful. I
you
said they could be useful. So, you know,
we're talking
just like,
about
these
older
older
women.
women,
A cougar is an older woman
they're
who
like young men.
chooses younger men. Younger men who should be hooking up and building a relationship and a life with a woman who's their age or younger and producing children in order to really support this country. I mean, we're below our replacement birth rate. So what's your argument for that? How do we fix that?
Easy.
How?
By getting cougars that have Social Security already, and then we could just cash
That
in
has
and just
nothing
like,
to do with birthright. That has nothing to do with birthright whatsoever. Okay, we're trying to
well,
bring
the
back
last
the
chick I
nuclear.
debated said,
We're
abortion's good.
trying to
So,
bring back the nuclear family in this country, and what you're suggesting does nothing to
hey,
support
look,
that
there's
whatsoever.
generations of wives in one house. It's okay.
No,
Look,
now
I get
you're
it.
arguing for polygamy. That's completely
Beth,
again.
you're a cougar. I totally would get it.
Nah.
Look, I'm trying
Oh,
to advocate for you here.
you're funny, but no, and you're still not making an argument that stands whatsoever on this topic.
Halfway through.
Again, all it's doing is preventing younger women who are perfectly capable of, bonding with a guy, getting married, and
Yeah,
having babies,
let's be
fixing the birth
realistic.
rate problem.
Let's be
Cougars are doing
realistic.
nothing but interfering and screwing that up
The Bible
because
says we have to
they're
take care of the widows and
horny
orphans,
old ladies. It's
and
just
we
that
gotta
simple.
provide for those widows and orphans. Those widows, those
That doesn't mean
cougars,
they need to go for a guy who
those
is.
cougars need
That
some
doesn't
taken
mean
care
they.
of.
That doesn't okay. That doesn't mean they can go for some younger guy who could actually create a family and make a legacy beyond his own life. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing that with a woman who's 40 or older. I'll tell you that now.
What if the guy doesn't want to have a legacy of children and stuff like that? What if he doesn't want that? He wants the old, used up, lady that he could just chill with.
Then he's a degenerate like you are, Glenn. And I can understand why you sympathize with them. I do, and I understand some guys don't want to have children, but really, I mean, isn't that kind of like feminism, just
What
getting
about
the
the
men and
guy? What
making
about
them
the guy that cannot?
less manly? Because
What about the guys that
usually
cannot have kids? What about the guy that cannot have kids?
the guys who can't have kids, well, um, shit, they can still set up with a younger woman and
So what's the
adopt
point of
and
getting
have
set up with the
what
younger
looks
woman?
like.
Why don't you just get with the older woman? What difference does it make at that point?
If they can't have kids, then still, what kind of example are they setting for other men? Okay. Men need to help lead other men. It's part of the camaraderie with you guys that, keeps you from becoming degenerates and, um, yeah, you've got
30
to,
seconds.
you guys got to team up and like start actually making families and putting things together. Older
Oh,
women,
you guys
if
got to
they
start
want to,
stepping up
if,
and
if an
making
80
families.
year old if an 80-year-old woman wants to go hunt her up a 60-year-old guy, okay, that's one thing, but we're talking geriatrics at that point. Okay, this entire debate is strictly about women, let's even say 40 and up, going after guys
But see, it's funny
in their
that you say like this. So
20s.
you don't really have an argument when it comes to a guy that is unable to have kids.
I'm pretty sure
All
there's.
right.
But that was your whole argument, though.
That's time, ladies and gentlemen.
How about that?
That was
Finally
painful.
got an argument.
That was painful.
Yeah, that was painful. I vote for both of them to be kicked out.
This
I
was
might
not my
allow it.
fault.
Let's
I tried.
Okay,
Damn it.
now they
I
can
was
hear me.
let's go. Anson, break it down. Oh, actually, no. ADE. Break it down.
All right. So, Beth, you really came out swinging here. You were making an opportunity cost argument and an endorsement argument. The endorsement argument, he met with his point about mothers, and it was a fantastic point. I was not expecting. I didn't even think of it. Awesome point. But the opportunity cost argument she was making about the man's time, effort, money being spent on these older women when it's his prime, your only counter to that was when she's old enough, he can leave her. But if it's a 20-year age gap, when she's 70, he's 50. He is long out of his prime. There's a very high chance the kids could have autism or all sorts of birth defects and whatnot at that age. You're robbing these young men of their youth and their prime is the opportunity cost argument she was making that I don't feel was addressed adequately. You did address her second point, and I think your point about what does it matter if the man can't have kids completely slapped the second point down she was making, but her first one went kind of unopposed.
Okay.
Sorry, I went with Beth there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I figured. Okay, ticky tack.
Yeah, so I kind of understand the points that Glenn is trying to get at, in the fact that it's okay. Well, there's going to be a subset of men that aren't going to have kids. They're not going to get married, and they're just going to want to sleep around. So why not cougars? You know, plain and simple. But I don't think he really mentioned anything about how there is actually going to be a good percentage of men out there that's never going to happen. They're never going to get married. They're never going to have children, and it's a common thing to be around. I think he was trying to swing that direction, but he seems kind of distracted. So just based off that distraction, I'd be throwing it towards Beth.
Okay. And Anson, let's get your opinion as well.
Yeah. So, Beth, you made an argument based on biology, the birth rate issue, and the continuation of the species, as well as an argument, matron argument, where it's the duty of older women to teach younger women to give birth and perpetuate the species. Both good, solid arguments. And Glenn, you made a utilitarian argument that, there's these guys and, they need to hook up, and there's these women and they need to hook up, and, why not my preference? And I actually prefer Glenn's take on it in terms of, like, older women are hot, Beth. So, they need to be serviced. But in terms of points and rhetoric and so forth, Beth won that. I scored her at 10 points. And Glenn at 9 points based on the back and forth.
Yeah, sorry
right.
guys. I'm in the middle of taking care of Thor.
I know.
So
We know.
I can't
Glenn,
really,
It's all good.
Glenn, I got to be honest with you, man. I didn't actually think that I didn't think you took this argument that seriously.
I really don't take this argument seriously, because even when me and Beth were talking about it, I was like, we both agreed no, but then I was like, well, fuck it, we don't have any other topic. I'll just I'll say yes.
It was it felt phoned in from you. And you are definitely obviously distracted, because normally you don't.
I don't give people that
point.
much time to let them talk.
Yeah. Beth, your arguments were really good. You made both a moral and an ethical claim or argument.
But you know what, Beth, I'll make an exception on my cougar policy for you, though.
Oh,
and I really, it's actually interesting.
I want to contribute a comment out of my chat. When I walked through fire, said, "Yeah, I never thought a convo about cougars and humping could be more boring."
I agree. I agree.
Glenn, go take care of Thor, man. I appreciate you being on the show tonight. I know you've got a lot going on. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Glenn Lawrence, doing his best to be not only support the show, but support his friend as well. So I really appreciate that. Again, if you're here from Non-Fonz Chat, really appreciate you coming by in the raid. Hope you stick around. I'm not really sure who Demon Slayer is, but if you could calm down a little bit, that'd be great. It's a little late for the energy that you're giving off, but whatever. And then there were three. Go ahead.
I was going to say this is a fun dynamic because, like, I'd say three of the best debaters got kicked off to clear underdogs. Like, what an interesting debate tactic this is.
I win.
Well, it's part of it. I mean, and we can talk about this more later. But while be thinking of the arguments that you're going to have, ladies and gentlemen, gentleman, not men, because there's only one left. It's an interesting dynamic in the bloods and doing it in a 5-minute with a 2-minute with a minute opening. It you have to just like make that argument. You just have to bring it up and get it down, and it's a good format. I like it a lot, and we're refining it a little more, and
It has potential. You know, I have my doubts about it. I don't like being stuck backstage most of the fucking show, but it does work a lot better when it's a 1v1 debate. It does. So.
Yeah. Demon Slayer's he'll give me the inside lane. All right. I mean, I'll take the point by. So
do me and Beth have to argue now?
Well, it's either Jess, have you figured out something that you disagree with everyone on that we can get a good debate out of? I know she's arguing with the chat right now. Or
She said she's busy with her daughter still.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's a bad time of the day for Jess. Jess is doing.
Yeah, it's like the middle of the afternoon in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, just kick her. I mean, she hadn't debated. It's down to the last three. I mean, it wouldn't really be fair.
Yeah, it's really not fair. It's really not fair. Jess, you're welcome to stay up on panel, but our last two for the championship is. Well, actually, I'm going to hide her because we're going to hide everybody because we're going into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Not you. You stay. There, that guy. He's got to go. All right. Back again. All right. What are we debating?
Got it. How about that pick me? Is pick me a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt at insult?
I'm not even sure I'm familiar with the concept of pick me. What do you mean?
So women tend to, well, and some men, they say that women who stick up for men or, do a whole lot like that are just like, pick me, trying to knock out the other women.
Vie for attention, yeah.
Yeah. That's what they say.
What are you saying the prompt is? Is that bad?
Is it a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt to insult?
I don't feel like I have a strong opinion.
I don't think he has enough.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough
to get into that one. What about that's too subjective.
I'm a bit more technically and politically minded myself, but I feel like if we get into that shit, you and I are gonna agree on most things. So.
What little politics I know, probably.
Yeah.
You voted for Trump, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Nature versus nurture.
There's appropriate situations for each. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you can argue one against the other. They're not mutually exclusive, in my opinion. Both are required to appropriately raise the child. That's why I say you need a man and a woman in the house.
I agree completely.
Okay, so how about this? Do food stamps help the poor or trap them in poverty?
Trap them in poverty.
Damn it. See?
They really do, too.
I know. Because if you don't have to pay for food, why the fuck are you going?
Well, what's worse is, you make $1, they take away $3.
Right.
And so it really, like, you get stuck. I, 'cause, 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 I, 'cause I know they were arguing accountability earlier, but they did it from a schmishmortion aspect. Do you think women are adequately held accountable for their behavior in modernity?
No.
Yeah,
He doesn't believe in feminism. Look at him.
No,
Part of Rob Nor's crew.
That's true. I mean, you and I are both conservatives. This is going to be tough.
Oh, there'll be something.
Does casual sex boost confidence or self-esteem?
Is ADHD a real thing or a religion that is fostered upon kids?
Is what a real thing?
ADHD.
So I actually have a child with ADHD, and I used to really think this was like something that was just fostered on them. I actually think it is a legitimate issue, and I think it's coming from something in the food or the shots, or I don't know what, dude. Maybe even something in the prenatal vitamins. I don't know. Okay.
The
can argue that.
guy who defined ADHD has come out and said that he kind of made all that shit up and it doesn't actually exist.
I was going to say, I don't think there's a lot of I don't think there's a lot of evidence to show it very well. I think it's just kids being kids and being, having their attention diverted all the time because their minds are just working super fucking fast.
So
in most cases, I will say in most cases, I think in some cases.
I agree with you in most cases, but then you get cases like my daughter, like literally if I needed her to calm down, I'd give her like half a can of Pepsi or like half a cup of coffee when she was like, 6 years old, and that was the only way she could sit down and pay attention to something. To this day, I call her my goldfish.
Seems reversed.
Yes. That's funny. No, I don't know. My dad was going through some psychological counseling, and they diagnosed him with ADHD, and I'm like, that's retarded. He's the most successful person I fucking know.
Most of the time, it's so out there. It's not. I think most cases of ADHD are totally wrong, and I think our kids are incredibly over-medicated in this country. What about schools? Do you think schools should have more ability to discipline the children?
No.
No. Okay, we might have one going. Or grid.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not for paddles in schools. I think this is something that a parent should fucking take care of, not the school system. I don't want teachers parenting my children. That's fucked.
I'm not saying paddling. But I am saying that I've been able to see teachers have to deal with kids that are kicking, screaming, biting, and they're told they just have to sit there and ignore it to the detriment of all the other kids in the classroom.
Oh no, they should be removed if they're disruptive.
So let me kind of focus on this a little bit.
Come on, Grid, throw some out here.
Do you and this is, I feel like I know where this is going to go, but we'll see. Do you believe that modern schools are biased against little boys?
Against what?
Boys?
Little boys.
Yeah.
Boys.
Yes.
Biased against them.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, all the toxic masculinity and the bullshit with the woke cultural Marxism. Yeah.
No, I mean behaviorally, not societally and calling them. I'm talking about behavior.
Yeah.
So what,
like
you're saying that a girl could get away with misbehaving when a boy wouldn't be able to?
No, I'm saying that schools cater to what most most girls are capable of doing, which is sitting and being really still and reading and talking about poetry and things like that. And they absolutely downplay, degrade, and limit the amount of things that boys do, which is run around, jump, fight each other,
tear shit apart and put it back together.
Shit apart and put it back together.
I think the school system's failing across the board.
I'm in agreement on that.
I do too. This new Department of Education leader is amazing. She's like, I'm just gonna shut this shit down. I'm like, great, do it.
Do you believe that the healthcare system is working for you? Do you think they're trying to solve the issues you have?
No.
I don't think it's very favorable, but I worked in medicine, and I think there are people with good intentions. But
Well, I didn't talk about intentions. Do you think our modern healthcare system is trying to actually? Let me rephrase. Let me reframe. Do you think the modern healthcare system has any interest in
curing people? No, I don't actually. The pharmaceutical industry definitely does not. They want you dependent on their medicine.
Yeah.
They don't want to give you the fucking cure.
They're bigger drug dealers than the ones that, are supposedly, that we're
Okay.
supposed to be fighting.
Paige has a good one. She says, "Does EOD think that women should vote and be in politics?" I'm going to disagree with you on this. I'm not, like I said in the chat earlier tonight, I've heard this argument from women so many times that we should repeal the 19th Amendment, that ultimately in my heart I'm convinced that that's true, because women know women better than I know women, as much as a womanizer as I think I am.
Yeah.
But my default position on that is that no, we should not take the right of anyone away to vote. Instead, I think we should put some qualifications on voting, and those should apply equally to women and men. But I don't think that we should.
Do you think voting should be a right?
No, I think it's a privilege. I really do. I think it should be a privilege.
A privilege that I think women should not have. But that was the first argument I had tonight.
Oh fuck! You already did that one. I know. Shit. God damn it.
I mean, I can re-argue it and maybe do it better than I did the first time.
Maybe. Was Kamala Harris the right candidate for the Democrat Party?
I want to say no, but I also really want to say yes because she was so bad she couldn't win.
It was the right choice for us, for the Republicans.
It was the right choice for us. That's right. If I was a
Can you give-
Democrat, she's the last one I put in.
Can you give any justification for the way government spends your tax dollars?
Oh, you trailed off. For the way government does what?
Spends your tax dollars.
I have a lot of questions about that, and I wish the government was a lot smaller than it is.
Yeah, because I don't even know. Like, I mean, the stuff they're finding with Doge, I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, we all knew it was corrupt, but I didn't know it was.
ADE has a great one here.
Okay.
Are you worried about conservative values since Trump seems to lack many of them personally?
Yes. I'm not sure that Trump is actually the best president for conservative values, but I think he's a means to an end right now for us as a party.
I think he's a means to an end, but I also think he's a smart enough businessman that he knows when to give a little back so that he doesn't totally, lose.
Oh yeah, he definitely knows how to play the field, and he knows his people for sure. He's
Yeah.
smart. He's incredibly intelligent. And the way the left tries to portray him is some kind of
We
retard.
need him right now. We've looked so weak after Biden. We need someone who's strong and dominant, and other people think he's crazy, so that kind of makes him even more intimidating. So yeah.
Exactly. You don't know if he's going to push that fucking button or not, do you?
Exactly.
And as he said, his red button works. Right? The North Korean one probably don't.
Do you guys believe in this new idea of soft
No.
Of soft what?
Power. USAID, the justification the Dems use for fucking putting Sesame Street in Saudi Arabia and trans operas in Ireland.
Yeah, no, that's awful.
It is.
I had some good ones that I had sent.
interventionism or non-interventionism?
Non-interventionism. America first, baby.
Yeah, America.
Fuck everybody else.
Let me define it a little better. Do you believe that the United States should act as the world police, maintain the shipping lanes, subsidize foreign countries with tax dollars, and basically be the world superpower.
I'll tell you this. I think that the United States should maintain shipping lanes. I agree with that responsibility. Somebody has to. And I think it should be a partnership between us and the Allies. It shouldn't just be the United States Navy out there putting their asses on the fucking line to accomplish that.
Exactly.
The rest of it, no. Everybody else can go kick rocks. I don't give a fuck.
What about
Ron Paul, baby. Isolationism.
should laws be more equal across the country, or is the state setup working?
Should laws be equal? Is the state okay? Yeah, no, absolutely. The state setup is working. Yes, it is not working to the best of my intentions or beliefs. No, but I think that overall, a country of 330 million people that spans across an entire fucking continent, this is the greatest government that has ever been devised. And there's no reason to upset the status quo of states' rights and all of that. In fact, I think the states have had their rights eroded away as much as individuals have had their rights eroded away. And we need to address that.
I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about laws, like, for instance, DV laws and DUI laws. And
that's why I bring up states' rights. Either the state has the right to build a law about something, or the federal government usurps that right and creates its own law. And the states don't have the right to usurp the federal government. So the more the federal government creates laws and creates legislation and tries to create solutions, the less the states have authority in order to address those issues. And I think
that's a small government versus large government.
Right. I think the small government, the government that's closest to you, is the one that you have the biggest influence over. That's the one that should have the most influence over your life. That's the one that you should interact with the most, not the federal government. The federal government should be how we deal with other countries and how interstate commerce occurs, how interstate travel occurs, not anything other than that. And yet somehow it's become this huge fucking conglomerate. It's like the United State of America instead of the United States. We should be independent little experiments.
Originally, it was that way. Like, if you wanted to be a Protestant, you lived in one state. You wanted to be a Catholic, you lived in another state. And, like, each state had its own official religion. Oh, Kissy Cat just paid for Anson to pick our topic.
Oxcaxo donated $50. Super chat. Anson chooses topic.
This is going to be degenerate as all fuck, probably.
Oh, yeah. I have no
Well, he's already posted it like 4 times in the chat. I know exactly.
Bring him up. Bring him up. What you got, Anson?
Pages like, what have you done? No!
It's going to be bad.
I've read his
Anson,
suggestions.
lay
Let's
it
go.
on him.
Yeah. We got my list here. Hold on.
Watch him make me debate him on the same. No, I'm gonna shut up. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't. The same one that left Anson speechless and losing. Just saying.
All right. So, anal versus oral, which is the most, I guess, the power dynamic associated with it? Which one is the causes the greatest transfer of power in the relationship?
And instantly, Kissy Cat regrets her decision.
I don't know.
You understand? He's asking you if your girlfriend is pegging you, who has the power?
Right, but it goes both ways, right? I mean, the guy can do that to the female. Which one? I'm more interested in the power shift, whether the oral causes the power shift or the anal causes the power shift to be greater. I mean, because even though it's more common for the oral than the anal, from my perspective, right?
Okay, I'm gonna defer to the gay guy in my chat. He says it's definitely anal.
Can you argue that?
The fact we got an answer
I
on
have to agree with him because, I mean, yeah, whoever's getting pegged, they're definitely powerless.
All right, well then, I can go to the next one since you paid for it. I get to pick it, right? If y'all don't want to argue.
Yeah,
about
you get.
So, is voyeurism a good thing in a relationship?
No.
Yeah.
You don't think that your husband's sneaking a peek on you while you're doing stuff with yourself? That's not good.
Well, I mean, I always thought of voyeurism as like in public, right?
Yeah, other people watching, or you
Okay.
watching other people. Like, yeah, I had the same thought that he did.
Yeah, we're not fucking degens, Anson.
If
Like,
it's
what the fuck?
voyeurism on your partner,
Okay, which one's more risky? Hooking up with your ex or hooking up with a stranger?
Oh man,
Oh,
depends on your ex, I suppose.
the stranger.
You think? I don't know, man. I've had some pretty
I
crazy
mean-
exes.
So it seems like there's
sometimes
some
you get a year
disagreement.
into the relationship and then the bitch just flies off the handle.
Yeah, I've seen that. Ooh.
Yeah, y'all could probably argue that. Yeah, that seems like a good one.
No,
seems
no,
so
because
silly.
he's absolutely right. Like, I didn't even think about that aspect.
She sent in another
All the
$50.
time.
God damn,
All
Kissy
the
Cat.
This
Did
is
she say-
awesome. Tiki Tack
also
chooses
donated
the top.
$50.
Oh, come
Super
on,
chat.
Kissy Cat.
Tiki
Been
Tack chooses
fired.
topic.
I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, sorry, Anson.
Yeah, that's
Oh
okay.
my gosh, that was hilarious.
They didn't
All
want to
right.
go DJ. It's on them.
At least
They could
we
have
got
some fun.
good laughs. Oh, Lord. No, okay.
Okay, Tiki Tack, what do we got?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin on this. I haven't been thinking about topics.
Everybody's brain's a little fried after the things Anson just was suggesting.
No, my brain is fried when what was it? Glenn and Jess couldn't figure out like what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
For like an
You
hour
should-
straight.
You should have been in on my conversation with him. I was like screaming at him in Discord.
I saw that actually. I was watching it. Because you were backstage and I could see it. What what do you got, Tiki Tack? Got anything?
Maybe something to do with public education.
We were just going through all those topics.
Should Christianity be taught in schools?
Should religion be taught in schools?
Yeah.
EOD, you okay?
He said he had to go to the bathroom real quick.
Oh,
I'm back. Okay.
Okay.
you're back.
What's the topic?
Well,
Just pulling that
Anson
up.
got fired. So
I see that.
Should religion be taught in schools?
Should religion be taught in schools? I say no.
yeah, there's that separation of church and state. I mean, there
Okay.
is that basic, like in social studies, they give you a very quick overview of each one without going into depth. But
I'll tell you what. Since we're having such a hard time, I will argue for religion in schools.
I might be able to put a little bit more of a nuance into it. Should there be classes for religion, like Christianity, Islam, like specific classes that the students can elect into?
elect into.
Yeah, like parents can elect their children to go into.
Well, that's a lot more agreeable than your original proposition.
Yeah, that's a lot more agreeable.
Good.
Here's
Okay,
one.
let me try and
They
help.
celebrate, like I know, like growing up, I had to play with a dreidel in school and stuff. So if they're going to celebrate holidays of other religions in public schools, why can't you send in Christmas cookies that look like Christmas trees?
If you're playing with dreidels, you should be able to.
That's what I said too. But I got in trouble for sending in Christmas cookies that look like Christmas trees after my children celebrated Hanukkah in school.
Well,
And
That's because it's easier to discriminate against Christians than it is to discriminate against Jewish people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should Christians support Zionism?
That's a tough one. So what I'll say is I feel like we kind of created the modern state of Israel, and we're responsible for that to a certain extent. And to the same end, the Bible tells us that the Jews are a special people and that they're particularly beloved. in God's eye, so that kind of justifies the whole position too. But however, I don't think we should be fighting Israel's wars for them. We should enable them to do what they need to do, which I think we do on the regular, year after year after year. And I don't think we need to be doing anything extra just because Gaza got a fucking hair up its ass. Israel's perfectly capable of dealing with that.
Do you think the U.S. should take over and occupy the Gaza Strip as payment for everything that we've done for Israel?
No, I don't agree
Let's
with
do
the
it.
idea.
Let's do it.
You
Yes.
ready? All right, let's do it.
All right. We got one?
We got one.
All right, good. Because I zoned out there. I was like,
Fucking Grid's falling asleep on us.
yeah.
You want me to start? I'll open.
I need a mod to Hanson, send what you just sent me on Discord to Spaceman or somebody so they can delete that comment before I get fucking censored. All right, let's go. Hold on. Fuck, I gotta get the timer. All right. You guys know what you're debating because I certainly don't. And
Yeah.
who's starting?
I'll start off.
You'll start off. All right, let's roll. 1 minute on the clock, starting now.
I'm totally winging this. I think the U.S. should take over and occupy the Gaza Strip. We've done an awful lot for the country of Israel to help them and to protect them. And at this point, it's become so unstable over there. I think this is an excellent opportunity for us to recuperate some of what we've put into the Middle East, as well as to possibly be able to stabilize that area and create a safe environment for the Palestinians to live, as well as deal with Hamas head on their own turf and just deal with it, because nobody else is going to deal with it. And at this point, we're just losing out more and more. And I do believe that we are responsible for Israel to an extent, even if only to protect sacred
That's
and
time.
archaeological sites.
Go ahead, EOD.
Okay. We've tried to do this before. It didn't fucking work. Iraq, Afghanistan. The Russians tried to do it to Afghanistan. Didn't work. Okay. These people are fundamentally incompatible with our view of society. And if we come in and try to tell them how to live, they are going to buck against that as hard as they possibly fucking can, which they have demonstrated time and time and time again. Again, this is Israel's fight. It's not our fight. I think we should give Israel all the tools that they need in order to accomplish their goals. I think Israel should take over the Gaza Strip. I think having Hamas, a terrorist organization, lead a nation so close to one of our greatest allies is a huge fucking misstep and a huge mistake, and they need to be, that particular government needs to be eliminated one way or the other. Now, if that means Israel taking over the Gaza Strip, then so be it. There's plenty of Palestinians living in Israel peaceably. It is their ballpark. It's their game. It's their problem. They should take the responsibility for it. In the same vein that I think we should not annex Canada, we shouldn't fuck with Gaza.
All right, you guys ready?
Okay, let's go. Okay, so the countries that you cited, trying to do that with Iraq, Afghanistan, that was a totally different standard, because there were a significant number of people there that didn't want us there. And really, we didn't have any actual allies.
Do you think that's different in Gaza? Gaza doesn't want us there either.
We would have Israel right there with us, who is our ally, backing us up. And like I said, this doesn't have to, the way it's going right now, Israel's not doing it on their own. And all we're seeing constantly is all of these Palestinian people who are being caught in this crossfire and really used as human shields in some cases.
It is disgusting.
So it is. It's horrible. And they've brought that argument to the U.S. soil because U.S. supports Israel so much.
Well, they didn't bring it to U.S. soil. They brought it to Israeli soil.
they've
And
also-
the argument that you
Yeah,
have to make is that the U.S. is obligated
look
to
at all of the
protect
college
Israeli sovereignty, and I don't think we are.
Look at the
What
college
we're obligated to do is
campuses
give
all
Israel
the
the
way
tools it
across
needs
the
to protect its own sovereignty.
our college campuses all across this country are flooded with protesters screaming about what's going on
And
in
they're fucking
Palestine.
retards too.
And the whole thing is such a mess. Nobody else is dealing with it. So, and with as much as we've put in to support Israel, we really should at this point just go in, take it over, take whatever resources are available from that land, and say, okay, fine, at least we're going to
When you say go in and take it over, you're talking about Gaza, not Israel.
No,
Yes?
I'm talking about Gaza, not
Okay.
Israel. And it would be a much different situation than like the ones you cited with Iraq and Afghanistan.
I don't think it would be. I think it'd be the same story, different fucking key. It'd be the same song, different key.
We didn't
And
have-
all we're gonna do is we're gonna go in there, we're gonna blow a bunch of shit up, we're gonna kill a bunch of people, a bunch of civilians are gonna die, it's gonna be our fault, a bunch of our soldiers are gonna die, it's gonna be our fault, and that
We
place
had
is
no-
gonna be a shithole from
This
now
is
until the end
gonna
of
be
fucking
different
time.
because in those circumstances that you cited, we did not have an ally there with their own military who lived like right there. This is
Yes, we did. We had Saudi Arabia, we had Kuwait, we had the United Arab Emirates. They're all allies too.
those
It's something that people
countries
often
are
forget.
huge.
Jordan's
They were
not
far
exactly
enough removed.
antagonistic
We didn't
against
have-
it.
Halfway point.
Look, I've been to Israel. Like, seriously, you can drive from one end of the country to the other in about the same time it takes you to drive
It's
through.
not a small. It's not a big country. I know. It's about the size of New Jersey. Yeah,
Okay,
it's about
it's
the size of New
really
Jersey.
small. And when we start talking about the Gaza Strip, look, this
It's even
puts our
smaller. I know.
allies right there. You're talking about countries that are massive, and it's a lot harder for those allies to get into where we needed them. Okay, when it comes down to Israel, this is a very small, compact area, and the Gaza Strip at this point, this has been going on forever and ever and ever. It needs to come
hundreds
to
of
an
years.
end.
Thousands
Look
of
at how much money we've put into this. We've
Oh.
got to do, and not only that, but President Trump just was trying to work out a similar deal with Ukraine, where we were going to go to Ukraine.
Well,
and-
Ukraine's a different story. Okay, we're
we
talking
were
about
gonna
Israel and
get
Gaza.
minerals.
Let's keep the focus on Israel and Gaza. So when
Absolutely.
we look at Gaza, they're controlled by Hamas, a vehement enemy to the United States, vehement enemy to the West, vehement enemy to Israel. There's a lot of people in Gaza that support Hamas. Not everybody, but Gaza, Hamas was elected the proper government of Gaza. So there's enough support there among those people
Gaza
for that
is
cause to put them in power.
bombed out
That
wasteland at this
attitude. That attitude is going to ruin any of our peacekeeping efforts.
1 minute.
and it's going to make it. It's going to
We're
make it abysmal.
talking about
it's
a
going to be a
terrorist
nightmare.
group
It's
that
an
needs
endless
to-
war.
We're
We don't need to get our
you
feet in it.
even
Israel
agreed
can
with
handle
me
this.
that Hamas needs to be stopped. And if our country is willing to propose the kind of deal that we did with Ukraine, I don't see why it's so different trying to make the same kind of proposition when it comes down to the Gaza Strip.
It was a
I
mistake
think
to go
we
to
can
Iraq.
use
It was
this-
a mistake to go to Afghanistan. We don't need to repeat it a third time.
I think this is a different situation, and I think it could work to our benefit, especially when we're talking about a very similar deal to what I just saw him propose for Ukraine. Okay, there is an excellent opportunity for us to deal with Hamas.
20 seconds.
No matter what, I mean, it's going to cost. It's going to cost us one way or another. Do we go in and just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over
It'd be
and
one
done
thing
with?
if we had a
Or
chance
do
to
we just
succeed.
keep
I don't think we
filtering
do.
our money over there to try to help them and support them?
The
And
ideology
then
is too fundamentally
and
poised
then
against
deal
us.
with the protesters that are now on our own soil, because there's a whole lot of them nationwide.
And that's time.
Ooh, thank
That
you.
is time.
Jody, dude, seriously.
All right. All right, judges. What do we got? Who wants
This
to go
is-
first?
This is one of my specialty topics. Oh, I've done many panels on this one. This
I've never
exact one.
argued this before. I just
Oh, you
went
did
with it because I thought I
fantastic.
did.
You hit
Did-
about 8 of the 10 points that I would have if I were arguing it. You did
That is cool. Thank you.
fantastic. All right. So, Jess, you came in with some strong arguments. EOD, you came in with actually very good counter arguments, ones I've run into almost every time that do have a lot of merit to them. I think that you were bringing up your examples of Iraq, Afghanistan, and whatnot, she did do a good job dispelling them, saying this is a much smaller area. Now, I'm going to get digging into the weeds a little bit here. The Israel surrounding this nation, what Trump is saying is Israel's going to continue to have the military there. Right now, Israel holds a 15-mile strip between Egypt, which is our ally, and Rafah, which is called the Philadelphia Corridor, that is
Right.
also currently held by Israel. Israel is
The
completely
Sinai
surrounding
Peninsula,
them.
right?
Yeah, they're completely surrounding them from 3 sides. There's no way for them to get in there. All those tunnels from Egypt, from the mountains of Egypt where the Muslim Brotherhood is, all of those are shut down. They have cut off weapon supplies. They have cut off funding to Hamas in this area. The only thing they're surviving on right now is the U.S. and foreign aid going in there that we still have. Israel's trying to put a stop to right now. They are being crushed on the world stage. What she's arguing for is not to put our military in there, is to let Israel have the military and for us to go in, rebuild,
Well, no,
reinvest.
I disagree. I thought that was your very argument, was for us to go in there militarily.
It was just taken over, and like she's arguing, well, you're going to have some military there because you're going to put it in the Army Engineering Corps, is what Trump's talking about. You're going to have some military there, but the security job is going to be the job of Israel, our ally. That's the point she kept making there. And what this Trump is doing with interventionism right now is
Shouldn't
he's
they be the
undercutting.
ones to steward the fucking state once the dust is settled?
That argument was up to Beth to make. She didn't make it. I could address that for you, but I would be editorializing her argument. I'm just trying to stick
You're
with the topic.
editorializing your ass off right now because you're excited about
Well,
the topic.
well, no, I'm bringing in more information to back up the point she was saying. I'm trying to stay in the confine of her point. She didn't make that counter argument to you, so I don't want to bring it up. I'm just trying to back
I
what
also
she's
didn't
saying.
really clarify those points. Just to be fair.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like she is right. I'm just filling in why she is more right than she even might know on the topic, because they are surrounded on all sides right now by Israel. You brought up Egypt in that point, and she didn't push back against that, but she is technically correct. Egypt is our ally. They are surrounded on all sides. There's a tiny strip of land. We could easily go in there and do that. So what I'm looking at here for you is you kept bringing up one good argument that really I thought was like clapping back very hard, is we go in there, we own that shit. And if it goes bad, it really looks bad on Trump. Yeah, it's 100% correct. And I don't think I heard her address that, but that was the only major point that I thought really pushed back on her argument. She was really locked in for this and made some damn good points. And I know them because they're my points.
What I was saying is that either way we're losing. So, I mean, how do we want to do it? Rip off the Band-Aid.
Let
go in there
Israel
and
take the
it
L,
over,
man. It's
or
not our
just keep
fucking bag.
funneling our money into
Yeah,
it.
I don't. The time for judging isn't the time to continue to litigate the argument.
Yeah. He's right that I did editorialize a little bit to add to the point, but I was just emphasizing that she was correct in what she was saying there, and a lot of your concerns that you have are valid, but they are being addressed by the Trump plan as well.
So I need a decision.
Yeah. Who?
You want me to go?
Well, Tyler.
No,
are you-
Tyler has.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. It was close. You made great arguments. I just feel like she had so many on the table that weren't addressed properly. One of the big ones was she brought up Ukraine. You were bringing up all the other nations in that area that we've gone into, and as soon as she brought up Ukraine, I don't want to hear about that because it's not Gaza. When you were using that tactic, that to me felt like you were
Come on, Ukraine's a completely different fucking situation.
It is,
than the
but
sandbox.
she was talking about the plan itself, not the people. Like if
we were wrong to go into Ukraine.
Yeah, you can have. She just.
It's
I felt like you
I
hand
would have
wave off.
deducted that. Actually.
She addressed your arguments on those by showing you differences, and you hand wave off hers without an argument. Is kind of what I'm getting at
That's
there.
because it's on the other part of the world. It's
Okay, all right. No litigation here. Anson.
Yeah, so EOD, you made an anti-interventionist argument. You used historical examples of failures in other wars because you also did what she did by bringing up other regions in your argument. So y'all both did that, and that you did that in your opening, and you continued with your arguments throughout the debate very effectively. Beth, you made an emotional argument, and basically the United States is the Captain Save-A-Ho of the world. And it was, disgusting and gross, and I totally disagree with it. And
what I said.
You made multiple basically emotional appeals during your argument about how we have to, protect other people. And EOD, I was really disappointed that you didn't interrupt her more often and try and actually push your points, because in debates tonight, you did a much better job of debating, and tonight for this last one, man, it's like you just sucked at it. I don't know what the deal was, so I had to give it to Beth by 1 point, and I didn't want to do that because I really hated her argument.
I'm going to talk to you about that later because that wasn't exactly what I said, but okay.
I don't know. It feels bad to just like walk in bows out on a fucking woman. I can't do it.
Yeah, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. She's not a woman. She's a debater.
Yeah, your argument. You did appeal to emotion. You did a couple of times.
But I also said we should go in and take what we can resource-wise.
You're right, but you did appeal.
That would require the military.
Chairman is correct. You did appeal to emotion a couple of times.
Yeah, I'd like to get Tiki Tack's input.
So more on like EOD's points. He pointed out the idea that we have gone into the Middle East before in the hopes to stabilize the Middle East and has failed miserably and made people hate us even more. He stated that the Gaza has already been under Hamas's control because they've been elected into to control that area. And plain and simple, it doesn't matter what military is going to be stepping in there into there to solve the issue. It's going to end in a lot of bloodshed. So does the U.S. want to be attached to that bloodshed, or do we want Israel to be attached to that bloodshed? And I believe that's the entire premise of what EOD was trying to get at, and I think he stated a lot more clear as to why we shouldn't be involved, because we've been making too many mistakes, and just the most this would be another obvious mistake, and I don't think we should go in. So EOD gets my vote.
Well, at least I got
Beth, it looks like you pulled that one out by the skin of your teeth. I wouldn't have given it to you. You didn't make you made a great appeal to emotion, but that was it. And bringing in Ukraine was a huge mistake.
I was simply comparing the deals.
I understand, but
not not like, do the same exact thing. I'm just saying.
Right. I mean, my vote doesn't count, so I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that bringing Ukraine in was a massive misstep in my opinion. It was absolutely. It was literally like saying, "Well, we did it here, so we should do it there." When literally the entirety of the Ukraine war was our involvement in the Ukraine war was based on a bunch of lies, and now you're saying that we should. I mean, effectively, you said we should base our involvement in Israel on a bunch of lies, which is exactly counter to your argument. EOD said correctly, "I don't want to hear about Ukraine. Ukraine is irrelevant to this argument." I would not. I mean, I think Anson and Tyler saved your ass tonight. I would not have given.
I don't think that was the plea to emotion. I think that argument she was making was an economic interest argument right there. She's saying like Trump is trying to get money.
The appeal to emotion arguments in dispersed, and that we have to go in there. We have to save these people. We don't.
He conceded a couple though. He conceded that Hamas needs to be removed.
Stabilize it, we could bring stability there. And the argument, what I was saying, I was talking about when Trump just met with what's his face there from Ukraine and was talking about, we'll help end this thing with Russia. And it's like, if we're willing to make that kind of deal or put that on the table there, then why would we not be willing to make that deal elsewhere? I mean, it's not that big of a.
No, it's a completely different thing. We're in Ukraine. We're not going to send troops in. We're not going to do any of that. In Israel, that's exactly what they want us to do. That's exactly what the American people have said we do not want to be involved in. And so bringing that in there, actually, I mean, to me, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm you.
I don't.
I'm the moderator here, so I'm looking at it and I'm going, nah, I wouldn't have done that. EOD, if I were to critique your argument, and I cannot believe you didn't do this, the minute she started talking about all of the various aspects of going in there, you didn't hit her with the amount of taxpayer money that would be wasted by doing so. Why are we doing that?
That's a great point. I was going to bring that up. I mean, both the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were huge fucking pitfalls for us.
Yes,
I agree.
It
would just be the same thing over again.
You missed a couple of golden opportunities to shut that argument, to shut down most of the argument.
It's two things. I
don't know whether you're tired.
I don't want to punch her in the face, and I'm not super passionate about this topic in the first place. I'm anti-interventionist. I've been criticized for being a bit too Republican to support Ron Paul, but I like Ron Paul's isolationist policy. That makes more sense to me than anything.
I'm an isolationist, as average debate enjoyer knows.
And I really wanted to support you because I agree with your position, EOD. But Like for the last like 30 seconds of the debate, you basically just let her make her points instead of shutting her down, dude. I mean, if you would have done that, you would have won that from my perspective.
Okay. Well,
I
again,
don't
I
even-
didn't want to
beat up on a
face,
girl.
but,
Just
but
come on, it's okay.
She's not a
but
girl.
I've had
She's a
three
debater.
debates. I did 3 debates tonight.
I'm
and
teasing
every-
now. I'm teasing now. I'm teasing now, Beth. Don't.
I
Every
don't
debate,
even
my
I let
sleep.
the
argue
opponent
politics.
have the final word.
I say this over and over all the time. I try to stay out of politics. I don't even like voting. I don't like dealing with this stuff. Okay?
I understand.
So I'm taking a shot in the dark here because I don't want to sit here and hold up your show. And it's like, okay, I think I can argue that. So I did.
No,
my
I
best
think
with
you.
what
I mean,
could. Don't take
again,
don't take it as like my personal opinions or where I think things should or should
Yeah.
not be. I'm just
Right,
trying to
and
make a
actually-
logical argument for it. That's it.
Actually, again, I mean, and listen, this is just a critique so you can make your arguments better.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you suck at arguing. None of the critiques I give are meant to tell you that you suck at something. It's that, hey, this is a bad path to go down, and don't do that. If you're in a similar situation, don't do that again, because it's really bringing the Ukraine in. Had he been maybe a little more alert, or he just wanted to win more, he could have shut that down, and it would have turned the tide. I think. I don't think if he had addressed Ukraine differently, Tyler's opinion would have probably changed, and so would Anson's. And so it all hinges. And again, he made missteps too, because he didn't shut you down on a couple of things, especially the appeals to emotion. The minute you said, well, we've got to go in there and help these people. People are dying. Well, look, that's not on us. I have people dying here in my
I
neighborhood.
don't think it's on us either. I don't think we should be the world police.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I am all about America first.
Yeah.
All right? I've lost enough friends in wars, and
You and me both.
yeah.
That's the thing that
and
fucking
then
gets me
I-
about people who are all war
and-
hawkish. It's like, what if it's your family that's out there fucking dying? It ain't
I've
cool.
lost 4
I
people
don't have
to
any problem
22
with
a day. The 22 a day, I got 4 of them on that list.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so I'm not all for.
Got to be honest. I don't have any problems with war. I just don't want to fight wars that never end, and that we're not going to call wars, and that we're not going to try and win. Right?
Well-
I'm all for it. If we want to go over and take over Israel, and we're going to go to war, then fine. Let's just do it. But
Well,
this
here-
endless cycle of police actions and military exercises and all that kind of garbage.
That's why I
There's-
suggested not to just friggin', clean house and leave. I said, let's take over frickin' Gaza. Let's
Well,
make it ours.
there's-
Let's take what
There's
we
a problem
can
with
from it
that,
and
though.
use it.
There's a problem with that, though, because the reason why there's so much bloodshed is because Hamas is using civilians as human shields. So if the U.S. were to come in and quote take control, well, we're going to have to kill a lot of civilians to get to Hamas and eliminate them.
Yeah.
The killing
and
is
they're
still
gonna kill
going
a
to
lot
happen.
of our soldiers in the
know.
process. We're gonna spill.
Which
a
is
lot of
why,
blood.
again,
That's why I said we're gonna lose either way. We might as well go in and take whatever we can out of it. And that was just, again, this is coming from a woman who doesn't argue politics, and I don't get into that stuff because I don't feel that I'm qualified for it whatsoever.
Yeah, most people who talk about it aren't qualified.
Yeah.
Well, let's. How about this angle? So, from like the Iraq War, think about how many soldiers came back with PTSD and were just really messed up with that. Imagine the soldiers that would go into Hamas
I know.
and Hamas, and they're going to be. They know they'll be shooting at civilians. They know absolutely most of them are going to be dead civilians, and
I know.
imagine the PTSD that would come out of that.
Well, not only that, but getting shot at. I mean, warfare in an urban setting is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
It is.
It's a fucking nightmare. You do not want to do
All
it.
right.
I know,
Ladies and
I know
gentlemen.
after Mogadishu, I actually do know some war history. But that still doesn't qualify me to, come up with.
You did well. You did well, and like I said, I'm
just saying, don't think they're my actual positions because I'm
I'm not saying that.
Okay, cool.
I don't want it to be interpreted as I'm attacking you because I think this is your position.
Perfect.
Or I'm attacking Tyler because I think that he made a bad call. This is all just criticism back and forth so that we become better at this, right? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It's been great. It's been a great show. The new format is kicking. I like it a lot. I want to appreciate Tyler for bringing leftist tonight. That was great. He needs to bring more. Maybe next time, instead of being a judge, he'll participate. I think we are going to keep the $10 buy-in because it's only fair.
Well, I'm not undefeated anymore. You defeated the champion, Beth. I was 3-0 up until now. So.
Yeah.
To think I was the first eliminated. Or no, wait, somebody else was eliminated before me, right? Or was I the first?
No, you're matter of fact, you were the only one bought back in.
Yeah.
So the it's going to be a good. I think this is going to be good. Next week, it may be tough for me to do this show because I will be out of town from Wednesday until maybe I'll be back Friday. We'll see. But at any rate, it's going to be rough for me for a few days because I'm traveling, and I may not be able to do the show. If we do, it'll be kicking. It'll be awesome because now we got the format down. I'm gonna do some more artwork stuff, and it's gonna look really good. In the meantime, you guys gotta get out of here. You gotta go somewhere. I'm gonna send you over to Flow State. I don't know.
Going to bed. You're out of your mind. It's after 3 in the morning, and I'm old.
I'm older, and at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, what you have to remember is you need to be cool. Wear sunglasses if you need them,